Gaius Julius Caesar, conqueror of Gaul, the son of Venus, named as a living god called Divus Julius. At least 2 million human deaths can be directly laid at Caesar's feet, and he is absolutely guilty of committing genocide and doing his best to wipe away entire Gallic civilizations. He was named Imperator by his legions. He was a 5-time consul of the Senate, dictator for life. He was Pontifex Maximus, high priest of the state religion, and we have him to thank for the Julian calendar, which we still use to this day, with only a few minor changes. Caesar's achievements are as legendary as they are numerous, and his life is as dramatic and interesting as any other historical figure you could possibly think of. Name anyone else from history, anyone at all, and I am confident that Caesar's story will be at least as interesting and entertaining, if not much more so. And his death was possibly one of the single most important and impactful events in human history so far, and I do not say that lightly. Julius Caesar was the real deal, and the people we are going to be discussing today, Caesar most of all, are absolute titans of history, and are names that have been discussed and studied for many centuries at this point. And I am 99% sure that these names and events will continue to be studied for many more centuries to come. Julius Caesar and the fall of the Roman Republic is the very definition of evergreen content. Within these stories, there are countless parallels and life lessons that are still just as relevant today as when they first happened. So I think every person on the planet would benefit from learning about this stuff. Before we get started with this video in earnest, I want to tell you guys that my goal is to narrate an accurate and entertaining version of Caesar's story, while at the same time showing you guys all of the related and relevant footage that I was able to find in my research. All of it under fair use, of course. It is my sincere hope that I can provide some value to my viewers using this format, because I enjoy making videos like this a whole lot. Every word of this script has been highly researched, and to the best of my knowledge, everything is accurate. Even though this all happened more than 2,000 years ago, historians have a surprisingly comprehensive collection of information that gives us plenty of detail about what happened during Caesar's lifetime. And I have been reading anything that I can get my hands on about this subject. The books that Adrian Goldsworthy and Philip Freeman wrote were both primary sources for this video, but I am perfectly happy to say that I completely rely on them for my information on this subject. If they've got it wrong, then I probably do as well. And I don't think that that is a bad thing. This is not for a doctorate or a PhD, and I am not a college professor. I am just a big fan of history, and I am here to give a unique and entertaining version of the story. The information I'm trying to give you guys is incredibly detailed, and this video could easily have been much more than 6 to 7 hours long if I was to completely indulge myself and include every single thing that I've learned. But that's all I'm going to say right now about that. I will have plenty more disclaimers and explanations at the end of the video if that is something that interests you. But for now, it is time to get started with the life story of Gaius Julius Caesar, the greatest Roman to ever live. In this incredibly long 2-part video series, we will go from Caesar's birth and childhood to his untimely death at the hands of his own supporters. Part 1 will cover the majority of his life, going from birth to the end of the Gallic Wars in 52 BC, roughly 48 years. His brutal death and the final 8 years of his life will be covered in the next part, which will hopefully release around this same time next year, assuming nothing major changes with my channel's funding. So we are going to have to wait a little while to talk about the brutal dick stabbing that Brutus gave to Caesar.
Don't do that!
If you'd like to help me speed things along and be able to watch all of my videos in the uncensored way that they were intended, subscribe to my Patreon and help me get this show on the road. Otherwise, please leave a comment, like the video, and share it with whoever you think might enjoy it. And thank you for watching this video that I poured my heart and soul into. So sit back, get comfortable, and let me tell you all about the mighty Gaius Julius Caesar, possibly the greatest general and politician to ever live.
of Rome out there. It just isn't called Rome yet.
I have declared that I am a criminal.
I will restore Rome to the very people that made Rome great.
Open the gates!
I will not starve my own men to keep the enemy alive.
I don't know whether to embrace him or strangle him.
He wants to be the greatest man in Rome.
He was an orator, a warrior. He built an empire.
So much of our modern world is shaped by Julius Caesar and the Roman Empire.
He is a criminal, and he must be prosecuted.
Hunt them down! Hunt them down!
Enslave my people, if you need to. But let them live.
King of all the Gauls, what would you have of him?
Once Caesar was consul, how many times did he push through a law without having it ratified?
The stubborn old dogs of the Senate will be no match for the three of us.
Who will fight with me? Who will fight with me?
I have made a vow to Jupiter. Unless I get the full backing of the Senate tomorrow, I and all my legions will sail for Spain and leave you gentlemen to your own defenses.
Who will fight with me today?
Caesar! He will regret ever stepping foot in our land!
Do you honestly think he'll just come back to Rome? He wants to return at the head of an army to seize power!
Let the dice fly high!
Julius Caesar was born in the year 100 BC, which is great because it makes it a lot easier to gauge how old he was at any given time.
His exact birthday was the 13th of July.
And some historians quibble about the exact date and say that he was born up to 2 years earlier, but most historians agree on 100 BC as being the right number.
Gaius Julius Caesar was born on the 13th of July 100 BC, according to the modern calendar. The day is certain, the year subject to just a little doubt, as by chance the opening sections of both Suetonius and Plutarch's biographies of Caesar have been lost. A few scholars have dated his birth to 102 or 101, but their arguments have failed to convince, and the consensus of opinion remains firmly with a date of 100. By the Roman calendar, Caesar was born on the third day before the Ides of Quinctilis, in the consulship of Gaius Marius and Lucius Valerius Flaccus, which in turn was the 654th year from the foundation of the city.
He was most definitely born in Rome. There is no doubt about that, but most likely he was not born in the nice part of Rome. The Suburra is where Caesar's family lived when he was a child, and it was not nearly as comfortable as some of the other nicer districts. Crime was everywhere in Rome. The Suburra was crowded and packed full of wealthy tradesmen and impoverished patricians who did not currently have enough money to live somewhere nicer.
Situated in a valley between the Esquiline and Viminal hills, and some distance from the main forum, the Suburra was dominated by large areas of slum housing, where many of the poorest occupants lived in badly built blocks of flats off narrow streets and alleys. It was an area of constant bustle, teeming with people and notorious for a number of disreputable activities, most notably prostitution.
Crime was a regular part of living in the Suburra, and Caesar would have been wise as a child to go inside at night and not come out until morning. And as a child of patricians, I doubt that he was outside playing with other kids very often. He was likely educated by a tutor or possibly by one of the group schools that they have nearby, but it's not likely that he would have been playing with the other kids of plebeian descent.
As a 7 or 8 year old, Julius Caesar had a tough childhood, a strict mother. Julius Caesar could expect to have been beaten for every mistake that he made. He's being formed, perhaps beaten into, a pattern of greatness.
Caesar would have been indoctrinated with the idea that his role in life was to pursue the highest political ambitions and carry on the family name.
From the age of 10 onwards, he would actually have gone about the Roman Forum,
following, shadowing great men of the time in their various political and legal duties. So he would see at first hand how a man of his class had to behave.
We don't have any solid information about Caesar's childhood, and we can only really guess at what happened. Many of the ancient writings by Plutarch and Suetonius and Livy and other writers like that often survived, but the opening pages would be destroyed or damaged beyond recognition, and historians could not get any usable information about his childhood. One thing that we can say for absolute certainty, however, was that Rome was a crazy and borderline wild place at times during the years of Caesar's childhood. He would have grown up through the proscriptions by his uncle Marius, and he would have been there for a lot of the political turmoil that plagued Rome throughout the 90s BC. And the years before Caesar's birth had plenty of turmoil as well. So much so that going into detail of it would extend the length of this section by quite a bit. So I'm going to skip a lot of that for now and stick to the stuff that is closer to the subject at hand. Let's talk about Caesar's name for a bit. His full name is Gaius Julius Caesar. Gaius was Caesar's first name, which would have been what his family referred to him as. Julius is the name for his clan, the Julii, which included a few other branches of the family, who are all supposed to share the same lineage that is supposed to trace back to Venus. And Caesar was the name of his particular branch of the Julii tree. The name Caesar could have come from a few different places, and we just don't know which one is true. It's possible that the name was given because one of Caesar's ancestors were particularly hairy, as the word Caesares translates to thick head of hair, which is ironic considering how famously bald Caesar was. Or the name could have come from the African word for elephant, Caesai. Perhaps one of Caesar's ancestors had killed an elephant at one point in time. We know Caesar favored this version because he had a coin minted with his name and an elephant on one side of the coin. But the true origins of his name is unknown. But we do know that Caesar was not the one who was delivered by a Caesarean section. But it is possible that one of his ancestors was born that way and had given their family the name.
In ancient times, great men had remarkable births, and the legend grew that he'd been cut from his mother's womb. The myth gives us the name by which we still know the operation, the Caesarean section. It's a good story, but in fact Caesar was born quite normally. They did do the operation in those days, but only to save the life of the child. The mother never survived, and we know that Caesar's mother was still alive when he was 40.
Regardless of where his name came from, Caesar was blessed with a full Roman title and was afforded the rights and privileges that came with it. Only patricians had a three-part name, which was sort of like peacock feathers for the Romans. Long and complicated titles was something the Roman aristocracy was a big fan of. Caesar's name, in particular, was ancient and well-respected, but not as much as some other families out there at the time. The more historical connections that your name or title had, the more respect it would earn for you. And whenever a Roman walked into the room, they made sure that every single motherfucker in that room knew that they were there. Caesar's family name, the Julii in particular, was a proud and ancient name, but their finances did not match their pedigree, and they did not have very much political importance throughout Caesar's childhood.
Caesar belongs to a family that expects power, but at the same time, you've got a context of civil war, and I think the fact that Caesar grows up in a context of civil war is of fundamental importance. And his family is not doing well. And so you've got an expectation of high achievement combined with frustration.
Caesar was born into a very high-class family, but they seem to have lost something of their status. They were rather on the edge of the political elite, and Caesar was always short of money. It must be part of his motivation through his later career to restore this family name and to get into the center of things.
His father was a praetor at the height of his career, but it's not like he was making super huge power moves and calling the shots for the other senators. Marius and Cinna were the ones who were in charge when Caesar was a kid, and his father would have been subservient to them. But it's not like his father was a nobody either. But the lineage was there for Caesar to use and rely on when he became an adult.
Julius Caesar inherited that most distinguished family history a Roman could have. But by the time Julius Caesar was born in 100 BC, his family wasn't as rich and wasn't as powerful as legend said it ought to be. Julius Caesar wanted to restore to his family the glory and the leadership position that his family story said his ancestors had had.
His father might not have been the greatest man in Rome, but his family name was ancient and had plenty of history, and that mattered to the Roman people. Having a full 3-part name was a powerful tool indeed, and it was one that Caesar made good use of throughout his political career. Caesar's clan, the Julii, claimed that they were directly descended from Lullus, who was the son of the legendary Trojan prince Aeneas, one of the primary exiles from ancient Troy.
What's your name? Aeneas. Do you know how to use a sword?
Yes.
The sword of Troy. As long as it remains in the hands of a Trojan, our people have a future. Protect them, Aeneas. Find them a new home.
I will.
Who supposedly had a child with the goddess Venus, and who would eventually sire the entire Julii clan.
He was a member of a great patrician family. The Julii claimed descent from the goddess Venus and from Aeneas, who, according to legend, came from Troy to found the Latins in Italy. He was thus a member of a dominating elite who were, for the most part, those who got elected to magistracies and were the most important people in the Senate.
It was not unusual for Roman families to claim that their lineage came from various gods, and Caesar's family was no exception.
You have unfortunate ancestry.
If you think it's unfortunate to be descended from the gods.
Which god was that?
The Julians are descended from Aeneas, who was...
The son of Venus. Ah, yes. I recall Marius making such a claim. There are many people these days who claim to be descended from gods.
We have a crest which proves it.
I believe you could have them fashioned in the marketplace for a couple of dinars.
I think the truth of their lineage should be pretty obvious. Caesar's ancestors were the same flea-eating monkeys that we all descend from. And I think that most of the educated people in Rome at that time damn well knew that the divine lineage tradition was a load of bullshit. Publicly, though, the patricians were as devout and reverent to tradition as everyone else.
I thought you had reservations about the gods.
Privately, I believe in none of them, neither do you. Publicly, I believe in them all.
To be honest, the Roman patrician class, and especially the optimates of Caesar's era, would have said just about anything to separate themselves from the plebeian class that they ruled over. Claiming godhood in their lineage was the least of the lies that they told about how they were better than everyone else. But that is a subject for another day.
The point of this section is that Caesar's family was very prestigious and was at least believed to have had a divine lineage. Caesar's father was a successful politician, and his aunt was married to one of the most powerful men in Rome, specifically Marius. Caesar's branch of the Julii tree held plenty of respect in the eyes of the other Roman families that dominated the political system. This would give Caesar a strong advantage, giving his future political enemies much less ammunition to use against him, and they would have a much harder time keeping Caesar from participating in politics. Caesar was one of the patricians, and no one could deny it. He had a right to be heard, and he was taught from a young age that his opinion mattered, that he was born to guide the Republic in whatever direction he saw fit. This was very common for patrician children, and self-doubt was not something that Caesar suffered from. That much I think we can be certain of. But let's move on to the next section.
The beginning of Julius Caesar's story really begins around the year 84 BC, when his father dies suddenly as he was trying to put his shoes on one morning. Caesar had no brothers to compete with, so when his father died, he was able to get right down to business and start building up his political career. And his mother, Aurelia, would always support him and would be invaluable to him throughout his career up until she died, well into Caesar's 40s.
He was a slightly built man with soft and white skin who suffered from headaches and was subject to epileptic fits. He was particular of his personal appearance and dress, was clean-shaven, and was sensitive of his premature balding.
It was a slow start at first, and it took him quite a while to get any truly meaningful positions, but the ambition was always there, and so was his desire for real, tangible power. His first foray into politics came as a priest, the Flamen Dialis, which is essentially a priest of Jupiter, and the appointment was given to him by his uncle Marius, who was the head man in Rome at the time, and who was married to Caesar's aunt Julia. The Flamen Dialis is a symbolic position more than anything, but it's a start. The sources differ on when exactly Caesar was first appointed to the position of Flamen Dialis. Some say it was 87 BC, which would have made Caesar 13 at the time. Others say that it was just after the death of his father in 84 BC, which would have made him 16. And I tend to go with the latter because 13 seems to be a bit young to be named the Flamen Dialis, which is supposed to be a lofty position that held a lot of importance in the eyes of the public, but it did not have nearly as much political power compared to the other positions. It was still very unusual and special for Caesar to be given this appointment by Marius, who was the head man of Rome at the time, and who was the leader of the Populares faction. 16 or 17 years old sounds a lot more reasonable and makes a lot more sense for a position like the Flamen Dialis. But then again, Romans were not always reasonable, so it's up for debate on when exactly Caesar started his career. And I would imagine that this appointment came after the death of his father, not before. But like I said, it could go either way, and the only way to know for sure is to find new evidence. But for now, we just know that he was indeed appointed as Flamen Dialis before Sulla took over Rome. In 83 BC, or it's possible it could have been a different year because records are unclear, Caesar's only legitimate child was born, his daughter Julia. If you haven't noticed, every female member of the Julii clan is named Julia. Every female member of the Cornelius clan is named Cornelia. That's just how they did it. The women, they would get the same name as the clan, and they would get either major or minor if they were younger. Or if there was more than 3, they would have numbers assigned to them. Women did not get a full name like men did, as fucked up as that is. Caesar's Julia would be the only acknowledged child that he has throughout his life, despite his many, many hookups that he had with so many of Rome's women. And despite him being married 2 more times after Cornelia passes away in 68 or 69 BC, somehow Caesar never had any other children besides Julia. I'm honestly surprised about that too. Perhaps he was sterile or had a reduced sperm count or something. He was known to be an epileptic, but I don't think that had a lot to do with his fertility. Maybe he was just lucky or unlucky, depending on how you look at it. When it came to the child that he did have, by all accounts, Caesar was a caring and loving father to his daughter Julia, and he always did whatever he could to make her happy. And if she was even half as beautiful as the actress that they used to play her in the 2002 movie about Caesar's life, then Julia would have been one of the most beautiful women in Rome, without a doubt. After the Battle of the Colline Gate in 82 BC, Sulla marched on Rome with his army and took over the city.
Sulla has returned to Rome to establish order. He declares that the innocent have no reason to fear, but that those guilty of crimes against him shall be most severely punished. The men whose names are written on these lists are declared outlaws. They have no rights as citizens henceforth. They may be killed on sight. Anyone who takes it upon himself to kill any of these men will be considered a friend of the state and shall be rewarded with the property and possessions these outlaws leave behind.
He was named as dictator, and he began making sweeping changes to the Roman political system, and he began preparing to eliminate his many political enemies. He made a lot of changes that favored the Optimates party to the detriment of the Populares and, by extension, the people of Rome, but everybody expected that when he took over the city, and everyone was too afraid to push back.
Sulla had fought the civil war on behalf of the Optimates, meaning Rome's best men. They were conservative aristocrats, and they were really looking to maintain the status quo.
You will continue to advise me, and you will continue to debate what is best for the people. But my men will remain here just to make sure that the decisions that you reach are the proper ones.
But sir, is this not counter to Roman law?
I have just changed Roman law.
I understand, sir.
After Sulla took over Rome, Caesar's life as he knew it was basically over with for the foreseeable future. He may or may not have been directly named in Sulla's prescriptions, but he did have a target on his back regardless, and Sulla's men were out looking for him every day pretty much, and they would have apprehended him and probably killed him if they had had the chance. Caesar did get caught on one occasion and had to give away all the money he had on him to escape.
Caesar is forced to go on the run for months. It's one of the worst times in his life. And when he gets caught by Sulla's men, he's forced to bribe them using all the money that he has.
Sulla fancied himself as a gentleman, so he did not have the children and wives of his enemies executed like he did with everybody else. But I'm sure that a bunch of them still got hurt or killed during the incredibly violent proscriptions when anyone was allowed to murder the people on the lists. But luckily for Caesar, Sulla was not out there trying to kill his wife and his child. But Caesar himself was on the run. He was the one who had to leave and go into hiding. And needless to say, Caesar's appointment to Flamindialis was forfeit basically as soon as Sulla walked through the gates of Rome with his army. For much of 81 BC, Caesar was on the run, like he was a fugitive for murder. The proscriptions were causing a ton of chaos throughout Rome, and Caesar was lucky to even make it through alive. Eventually, after Caesar got very sick with malaria, his mother Aurelia was able to broker a temporary truce between Sulla and Caesar. She did this by negotiating with neutral members of the Senate that were not on Sulla's proscription lists. She basically had these Senate members pester and annoy Sulla until he was finally willing to give Caesar a chance at living. But Sulla demanded that he meet with Caesar before he was going to pardon him, most likely because he knew that Caesar was going to do something to get himself in trouble, and then he would have a good reason to have Caesar killed. And as soon as he walked into the same room as Sulla, he was already testing the dictator's patience. Caesar was basically a hipster in his day, and he refused to wear his girdle and tunic in the proper Roman way, which might seem like a small thing, but in a society based around tradition and reverence for the ancestors, hipsters were often dealt with quite harshly. And you can believe that Sulla was deeply annoyed by this faux pas on Caesar's part. So he did have some serious balls to go into this meeting with Sulla while he was dressed like a defiant hipster.
What do we do with men such as this? I don't know whether to embrace him or strangle him.
Caesar reveled in standing out from the crowd and dressed in a highly distinctive way. Instead of the normal short-sleeved senator's tunic, which was white with a purple stripe, the evidence is unclear as to whether this ran vertically down the center or horizontally around the border. He wore his own unconventional version. This had long sleeves that reached down to his wrists and ended in a fringe. Although it was not normal to wear a belt or girdle with this tunic, Caesar did so, but perversely kept it very loose. Sulla is supposed to have warned the other senators to keep an eye on that loose-girded boy. It is just possible that this style was intended to serve as a reminder of his earlier designation for the Flaminate, given that the Flamen was not permitted to have knots in his clothing, but it may simply have been mere affectation. Whatever its purpose, the result was the same. Caesar dressed so that he was recognizably a member of a senatorial family, but at the same time marked himself out as not quite the same as his peers. Appearance and grooming were very important to the Romans, and especially the aristocracy.
For whatever reason, Sulla offered Caesar his life, and his freedom on one condition. He had to divorce the daughter of Cinna, who was one of Sulla's greatest enemies before he died pointlessly during a mutiny.
Divorce your wife.
How does that benefit the Republic?
Benefits me. I am the Republic.
To me, this seems like a semi-reasonable offer considering where it's coming from. Sulla had a whole lot of people killed for a whole lot less, and he didn't really have much motivation to keep Caesar alive, other than being pestered by a few senators. So it's really a wonder that Caesar was able to leave that meeting with his life in the first place. I think the reason that Sulla wanted Caesar to divorce his wife is because Sulla probably wanted to have Caesar marry one of his own eligible family members in order to tie Caesar closer to him, to use him as a political tool. Sulla offered Pompey Magnus the same deal years earlier, and Pompey eagerly accepted. But Caesar was made of different stuff than Pompey, as we would all find out later on. And Caesar was not about to be bullied into divorcing his wife, even if her father was recently declared as a traitor and died a pointless death at the hands of his own men.
Refusing Sulla's request would be an amazing risk. Sulla is a terrifying and ferocious character who had brought a new level of ruthless savagery to Roman politics.
Caesar either loved his wife a whole hell of a lot, or he simply did not like being told what to do. And he was willing to gamble with his life by refusing Sulla's deal.
But Caesar doesn't divorce Cornelia. Is it because of the political connections? Is it because he genuinely loved Cornelia? We don't know, but we know it's a great risk.
But when he walked out of Sulla's office that day, he knew that his life was forfeit if Sulla's men found him again. So Caesar decided it was finally time to leave Rome until Sulla died. He was technically pardoned a year later, but he was already out doing stuff and did not really want to risk coming back to Rome so soon with Sulla still lurking around. But the pardon did make it possible for Caesar to serve in the military while he was gone, and he would soon take advantage of that. And besides, he wasn't going to gain any real power in Rome until he got some accolades under his belt. Early on in 80 BC, Caesar was a young 20-year-old buck, and he joined up with Marcus Minucius Thermus, the governor of Asia Minor, who was preparing to set siege to the city of Mytilene on the Isle of Lesbos. Caesar did this because he could not yet return to Rome, and he needed to gain experience as a soldier if he was going to have a successful political career. Right away, Marcus Thermus could tell that Caesar was a smooth talker, and that he could probably do a good job as a negotiator. So Thermus sent Caesar to the kingdom of Bithynia, with the goal of raising a fleet of ships to aid in the upcoming siege of Mytilene. Caesar was successful in gathering the fleet that he was sent for, but it took a lot longer than everyone expected. And it was even more suspicious when Caesar willingly decided to return to Bithynia only a few days after bringing the fleet of ships back to Marcus Thermus, causing Caesar's contemporaries to speculate that maybe he was there for more personal and embarrassing reasons. King Nicomedes of Bithynia had a reputation of being a dirty old horn dog, and some of Caesar's peers thought that maybe he had given himself to Nicomedes in a sexual relationship. And what was worse in the eyes of the Romans was that Caesar was rumored to have been the bottom in this particular liaison, which was always seen as embarrassing and highly effeminate in the eyes of most Roman men. Some of Caesar's biggest detractors started to call him the Queen of Bithynia, and it worked like a charm to piss him off beyond belief.
Before the storming of Mytilene, the pro-praetor had sent him to the court of King Nicomedes of Bithynia to arrange for the dispatch of a squadron of warships to support the Roman campaign. Bithynia was a client kingdom, allied to Rome and obliged to make such contributions. Nicomedes was elderly and had doubtless encountered Caesar's father, which probably ensured that the welcome given to the son was especially warm. The youth seems to have revelled in the luxury he encountered, and was accused of lingering far longer than was necessary to perform his task. Caesar was young, had led a comparatively sheltered life because of the burdens of the Flaminate, and was getting his first taste of the wider world and of royalty. He was also moving amongst those steeped in the Hellenic culture that was so admired by the Roman aristocracy. Any of this might explain his tarrying overlong at the king's court, but gossip soon spread that the real reason was that Nicomedes had seduced the youth. Stories began to circulate, portraying Caesar as a very willing lover, claiming that he had acted as the king's cupbearer at a drunken feast attended by a number of Roman businessmen. Another tale had him being led by the royal attendants into the royal bedroom, dressed in fine purple robes, and left reclining on a golden couch to wait for Nicomedes. The rumors spread rapidly, and were fed when Caesar returned to Bithynia not long after leaving, claiming that he needed to oversee the business affairs of one of his freedmen. It was a scandal that would dog Caesar throughout his life. The Roman aristocracy admired most aspects of Greek culture, but it never openly accepted the celebration of homosexuality that had been espoused by the nobility of some Greek cities. Those senators who took male lovers tended to do so discreetly, but even so would often be held up to public ridicule by political opponents. The dislike of homosexuality appears to have been fairly widespread in most social classes at Rome, and it was seen as something that weakened men. In the army, homosexuality within the camp was a capital offense from at least the 2nd century BC.
There is no proof whatsoever that these allegations are even remotely true, but Caesar was always sensitive about this subject for the rest of his life, causing many people to be even more suspicious that there might have been some truth to these rumors. And his enemies would have latched onto this story like a tick, using it as a weapon against the power-hungry Caesar, who was normally very hard to criticize because he was so smart and talented in most other aspects of his life. These rumors of being gay with King Nicomedes was one of the very few things that his enemies could make fun of him for, and it drove Caesar nuts whenever anyone brought these rumors up. If they are true, there is nothing at all wrong with it, but I am sure that Caesar would be incredibly pissed off if he heard that people were still talking about these rumors of him being gay some 2,000 years after his death. But let's move on from the Queen of Bithynia allegations. Probably not too long after Caesar returned from Bithynia, and returned with the fleet of ships that he was supposed to acquire, Caesar then took part in the siege of Mytilene. I can't quite find the exact circumstances of his participation in the battle, or exactly when this all happened, but we do know that Caesar won the Civic Crown Award for bravery at Mytilene.
As a young man, he served 2 years in the military, and he won a Civic Crown, Rome's Medal of Honor, for saving a fellow citizen's life in battle in Rome's eastern provinces. It was a prestigious award that Caesar wore with pride.
The Civic Crown is the Roman version of the Medal of Honor. It was supposed to have been awarded for acts of extreme bravery, or for saving the life of a fellow Roman citizen, while putting your own life at risk. I would assume that this means that Caesar took part in some kind of hard fighting, but we do not know for sure.
None of our sources preserve any details of the exploit that led to Caesar being awarded the crown, but the Corona Civica was never lightly bestowed and commanded immense respect.
I think that he did do some hard fighting because he was young, strong, and brave, and throughout his story there have been multiple times where he got real close to the fighting and was never scared to pick up a sword and shield and get involved with his troops. If he had never been in battle before in his entire life, he would have been more reluctant to get himself involved as he got older. But I also don't think that Caesar would have been fighting as hard as most other legionnaires would have been required to during their career. He probably fought just enough to get the Civic Crown and show his peers that he was not a coward or gay, but I doubt that he would have been voluntarily asking his superiors to put him into extra combat roles. Regardless of how hard Caesar had to fight in order to earn the Civic Crown, there is no doubt that this award was just what he needed to give his political career a strong boost when he got a little bit older. And winning this award at such a young age made it so that he was on the right trajectory from very early on. When Caesar returned to Rome,
sometime in 78 BC, he decided that he was going to serve as the Roman version of a lawyer. And he was damn good at it too. The great statesman Cicero got much of his reputation from being a lawyer as well, and it was common practice for patricians to work as lawyers so that they could get practice in oration and arguing with others in a formal setting, which is not an easy thing to do, by the way. And Caesar was probably great at being a lawyer. It plays to his strengths, and he was never afraid of speaking against an angry crowd, no matter how bitter the opposition was. He would argue to a crowd of hundreds on something that made them bitterly angry, and he would still sway half of the crowd to his side just because he was a great speaker that knew how to make good arguments to a lot of people.
Julius Caesar was brilliant in his ability to relate to people, to make them like him, but he was also one of the greatest writers and one of the greatest public speakers. Julius Caesar could make you do what he thought you should do by giving you a speech.
And being a lawyer was beneficial to Caesar's career because he could network with other politically inclined people, and you never know when a powerful benefactor could be in need of a good young lawyer. One of the cases that he took on that gave him a lot of renown was the prosecution of Gnaeus Cornelius Dolabella, who was one of Sulla's lieutenants and later the proconsul of Macedonia. Dolabella won a triumph for his victories against the Thracians, but it was his governance of Macedonia that got him in trouble with Caesar in the year 77 BC. He was accused of extortion for taking advantage of his position and generally just being a shitty governor. It was a scandal in and of itself that Caesar would formally prosecute Dolabella, but there was little chance that Caesar was ever going to win the case, and I think he probably knew that going into it. Gaius Aurelius Cotta and Quintus Hortensius both defended Dolabella in this case, and in the end he was found not guilty and was acquitted on all charges. But there was plenty of damage done to Dolabella's reputation, and Caesar himself gained plenty of reputation points for having the balls to even take this case to trial. Granted, these reputation points were in the eyes of the plebeian class, who did not have quite as much power as the patricians, but it was still helping Caesar's reputation overall. The other patricians at that time were not so happy with Caesar for taking one of their own to trial, especially for taking him to trial for extortion, because pretty much every other Roman governor out there was doing exactly the same kind of shit. They were just better at hiding it. And Caesar himself would do something similar to the people of Gaul during his own conquests later on. So Caesar was not in the good graces of his fellow patricians after that trial, and he decided that he needed to get out of there for a while to let things cool down. It was then that he decided to go to Rhodes to study with the famous philosopher and teacher named Apollonius, who was also the teacher of other prominent Romans, with Cicero being one of the most important and famous former students Apollonius ever had. In the 2002 movie about Caesar's life, starring Jeremy Sisto and Chris Noth, Apollonius was supposed to be Caesar's slave that he brought home to teach his daughter Julia, but that was far from the truth. The footage I'm showing you of Apollonius might have been what he looked like, but he was never Caesar's slave. Why I decided to bring that up, I do not know, but that's about where I'm going to leave it for this section. Sometime in 75 BC, Caesar was captured by pirates on his way to the island of Rhodes. He was headed there to further his education and work on oratory skills with the famous teacher named Apollonius. Caesar did not have any armed escort really at all on his voyage to Rhodes, and it made him a prime target for the pirates that had been terrorizing the Mediterranean and Aegean Sea, where Caesar's ship had been captured. The pirates took him to a well-hidden cove that the pirates thought was impossible to find for someone who did not know the way, which allowed them to wait patiently without the worry of being caught for Caesar's men to go wherever they had to go in order to get the ransom money. When the pirate captain suggested that Caesar's family should pay a ransom of 20 talents of silver, Caesar was insulted, and he said that he should up the amount to 50 talents of silver instead.
What kind of ransom do you get for a Roman these days?
2 talents.
But I'd pay 3 to watch a Roman drown.
You get 50 for me alive.
And who would collect it?
They would.
And the captain was not going to turn that down. It took Caesar's men more than a month to collect the funds, roughly 38 days, and Caesar was stuck with the pirates for that entire time. Perhaps Caesar thought that he would have been able to keep the money after he got rescued, and that's why he demanded more money. I mean, there's no real way to know what he was thinking when he brazenly told those pirates to ask for more.
When the pirates demanded a ransom of 20 talents, Caesar burst out laughing. "Don't you know who I am?" he said. And he volunteered to pay 50. Plutarch.
Perhaps he wanted to make sure that the pirates would not just outright kill him because they got tired of waiting. They would be much more patient to wait for 50 talents of silver than they would be for 20 talents. Right off the bat, as a prisoner for the pirates, Caesar was as arrogant and bullheaded as you could imagine. He simply refused to behave like a typical captive, and he was ballsy enough to straight up disrespect these pirates to their faces, even though Caesar's life was literally in their hands. He would stay in one of the ship's cabins, and he would write poetry and write scripts for speeches that he would read aloud to the crew. And when the pirates were not as interested or enthusiastic as Caesar thought they should have been, he had the gall to insult them and call them illiterate fools right to their faces for not being sufficiently impressed. I mean, can you imagine the balls on this guy? Caesar would shush the pirates when they were too loud, when he wanted to sleep. And every now and again, he would tell the pirates that he was going to have them all crucified, which the pirates found to be a hilarious joke.
Whenever he wanted to sleep, he would tell them to stop talking. He also read them his poetry, and if they failed to admire his work, he would call them to their faces illiterate savages, and would often laughingly threaten to have them all hanged. Plutarch.
He was captured by the pirates, and he never said that he would do anything other than get them punished when he was finished, and they thought this was a wonderful piece of youthful bravado.
Caesar would participate in the games that the pirates played to fight off boredom, and Caesar would always talk to them like he was their superior and they were his subordinates. The dude had no shortage of arrogance and sheer dumb bravery, but he was also a man of his word. So when the ransom was paid after 38 days, Caesar went free and immediately began raising a force of his own in the city of Miletus, even though he had no real authority or military office that would allow him to command troops in the name of Rome. But he was naturally influential, and he was a bona fide Roman patrician that might not have any power right now, but everyone around him probably knew that that would change soon enough. So somehow he was able to gather a force that was big enough to challenge the pirates. Caesar took his newly raised naval force and chased down the pirates that held him hostage. He found them on the same island where they had kept him while they were waiting for the ransom. They didn't think that Caesar was going to be able to find the hideout after he had left, but they were dead-ass wrong about that one, and they would pay for that mistake with their lives. So Caesar took the pirates hostage, just like they had done to him, and he took them back to Miletus to have them punished. But the governor of that town was more interested in selling the pirates into slavery and making some money, rather than feeding into the ego of this young Roman who did not actually have any authority just yet. But Caesar was not having any of that. He made a promise to see all of them crucified for capturing him, and he meant to keep that promise. So he waited until the governor was no longer paying attention to the pirates, and Caesar went to where they were being held, and he had every single one of them crucified, just like he said he would. But because the pirates had been relatively good to him during his days in captivity, so Caesar had his men slit the throats of the pirates before having them crucified, which was a clear sign of respect, since crucifixion was beyond horrible and excruciating, to a degree that no one in the modern world could possibly imagine what that kind of pain is like, not without experiencing it firsthand yourself. So if you ask me, there is no doubt that Caesar having his men slit the throats of the pirates before a crucifixion, that was indeed a mercy.
He wasn't entirely ruthless. One of his biographers says that though he had them crucified, which is the appropriate punishment for piracy, he had their throats cut first so they didn't suffer, because by that time he actually knew them. as people. But you have to remember that piracy was a very great scourge of the Mediterranean world at that time. And lots of people were taken hostage, and some of them sold on the slave market. So I'm afraid his attitude toward them was absolutely typical, I think, and in a way justified.
The entire episode with the pirates is one of the most famous stories about Caesar that is very popular to make videos about on YouTube. And it's a story that makes Caesar look like a complete badass who always keeps his promises. That's a reputation that Caesar would have happily lied for if he thought that he could get away with it. So there is always the chance that this story is just pure bullshit. But since Plutarch and Suetonius both talk about it, albeit with two totally different versions of the story, I think it's very likely that the story is at least somewhat true. But that's all the time I want to spend on the pirates. We still have a lot more stuff to go over in this chapter, and I don't want to make this part too long, so let's move on. After the pirates, some sources say that Caesar went and raised his own army and took part in the Third Mithridatic War for about 2 years. But then other sources contradict that. Britannica says that he was involved with the Mithridatic conflict and raised a private army to fight with. But I tend to think that it was more likely that he simply joined an army and served in that capacity. If he really did raise and arm an entire force of his own, I wonder where he got all that money from. And I wonder just how many troops he actually had under his command. Are we talking about a group of 20 guys, or 200, or 2,000? Because at this point in the story, Caesar was a patrician, but he was basically a nobody that just had a old and respected name, but no experience at all in war. His last name could only count for so much. And I don't think that thousands of troops would have been willing to join Caesar's army when he was barely 26 years old and had no experience whatsoever in the art of war. But then again, maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe he was able to somehow raise a full-fledged army and lead a campaign of his own against Mithridates at the young age of 26, without the Senate of Rome ever giving him legitimate authority to command troops. But that just does not seem realistic to me. The army that Caesar raised, if he raised an army at all, would have had to have been relatively small. 100 guys or less, maybe. But then again, maybe not. I can't find proof either way. I'm just saying what I think is most likely. But with or without a personal army, Caesar spent about 2 years fighting in the Mithridatic War.
Your victories abroad are well known, as is your insolence in waging battle against the allies of Mithridates, absent proconsul's permission.
This all would have been going on around the same time as the Spartacus rebellion, and we have no idea one way or the other if Caesar was involved with that. Logic would say that he was not, because he was busy with the Mithridatic War. Of course, the History Channel is happy enough to go with the version where Caesar met Crassus during the Spartacus revolt and worked closely with him to bring down Spartacus, but the truth is likely much more boring. And Caesar and Crassus probably met sometime in 59 BC, when Crassus was trying to push through his tax farming bailout by helping to elect a consul that would help him push that law through, which ended up being Caesar. But there are many people out there that want to think that Caesar and Crassus met during the Spartacus revolts, because the show Spartacus on Starz had Caesar be the right-hand man of Crassus, because that's a much more romantic and exciting version of the story. The hard truth, I think, is that Spartacus was simply not big enough of a problem to make Caesar want to be involved. Dealing with Spartacus was seen as more of an annoyance than an opportunity to gain glory and status. And for that reason, I think Caesar would have been less than interested in participating in the Spartacus rebellion. Hollywood desperately wants Spartacus to be this great big hero who fought valiantly for his fellow slaves. But really, when all things were said and done, he was more of a glorified brigand, or a raider. That was little more than an interesting news story for the Roman population. Spartacus did not actually change anything at all. He made enough of a ruckus that Rome felt that it was time to punish the slaves very harshly. But the rest of the Roman Republic did not really care. But that is all neither here nor there for what we're talking about today. The point of this section is, I'm skeptical of the fact that Caesar raised an army of his own. I don't think that he participated in the Spartacus rebellion, and I don't think that he met Crassus until later on in 59 BC. But that's about all there is for this section, so let's leave it there. Most likely as a result of Caesar winning the civic crown, he was given the position of military tribune back in Rome. When he came back, he had won a bunch of glory in battle as a soldier, and he would start to build up his career so that one day he could earn glory as a commander. A military tribunate was not exactly a commanding role. It was more of an administrative position with a military flavor. I'm sure there were duties that came with this office, but I can't find the exact details of what this position entailed. He would have had this position between the years of 73 and 71 BC. During this time, Caesar had not quite yet made a real name for himself, and the details of what he was up to are mostly unclear. This part of Caesar's life is kind of shrouded in mystery, but it's not like he was up to anything that was all that interesting either. He was just doing his thing as a Roman in his late 20s who did not have a significant office just yet. He was trying to make it day by day, but also trying to earn glory for himself so he can take his career to the next level and set himself apart from the other patricians.
It's one of the things about the Roman system is that the moves are all mapped out in advance. There's a thing called the cursus honorum, which is a list of the offices that you go through in order. And in fact, he has a pretty orthodox career, starting with military service, then getting your lowest magistracy, which gives you membership of the Senate, and gradually working your way up these offices.
So for the sake of saving time, I'm going to skip over Caesar's early military tribunate and move on to the next section. In 69 BC, nice, Caesar was elected as Quaestor, which is essentially a government financial administrator. This office was one of the first offices that Caesar held that had any real consequence, and it is basically the real beginning of Caesar's political career. Unfortunately, during the same time that Caesar's career is finally taking off, his wife, Cornelia, dies.
Cornelia. Cornelia, wake up. Oh, please, stay with me. No. Cornelia, please. Please. Oh, God.
The same wife that Caesar had refused to divorce when Sulla demanded that he let her go and marry one of his own relatives. If Caesar was willing to put his life in such danger for the sake of Cornelia, he must have really loved her, even though he was almost certainly just as unfaithful with her as he always was with every other wife he had afterwards. But Caesar refusing to divorce Cornelia when Sulla pressed him to, that was a brave thing, and it showed that he did at least care for Cornelia. When Cornelia died, Caesar broke tradition to have a large and public funeral for her. Usually when wives died, it did not warrant a big funeral in the eyes of the Romans, but Caesar felt that his wife deserved it, and good for him. Either that, or he saw an opportunity to increase his gravitas by having a large funeral. He gave a long and passionate speech to the many onlookers, and he successfully boosted his name just a little bit more with this display.
My name is Gaius Julius Caesar. I've come here to honor my wife. I've also come here to make a promise to you all.
In the 2002 movie about Caesar, which is actually a pretty good movie, albeit a little bit inaccurate sometimes, they have Cornelia's funeral be the moment when Rome's people finally start recognizing Caesar as a household name. In the next scene, after Caesar's passionate and patriotic speech, he is seen walking through the town with his daughter Julia, and everyone who sees him starts to greet him by name. Because after Cornelia's death, Caesar's career would be only going upwards from there. So Cornelia's funeral is kind of looked at as this pivotal breaking point where Caesar finally started going upwards in his political path. But whether or not this really was that important of an event, I don't know. But something definitely changed with Caesar after Cornelia's funeral, and he was much more driven to raise himself up as one of Rome's biggest politicians. Two years later, in 67 BC, Caesar married Pompeia, who was a relative of the great Pompey Magnus, who by this point is probably Rome's most famous and celebrated hero. So this was a big match for Caesar, because at this time, Pompey was much bigger than Caesar was, and marrying into Pompey's family was definitely a beneficial arrangement for Caesar. I doubt that Caesar and Pompeia knew each other very well before their marriage, but it's possible that they did know each other. This was definitely a match that was done for political advantage, and I doubt that there was very much passion going on between them. And this marriage would go on to be the shortest marriage that Caesar ever had, because of a controversy that would happen about 5 years from this point, but we will get to that in due time. There was also likely a big age gap between Caesar and Pompeia, up to about 15 years, depending on when Pompeia was born. But Caesar himself was only about 33 at this point. So if Pompeia was only about 16, which was very possible, there would not have been much in common between them. Most of the time, Caesar would have been out there cheating on her with other women, or he would have been gone somewhere doing his various jobs that he was elected for. So I don't think that the connection between Pompeia and Caesar was very strong at all. But that's about all there is to say on Caesar's second marriage as of right now. Or third marriage, depending on if you count Caesar's first fiancée, Cassutia. But let's leave it there and move on to the next section. Perhaps before Caesar left for Spain in order to perform his duties as Quaestor, Caesar spoke in favor of Pompey Magnus being put in charge of getting rid of the insane amount of pirates that had been terrorizing the Mediterranean for a long time up to that point. The Senate was dragging their feet when it came to dealing with the pirate problem because they did not want to create another Sulla by making any one man too powerful. But something had to be done. And to deal with the pirates, a lot of power would have had to have been given to the person in charge of handling it. There was a lot of arguing and bickering, and you can believe that Cato the Younger made himself into a huge, obstinate nuisance like he always did whenever anyone wanted to get anything done. So Caesar had to strongly come out in support of appointing Pompey as the guy to handle the pirates, because no one else would. Pompey was the only candidate that everyone could agree on, even if he wasn't everyone's first pick.
See, Rome should go hungry because Cato can't find a single man he can trust. Not every man with an army would take the state. I propose we let a man, a single man, lead us out of the dark. I propose Pompey. All those in favor?
Many senators were afraid of the ambitious Pompey and were reluctant to give him so much sanctioned power. Caesar had just married into Pompey's family, and he was very much trying to gain Pompey's favor, however he could, so Caesar advocated for Pompey, and they eventually got their way. Pompey was given the full powers he needed, and he was given funding to gather a large army to deal with the problem. And to Pompey's credit, he got rid of the pirates seemingly overnight. At least that's how it felt to the public. Within 2 weeks, it was like the pirates never existed. He accomplished that by mostly offering pardons to the biggest groups of pirates. He offered nice land for the pirates to settle on that would be far away from anyone who wanted to get revenge for their past actions. And the pirates would not be prosecuted for their crimes if they surrendered peacefully. That was enough to get most pirates to lay down their swords. The ones that refused to surrender, Pompey killed most expeditiously. And just like that, the pirates were dealt with, and Pompey was seen as the hero and savior of Rome yet again. My assumption is that Caesar left for Spain right after making his case for Pompey to be given the power he needed to get rid of the pirates, and he probably felt a lot better about being on the ocean this time around. As for his role as Quaestor, he was essentially a low-level financial officer that helped manage the logistics of running a colony in a distant land with people that did not want the Romans there in the first place. Forceful, long-term occupation takes a lot of logistics and resources to maintain, and a big part of Caesar's job as Quaestor was to make sure that everything was being done as cheaply and efficiently as possible. and to make sure that the Roman merchants that were there were making as much money as they could. And Caesar also made sure that the Roman tax collectors were squeezing the locals as much as they could without sparking a revolt, which is all pretty standard stuff for the Roman Republic. And I'm sure the people of Spain were chafing under the Roman system that did not give any basic rights to people who lived outside of Italy. In a place like Spain, you would have been little more than a slave who gets to decide where he works and gets to choose where his meager house would be. I mean, that's definitely better than being a bona fide slave, that's for sure, but there was pretty much no such thing as upward mobility for the common people living in provincial Rome. If you lived in Rome proper, in Italy, and were a full-fledged Roman citizen, you would have had quite a few perks that would have made it much easier to accumulate wealth. But most of that was subsidized by the people who had no rights at all and were being forced to work for the benefit of Rome. Caesar's job as Quaestor was to maintain that status quo in his assigned area. And I'm sure that Caesar was just as good at that job as he was every other job he did throughout his life. And I bet you the people that lived under Caesar's rule as Quaestor probably would not have had the best reviews, because you know that Caesar would have been doing the best possible job he could in order to gain attention to himself as being someone who you want to promote and have work on bigger and more important things. And the people working and living under Caesar would have had to have paid the price for that. But that's about as far as I want to go in this section. So let's leave it there and we'll move on. Just after Caesar and Pompeia got married, and after he had spoken in favor of Pompey being given powers to get rid of all the pirates, there was an incident during his quaestorship of Hispania Ulterior, where he was required to gather and command a small contingent of troops and handle an insurrection of one of the local Spanish tribes. This is not something that Caesar was very proud of, however, because during this insurrection, Caesar called for a truce meeting between both sides, assumingly so they could hammer out a ceasefire agreement. But instead of doing all of that boring shit and having to give the other side concessions, the young and inexperienced Caesar decided that it would be easier to order all of his men to ambush the tribe, capture their leaders, and put everyone to death. This was certainly not one of Caesar's most glorious episodes in his military career. There is not a whole lot of details about what happened, so I can really only guess as to how it all went down, but I am sure that it was not a pretty sight. It was very dishonorable, no matter what way you look at it. Breaking a truce agreement like that is just never a good thing. But without having more details about what happened, we simply cannot say whether or not Caesar was in the right or not, although it certainly does not look like he was in the right, based on what little we do know. Sometime when Caesar was still in Spain for his quaestorship, I don't know exactly when, there is a story about how Caesar encountered a statue of Alexander the Great, and the experience affected him so much that he was said to have dropped to his knees and openly wept in front of the statue, crying that he was the same age as the great Conqueror, but had not achieved anywhere near as much as Alexander did.
Do you consider that I have not just cause to weep when I realize that Alexander at my age had conquered so many nations, and I, in all this time, have done nothing that is memorable?
When he was 31, he was appointed as an official to Rome's Spanish colony. It was there that, coming upon a statue of Alexander the Great, Caesar is said to have wept with envy. Before Alexander had died, aged just 32, he had conquered most of the known world. Caesar felt that he, as yet, had achieved nothing. He returned to Rome, more determined than ever.
Ignoring the fact that Alexander was born as an incredibly wealthy Prince of Macedon and was in a much better position than Caesar to make a lot of progress early on in his life, as opposed to Caesar, who had a much more modest birth and had to work his way up to the point where he could conquer huge chunks of territory.
And Caesar wept, saying, "When Alexander was my age, he had conquered the whole known world, and here I am, and I've accomplished nothing." Little could he have known that in time he would accomplish so much that people would speak the name Alexander and Caesar in virtually the same breath.
I dare say that if Caesar had been born as a prince of Macedon at the height of their power, Caesar might have been far more effective than Alexander was. But as I've said before, and I'll say again, we do not deal in what-ifs on this channel. What does matter is that Caesar was said to have been deeply affected by seeing the statue of Alexander the Great, and was much more motivated afterwards to make a strong mark on history. So you can say that Alexander the Great played a significant role in motivating Caesar to become great himself, just like so many other prominent leaders from history who studied Alexander's life to motivate themselves to be better. In 66 BC, Caesar was appointed as Surveyor for the Appian Way. And if you don't already know, the Appian Way was basically Rome's biggest and most important highway that connected Rome to Capua, and then all the way down to Brundisium. Needless to say, it was an important road that needed a lot of attention and maintenance to stay safe for citizens to travel, along with all of the trade that came with them. When Caesar was surveyor, he used a lot of his own money to improve the Appian Way. To be honest, much of Caesar's career in general was spent funding projects that would have been of material value to the common people of Rome, which is why they loved him so much. He firmly believed that his power would come from the love of the people, and I think that he wanted to see Rome's population be as productive and happy as they could be, given the difficult nature of life at that time, which was a fundamental disagreement between the Populares faction and the Optimates. The Populares wanted to do things to support the people, and the Optimates wanted to maintain the status quo and keep the power in the hands of the patricians. And Caesar was very much on the side of the Populares.
Caesar absolutely hates the Optimates. Optimus means the best. These are the best people. And undoubtedly, the Optimates in Rome think of themselves in those terms. But what Rome needs is not this mob rule, this horrendous appeal to the unwashed masses.
When it comes to Caesar and the Appian Way, he really only spent about 1 year in this position, and the exact details of what he did as curator of the Appian Way are also somewhat unclear. It's likely that he had workers clear the roads of debris. He had them pave over rough areas that would cause cartwheels to break, and generally patrol the area to make sure that bandits were not interfering with trade. There's a bunch of things that he would have been doing as surveyor of the Appian Way, and none of it is all that much fun to talk about. So let's move on. The next big step in Caesar's career was serving as Aedile, which was basically a government office that was dedicated to partying. Aediles had other responsibilities as well, such as maintaining certain buildings and temples, but a big part of their job was to organize and promote festivals and games to entertain people with. And Aediles who were found to be lacking in this regard would have had a lot of political damage done to their career. Anyone who was seen as skimping in this type of political office would have had a hard time getting people to vote for them later on for more important and impactful positions. And Caesar knew this well, and he did not spare any expense when it came to putting on games and festivals, all of which was done with money that he personally borrowed. This was the expectation, and for Caesar to build his political career, he had to follow the usual path, all of which required a metric assload of money. This is why only the richest families were usually involved with politics. Caesar's family was certainly old and well respected, but they were broke as hell compared to many other old families in Rome at the time. And if you had money, you were able to participate in politics. This required Caesar to go into some pretty insane levels of debt.
He had enormous debts that he had borrowed from campaign contributors, I guess we would call them, from supporters of one sort or another, so that when he held lower offices, he could give the most spectacular gladiatorial combats, and people would be talking about what a great man he was.
And he stayed in debt for most of his life until he reached the pinnacle of his career, where he started to pull an incredible amount of wealth. but we will talk about that later. At this point in his life, he would have been around 35, and he would have been up to his eyeballs in debt. And it would only get worse as he climbed the political ladder, until he reached the pinnacle that I just mentioned earlier. But I think that most of his creditors knew that he would rise high politically. It was just a matter of time before he would get into a position that would allow him to pay back his debts. But he would always be dealing with one creditor or another that wanted their money back right now. And he would always have no real way to pay without borrowing from another creditor. It would be a few more years until he met his ultimate creditor that would allow Caesar to supercharge his career. But for the meantime, he was dealing with a whole multitude of different creditors that all had different demands and different expectations. So it must have been a serious juggling act to keep all of them happy. In 65 BC, where we are right now in the story, he was still pretty low on the hierarchy, and therefore he had very few ways of getting a hold of money aside from borrowing. But through his borrowing, he still managed to impress the people with lavish games and festivals, and he significantly boosted his reputation with these expenditures. Many other patricians criticized him for being wasteful and blowing money too fast, but he was actually getting a great deal of goodwill with the people at a knockdown price, because the bigger he got in terms of popularity, the more expensive it would become to buy the love of the people. And his efforts as Aedile gave him a reputation as a politician that would happily spend money on the people if they voted him in. And in a society and government like the one that they had in Rome, that was as valuable as gold or silver all day long. The people remembered who spent money on them and who didn't. And when elections came around, that affected the results. Sometime in 63 BC, the election for Pontifex Maximus was quickly approaching, which basically translates to greatest pontiff or greatest priest, except Pontifex Maximus sounds a whole hell of a lot cooler. It almost sounds like a metal band. This was an incredibly important election that could give Caesar a massive boost to his reputation and political and financial position. The preparations for the election had been a lot of work and had been incredibly costly to Caesar and his lenders. So much so that if he were to lose the election, he would have been in financial ruin, unable to keep climbing the political ladder. He very much needed the income and financial opportunities that the Pontifex Maximus came with in order to stay afloat long enough to get himself into a governorship that would allow him to make enough money to pay back his debts and maintain his expensive and growing lifestyle. So this was a sort of make it or break it moment.
Had he failed to win election for Pontifex Maximus, he might have ended up a Cataline.
There would have been very few legitimate ways for Caesar to pay back the money that he had borrowed without advancing further in politics. So the stakes were extremely high for Caesar at this point. The morning of the election, Caesar gave his mother, Aurelia, a big hug and kiss before he left, and he told her that he would either see her again as the Pontifex Maximus, or he would not return at all.
Caesar left his house on the morning of the election. He turned to his mother and told her that he'd either return as a victor, or he wouldn't come home at all.
There were always politicians falling off the political ladder when they got to a point where they could no longer borrow enough money to keep going. And without a rich family to back you up, you had to stay winning in order to keep playing the game. Any big losses would often mean the end of aspiring political careers, even for someone with a name as well respected as Julius Caesar's, which is why he told his mother that he would either win or not come back at all. He might have been very concerned before the election, but he probably did not need to be. He had borrowed an ass load of money to issue tons of bribes.
Caesar, 24 votes and counting. Keep it up.
And he was very likable and influential by this point in the story. So much so that he might have had a good chance at winning the election even without the bribes. But I think that he was just nervous because of all the pressure that his lenders were putting on him to keep on winning elections and getting closer to being able to pay back his debts. As for the position of Pontifex Maximus itself, it was a really sweet gig for someone like Caesar. a patrician whose family did not have a lot of money and had been living in very modest houses for a long time. Because the Pontifex Maximus came with a gigantic residence that was located in probably one of the best real estate locations in the entire city of Rome, right in the heart of the Forum. And the position of Pontifex Maximus was a lifetime appointment. So when he was borrowing the money for this position, it was like borrowing money for a mortgage at the same time, which is probably why he borrowed such a huge amount of money. He wanted to make sure that he actually won, and it was worth it because it came with one of the best houses in the entire city that he would be able to keep for his entire life.
He'd spent his money well. He won election to the post of Pontifex Maximus. For the rest of his life, he was Rome's senior priest. He also got to live in the Domus Publica. That's right down there. It's in the center of the Forum. Caesar was physically and politically at the very heart of things. It was another step up the political ladder.
One of the best parts of this position was that it was able to be held in conjunction with other political offices, like praetors, consuls, and governorships, making this the perfect opportunity for Caesar, who had big plans for his future.
This is an outrageous move. It is a blatant flouting of convention. It is arrogant. It is improper. But the thing is that Caesar doesn't really care for convention. Caesar is a gambler. Throughout his life, he is always rolling the dice.
This was a very unique opportunity that came with a lot of gravitas, and it would put his name on the tongues of every Roman in the entire city. The competition would have been very strong for the Pontifex Maximus, and I'm sure that his opponents put a huge amount of money into bribes as well, so Caesar had good reason to be nervous. But the election went off without a hitch, and he won by a large margin. This would have been the high point of Caesar's life so far. A huge, unique achievement that would make his further ascent in politics that much easier and fast-paced. And it probably would have felt amazing to win this highly coveted position over his rival Cato, who also ran for the Pontifex Maximus. And I'm sure this was a big reason why their rivalry grew to be so intense. Cato was probably bitter as all hell for losing out on this position. Another thing I want to talk about was that this was the point in Caesar's life where he started to really find an appreciation for the finer things in life. Caesar winning the Pontifex Maximus showed him how the highest society in Rome really liked to live, and it gave him the ability to live that same opulent lifestyle. He was still in crushing debt, but his debtors were willing to hold off on collecting their debts as long as Caesar was winning, meaning that he could use the money that he made from the Pontifex Maximus to live a much more expensive and flashy lifestyle than he ever would have been able to before.
He was so profuse in his expenses that before he had any public employment, he was hugely in debt. And many thought by incurring such expenses, he changed a solid good for what would prove a short and uncertain return. But in truth, he was purchasing what was of greatest value at an inconsiderable rate.
He threw a ton of expensive dinner parties in his glamorous new house that all of his peers desperately wished that they could have had. He spent lots of money on his many mistresses, and he used his new wealth and status to get tons more women in bed. And Caesar developed an expensive taste for collecting the finest pearls, silks, and artwork, as well as starting to collect many holdings and properties all over Italy. This was all possible because he was not forced to pay back his debts right away. His house was paid for and maintained by the state, and on top of that, he received a generous income from being Pontifex Maximus. His lifestyle upgraded quite a lot after winning this position, and these opulent and expensive habits would only get more extreme as time went on, and his political position grew more powerful. Let's talk about the Cataline Conspiracy, because it will come up here and there throughout the timeline, and it was a very important event in Roman history. but Caesar himself was never directly involved with Cataline and his conspiracy, but he was accused by his enemies as being involved. Basically, Lucius Sergius Catilina wanted to overthrow the consuls of 63 BC and to take over control of Rome for himself and his followers. Marcus Tullius Cicero and Gaius Antonius Hybrida were the consuls for that year, and Cataline was pissed that he didn't win. Cataline gathered a rather large group of political outcasts who felt like they had been snubbed from political office. And he also gathered a bunch of other malcontents that were in the outgroup of the Roman political system, such as dispossessed farmers, veterans of Sulla who did not receive as many benefits as they felt that they deserved, and I'm sure plenty of others who felt like the old boys club that was Rome's government was simply not doing enough. I'm sure there was no shortage of discontents that Cataline could gather for support.
Cataline was seen as disreputable, as a womanizer whose friends, both male and female, tended to come from the wilder members of the aristocracy. Yet he also possessed great charm, and had the knack of commanding ferocious loyalty in his associates. The similarity to Caesar is striking, and it is tempting to see Cataline almost as what Caesar might have become.
Cicero found out about the Cataline Conspiracy in 63 BC, around the same time as Caesar moving into his new house and enjoying his new cush job as Pontifex Maximus. The Senate went completely ballistic when the news about the Cataline Conspiracy came to light, and Cataline himself fled to Etruria, where his army was waiting. So Rome was pretty much at war as soon as the conspiracy was brought to light, and there would be a decent amount of battles to come that was related to this conspiracy. But this was nothing that was so bad that the Roman populace itself was panicking. I mean, everybody was talking about it, but there was no real panic in the streets. Romans were used to wars going on at any given time across the Republic's vast holdings, so it took a pretty serious situation for Rome to panic. Cataline was a bit more close to home than Romans were used to, but the fighting was done pretty far from Rome itself. In December of 63 BC, Cicero uncovered 9 more conspirators and had them locked up for the Senate to decide what to do with them. And this meeting of the Senate was a rowdy and probably very entertaining spectacle. At first, everyone was as bloodthirsty as you could imagine, calling for the conspirators to be executed immediately. And then Caesar got up to speak and began swaying the crowd in the other direction.
And he says, what these conspirators have done is the most appalling crime for which there should be no mercy. But our ancestors have established laws. If we start executing Roman citizens, what will the Roman people make of it?
He said that the prisoners should instead be imprisoned for the rest of their lives in different Roman cities, locked away forever to contemplate their betrayal of Rome. He said that death was too final and easy of a solution, that the traitors would not be able to regret their decision if they were killed so quickly. His arguments were so powerful that many of the senators started switching sides and rooting for Caesar's idea of imprisonment.
Everyone has said, oh yes, we agree, they should be executed. Now they say, oh, Caesar's right. Of course, it's much better not to execute them and to have them imprisoned.
He said that death was too quick and final, and would make it so the prisoners would be freed from their troubles rather than having to suffer for what they had done. And he was honestly right about that. I don't think that people should be up and executed either.
He points out that it is against every law of the Roman state to put to death fellow citizens. This is an opportunity for him to sway the Senate, and he's not going to let it go to waste. And he does it very, very brilliantly. He's doing something radical, thinking outside the box, but at the same time, and this is the genius of it, he's casting himself as the defender of tradition.
But Cato the Younger, Caesar's arch rival and mortal enemy, showed up to get the crowd back into its bloodthirsty mood, as well as just to talk some shit about his most hated enemy, Julius Caesar. Cato poked holes in Caesar's idea, casting doubt on the logistics of imprisoning traitors of Rome, and complaining about how it would be so much more work for the Senate to decide exactly how to implement these new prison rules. And then he started laying in on how bad it was to betray Rome in the first place, and how traitors deserve only death, and that to let them live, even if they were in prison, would send the wrong message to their enemies. An interesting part of this story that I forgot to mention until the last minute was the time Caesar was delivered a hot and spicy letter right in the middle of the Cataline Conspiracy debate. The whole gathering saw the note that was given to Caesar, and Cato jumped on the opportunity to call out his greatest rival. But I will let the great Adrian Goldsworthy explain it to you.
The two men were sitting not far from each other, and Cato's replies became increasingly bitter, though he failed to provoke his opponent. Unlike Cicero, he freely cast aspersions on Caesar's conduct in recent months, demonizing him and claiming that his unwillingness to support the death penalty showed his sympathy for, and perhaps complicity in, the conspiracy. While this was going on, a note was brought in and quietly given to Caesar, presumably by one of his slaves. Cato saw this as an opportunity, declaring that his opponent was obviously in secret communication with the enemy. Caesar, who had quietly read the note, did not respond, but demurred when Cato demanded that he read the message aloud. Cato sensed a guilty conscience and became even more forceful, encouraged by approving shouts from all sides. Finally, Caesar simply handed the note to Cato, who was staggered to see that it was in fact a very passionate love letter from Servilia. With a despairing cry of, "Have it back, you drunk!" he hurled the message back to Caesar, whose patrician dignity and calm, self-confident style had not wavered throughout the exchange. It was a slightly odd form of abuse, for Caesar was renowned as abstemious when it came to alcohol, whereas Cato himself was a heavy drinker.
This must have been hilarious in person, to see Cato get all red-faced and embarrassed when he realized that his sister was doing the Roman version of sexting with his most hated enemy. Servilia was not shy about her love for Caesar. And for Cato to call Caesar a drunk was a classic case of the pot calling the kettle black. Cato was well known to have a strong taste for alcohol, and Caesar was basically the exact opposite, and everyone knew it. But anyway, regardless of how much better Caesar portrayed himself that night, it was not enough to sway the bloodthirsty crowd from executing the Catalinian conspirators. Cicero, the current consul of Rome, told the Senate that he would take responsibility for the decision, and with Cato's fire-breathing rhetoric, the crowd was ready for some blood. The prisoners were strangled behind closed doors not long after, which would absolutely come back and bite Cicero in the ass later on. But that's a story for another day. But as for Caesar, this day was a gigantic victory for his image, and the death of the conspirators was no great loss for his career. It served Caesar very well to be the voice of reason during this debate, and, for once in his life, portraying himself as the conservative, the defender of tradition, which was something that Caesar very rarely did throughout his career. He was more often the liberal than the conservative. So all in all, the Cataline Conspiracy was mostly a victory for him, until later on when he would be accused all over again of being one of the conspirators. But we will talk about that soon. Sometime after Caesar was elected to Pontifex Maximus, and was fully moved into his new address on the Via Sacra, the festival of the Bona Dea was planned to take place at the house of the Pontifex Maximus, Caesar's new house. This festival was basically a party that was strictly only for women, and all the women present were married to or related to the most powerful men in Rome. Caesar's mother, Aurelia, was likely the head mistress of the entire party, and she was a formidable woman who always supported her son's career. And she did her utmost to make sure that all the traditions were held and that the party went smoothly.
In the case of the Bona Dea, Caesar himself is not personally in charge because the Bona Dea is a female-only ritual, and so on this occasion, Caesar is going to have to rely on the women in his family.
Caesar's wife, Pompeia, was definitely a little bit sidelined by the more formidable Aurelia, who perhaps did not really trust that Caesar's new young wife would be up to the task of managing such an important ceremony. And that might be part of the reason why Pompeia would end up doing what she did.
Everybody who was anyone in Roman elite society who was also female would be part of the ceremony. So there's a lot of pressure on his household to perform the ceremony right, to perform it well, so that the gods that take care of Rome will be placated.
The Bona Dea festival was essentially a girls' night with a lot of rituals and praying, and I'm sure a whole lot of gossiping and talking. And under no circumstance was a man allowed to enter the house while the Bona Dea was taking place. But, as the story goes, Pompeia just could not wait until the next night to sleep with her side dude, whose name was Publius Clodius, and she tried to sneak him into the house so that she and him could get down and dirty. But it's also entirely possible that Clodius was there for someone else, for an entirely different reason. We just don't really know for sure. But the public definitely believed that Clodius was there to see Pompeia. The guy was a real wild card and could never be relied on to do what you expected him to do. And he was actively sleeping with Caesar's wife, Pompeia. Or at least that's what the people seemed to believe. Whether or not that was true is up for debate, and we don't have a lot of evidence either way. But he was supposed to be a tall and good-looking guy that would have been exciting in the eyes of Pompeia, who was a lot younger than her husband, Caesar, who would have been nearly 40 by this point. Pompeia could have been as young as her mid-20s, and Clodius and his family was well renowned for their good looks. So I tend to believe that Pompeia actually was sleeping with Clodius. And to be honest, I don't think that would have been that big of a problem for Caesar if she had not tried to sneak him into the Bona Dea festival and bring a whole bunch of attention to the situation. Caesar was notoriously unfaithful to every wife he ever had, and I'm pretty sure that he would have allowed his wife some leeway if she was able to keep everything private and not make a spectacle out of her unfaithfulness. But Pompeia supposedly did the opposite. The version of the story that I heard in Adrian Goldsworthy's book was that Clodius was waiting somewhere in the house for Pompeia to come and get him so they could go somewhere private to hook up. But someone else saw him while he was waiting, and she ran to tell Aurelia, Caesar's mother, who immediately had all the doors closed and locked before Clodius could escape. After the women in the house cornered him, Aurelia got a good long look at Clodius and was able to identify who he was. The Roman aristocracy was a pretty tight-knit group of people who all knew each other for the most part, so it would have been no trouble for someone to identify who Clodius was. Aurelia let him go, but the Bona Dea was effectively ruined, and the next day the scandal was on the lips of pretty much everyone in Rome. And quite a few people would have been worried sick about what kind of punishments the gods would have had for them for ruining such an important religious festival. Which is why Clodius was immediately taken to court, but the corrupt nature of the Roman court system would ensure that there would not be any serious punishments for the well-connected and wealthy Clodius. There was a court battle that ensued, and I'm sure it was a very entertaining spectacle for the crowd, but it was a farcical event that did not even really attempt to punish Clodius. He ended up getting off scot-free, and Caesar himself refused to testify against him, even though it was Caesar's wife that Clodius was supposed to have been sleeping with. But Clodius still had political value in Caesar's eyes, and Caesar was more worried about making use of Clodius that way rather than punishing him for sleeping with Pompeia. But Caesar's attitude towards his wife was not nearly as forgiving as he was towards Clodius. Even though there was no real direct evidence that could prove Pompeia did anything wrong, Caesar still divorced her on the spot, and Caesar's own rampant infidelity did not make a bit of difference.
If he can't control his women, if he can't control his family, it would reflect very, very badly on the Pontifex Maximus.
When people asked him why he divorced Pompeia when there was no proof of wrongdoing, Caesar was famous for saying, Caesar's wife should be beyond all suspicion.
If there's one thing that Caesar hates, it's the idea that people might be laughing at him. He doesn't want to seem a figure of ridicule. So what he does is brilliantly ruthless, brilliantly witty. He proclaims that he is going to divorce his wife, not because she had actually been conducting an affair, but because, as he puts it, Caesar's wife must be above suspicion.
And that was pretty much that. Nothing specific is known of what happened to Pompeia after the divorce, but there are rumors that she may have married one of Caesar's other supporters, Publius Vatinius, who would later be the guy to propose the bill that gave Caesar his command in Gaul, and he would later side with Caesar during the civil war against Pompey. But that is not relevant right now. The Bona Dea scandal ended with no one being punished for pretty much anything, and the public was generally disappointed with the outcome, which was often the case when it came to Roman court cases. But Clodius was simply too connected and had too much wealth on his side, and Clodius himself would go on to be a serious problem for pretty much everybody in Rome. But we're not talking about him right now, so let's move on. As for Caesar, he would go on to serve as praetor in the same year of 62 BC, while the whole Bona scandal was still playing out. Much of this whole year would be spent gossiping and fussing over the Bona scandal, which is why Caesar was so eager to divorce his young wife in order to distance himself from the scandal. When it comes to details of what he got up to as praetor during that time, again, are a bit hazy. But he would have definitely been in Rome at the time while serving that position, as praetors were supposed to be in Rome for that office. Mostly, they would oversee the courts and be a form of judge on important cases that came through their incredibly unfair and often totally rigged courts that Rome relied on to dispense justice. And he would also have duties to attend to as the Pontifex Maximus. Caesar was briefly suspended from his office of praetor for supporting legislation that would recall Pompey and his army back to Rome in order to quell the rising disorder that was taking place in Italy. But Metellus Nepos and Caesar both went too far when they tried to make this proposal, and the Senate suspended them both from their current offices. I'm not sure what Caesar and Metellus Nepos could have said that pissed off the Senate so badly, but the Senate was serious about their suspension. And for a little while, Caesar kept on going on with his usual routine as praetor, but that soon backfired, and his detractors began moving against him in order to get him to stop acting in his role of praetor without the permission of the Senate.
Caesar makes it clear that he has contempt for the old order, that he's not willing to play by the rules, that he's willing to impose his own rules, and that he has a genius and a talent, an ability to speak to the people and manipulate the system that make a lot of people very, very nervous.
So Caesar backed down and stopped performing his duties as praetor. But his suspension would be soon lifted after a group of supporters gathered outside of Caesar's house, and they all started pledging to help him get back his position. But Caesar expertly and diplomatically calmed down the crowd, and in doing so impressed his fellow patricians, who decided it would be best to reinstate Caesar and keep him happy than it would be to keep him on the outside, where they would never be able to tell what kind of scheme he was up to get his power back.
We shall have to watch him.
It was one of those times where it was better to keep your enemies close. If Caesar was still participating in government, he could be swayed to work with his peers rather than trying to destroy them. Which just goes to show that the Senate was at least a little bit afraid of Caesar. Whether or not this whole event was staged by Caesar himself is impossible to know. But I would not put it past him to pay a group of partisans to act like a grassroots movement to help him get his political career back on track. If he did pay the crowd to gather at his house like that, the plan the entire time was for him to talk everyone down and make himself look like the mature and trustworthy man who valued peace, which was not always the case in politicians back then. So Caesar got his job back as praetor and served out the rest of 62 BC in that capacity. Sometime during 62 BC, Caesar had to strongly reject accusations that he was in support of the Cataline conspirators that we talked about earlier. Because Caesar spoke in favor of letting some of the Catalinian conspirators live in captivity rather than face a death sentence, Caesar's political enemies were suspicious of his political involvement in the Cataline conspiracy, and they were eager to throw accusations against him for speaking in favor of imprisoning the captives rather than executing them. The captives were eventually executed, like I said earlier, but Caesar almost had the crowd up on his side when he made his arguments. But Cato the Younger came in later on and riled everyone up to have the prisoners executed. So it was only a matter of time before Cato and his friends decided to start accusing Caesar of being involved with the conspirators. Well, why'd you want to let them live in prison if you weren't on their side? That's kind of the attitude that they took. But there really was no proof of those accusations, and they would never prove that Caesar was involved with Cataline or his conspirators. Sometime in 61 BC, he was either elected or appointed as governor of Spain, and he was planning to set sail to manage his new mini-kingdom of his own. A lot of the reason that he was so eager to leave was because he was still heavily in debt, and his creditors were barking at him to repay, especially because of the recent allegations of being involved with the Cataline Conspiracy. And those creditors made it nearly impossible for Caesar to leave the city without paying up.
Caesar needed money badly. He was so far in debt that he had literally to run away from his creditor.
So he had no choice but to get in bed with Marcus Licinius Crassus, the richest Roman at that time, and have him pay off most of his debts.
Caesar, you wanted to see me?
Crassus, thank you for coming. From one of my creditors, they're threatening me with court.
What's your plan?
I've been thinking, perhaps you can help. I've never lost an election. If I was in your debt instead of theirs, think what you'd get back on your investment.
If I do this, I own you. You do know what that means.
For you, it means influence, favor.
For you, it means every single decision you face, your first thought will not be, how does this benefit Caesar? But how does this benefit Crassus? If you lose an election, even once, I will gut you for everything you own.
I know the risks.
So that Caesar could leave Rome and become the governor of Hispania Ulterior. Crassus was basically a property baron who got rich by buying land cheap and selling high, mostly through extortion and violence when he could not get his way peacefully. It is unknown when exactly Caesar met Crassus, but it did not take long for Crassus to see the value in his new young friend. So when Caesar asked Crassus to guarantee all of his debts so that he could leave the city and go to Spain, Crassus was ready to agree. He knew that he was going to get his money's worth out of Caesar before too long, and he was absolutely right to think so. It's just a shame that Crassus would die before he could really collect on his debts. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. That's still a long way off. As governor of Spain, Caesar would take all sorts of bribes and extort all kinds of money out of the locals with his new powerful position. And he would put all of that money right back into his political career, on top of borrowing more and more from Crassus whenever he needed it. And Spain is where he got some of his first experience commanding troops in battle, as the governor was expected to defend his land. Hispania would prove to be a great training ground for Caesar's future campaign in Gaul. Caesar's specific chunk of Hispania had been under Roman control for quite a while by the time Caesar got there, so the land was not exactly as wild and untamed as Gaul and the lands across the Rhine. His province was Hispania Ulterior, which was the southern tip of Spain, which had plenty of access to the Mediterranean and was a great hub for trade. Much of the inland of Hispania was unexplored and probably dangerous for Romans to venture into. But the Romans did have a decent enough hold on the region by the time Caesar arrived. But there was still a big problem with bandits all over the place, and there were still plenty of border conflicts that Caesar would have to deal with. Some of Caesar's peers made accusations of him being too harsh on the hostile tribes of Hispania, but there was not that much evidence that they could use to prove it, and only a few of Caesar's worst enemies were the ones making accusations. So the general population and much of the aristocracy did not think much of those accusations. When it came to the exact strategy and tactics that Caesar used, I'm going to skip over a lot of it. But as for Caesar's governorship of Hispania Ulterior, much of his military engagements were in the pursuit of gaining glory and making himself richer, rather than bringing stability to the area. He raised up 10 cohorts of troops within a few days of arriving in Spain, in addition to the 20 cohorts that were already there, and he would use these soldiers to great effect as he marched his way through the province. He fought the Gallici and the Lusitani and marched as far as the Atlantic, fighting just about every tribe that he encountered along the way. He would act like he was coming to the rescue of one tribe so that he could obliterate the tribe that was being more aggressive, which would end up being one of the most well-used strategies later on in his military career, especially when dealing with what Romans perceived as barbarians. After he got done fighting all of the tribes in front of him, he returned to his provincial headquarters so he could work on solving more civic problems that was causing trouble for the locals. One of the measures that Caesar took as governor in order to solve the bandit problem that was plaguing Hispania Ulterior was to limit the amount of money that debtors had to give to lenders that they owed money to, which is a huge reason why so many men were resorting to banditry, so they could pay off their debts and still feed their families. Under Caesar's rules, debtors only had to pay 2/3 of their income to the lender, and they could keep 1/3 to themselves. And that was supposed to be a good deal. And the peasants at that time were grateful for such a ruling. Man, what a time to be alive. Man, that must have been horrible. And you know that if you didn't pay, they were going to beat the shit out of you until you did. And there was no one you could really go to help. They would just tell you to pay your debt. But yeah, let's move on. Caesar was so successful during his campaign in Hispania that his soldiers were willing to declare him imperator, which was a profound honor that soldiers did not usually give out willy-nilly. Caesar had impressed his men greatly during the campaign, and he showed many signs of bravery in front of his men, and was never afraid to put his own life in danger in order to rally the men and get them to fight harder. Multiple times in Caesar's life, he was pushed to join his men on the field and yell all sorts of inspiring words at them in order to get the best out of his men. And that started pretty much right away in his campaign in Hispania.
You've beaten these barbarians before! You'll do it again! You're the greatest soldiers in the world! Forever!
Spain was Caesar's first foray into command, and his men were already willing to label him as imperator. And I think that is an achievement to be proud of, even if he did have to trample over thousands of natives to get that award. And I think a lot of the reason that Caesar's men were so willing to name him as imperator was because Caesar was always generous with his soldiers in terms of money and rewards. And that would have gone a long way in getting the rank and file to support Caesar. So when one of these soldiers brings up the idea of naming him imperator, there probably wasn't a whole lot of opposition because Caesar had willingly given his men a raise for their success on the campaign. Or maybe Caesar was just really, really brave in the eyes of his troops. It's hard to say, but soon after finishing his business in Spain, Caesar headed back to Rome. Early in 60 BC, Caesar was still governing Spain and fighting with the Lusitani, but the entire time that he was in Spain, he had agents and clerks working for him all over the place, and he managed all of them with letters, an absolute flood of letters. Dozens being sent out every day sometimes. It's possible that he actually divorced his wife Pompeia through the use of a letter. It cannot be understated how prolific of a letter writer that Caesar was. If he lived in the modern day where we could text and video chat and talk on the phone as much as you want, Caesar would have been a master with the keyboard. And by 60 BC, at the age of 40 years old, Caesar was well accustomed to the tedious busy work of being a powerful Roman general, senator, and governor, and priest. He had been working closely with Crassus for a few years by this point, which meant that he had vast wealth behind him. Crassus was incredibly rich, so Caesar was eager to advance his career to what he thought would be the pinnacle at that time. He wanted to run for consul. That had been his goal pretty much since he started to get into politics as a teenager. Becoming consul, that was the peak at this part of his life. And he knew that he was going to need more support if he was going to oppose the Optimates and get through the laws that he and Crassus wanted to pass.
He sets himself up quite deliberately as a person who will try to change the system of government. And he's a real threat to conservatives because Caesar appears as somebody who stands for something new. He stands out in every way as their antithesis, and there's very little they can do about it.
But before he could worry about that, he had to win the consulship. Crassus's money would pay for a huge amount of bribes to gather the votes.
And cast your vote for Julius Caesar.
and Caesar had been gathering popularity for a long time up to this point. Now was a great time for Caesar to run for consul. So when Caesar returned from Spain, still in his capacity as governor and commander of his troops, he requested that the Senate allow him a triumph, and to let him run for consul in absentia because he could not cross the Pomerium as a soldier, not until after he had his triumph. The Senate, led by Cato, was not going to let him have his way, because Caesar had not been present for quite some time, and Cato was determined to oppose Caesar at every turn, even if doing so would actually hurt his political position and drive Caesar and Pompey closer together by being so goddamn obtuse. I swear, Cato was his own biggest enemy. So Caesar had a choice. Either he could have his triumph and not run for consul that year, or he could run for consul and skip the triumph. He could not have both. Caesar was obviously very pissed off about this entire situation, and he knew that the triumph was not nearly as important as running for consul, because Caesar and Crassus both had important laws that they needed passed to help maintain their fortune. One of the most important was the tax farmers situation, where Caesar and Crassus both had a stake in the tax farmers' business. They were eager to pass a law where the tax farmers would not have to pay the state as much as they originally agreed upon, which would increase Caesar and Crassus's profit, so they very much had a personal stake in the laws that they were passing, at least a few of them, and Crassus had many other laws that he wanted passed as well. So running for consul was very much important, and it was much higher on the priority list than the triumph. Even though a triumph is basically the pinnacle of a Roman military commander's career, and most Roman commanders would never have a triumph of their own, it was a very special occasion that only happened once in a while. So the fact that Rome and the Senate was even willing to let Caesar have a triumph in the first place said something of itself. So Caesar decided to take off his soldier's armor and lay down his command of his troops, and then he crossed the Pomerium to formally enter himself for the consul election. He knew that he would be able to get more glory later on and have a triumph of his own one day. He would rather have real power then and now than wait. He was running against Cato's relative Bibulus for consul, as well as another guy named Lucius or Lucius. Caesar came in first place and was thereby named the primary consul that would start the year. Bibulus ended up winning as well due to a huge amount of bribes from Cato and the other optimates, because the guy really did not inspire any confidence in the voting base. But bribes would always take Roman politicians very far. So in the end, Caesar and Bibulus would be running as co-consuls together for the year of 60 BC. And in the beginning, Caesar was quite reasonable and made multiple honest attempts at showing cooperation with his fellow consul. But that would not count for very much as the year played out. At the same time everything in the last section was going on, Pompey Magnus was also being frustrated by Cato and the Optimates, just like Caesar and Crassus whenever they tried to pass anything through the Senate. Pompey was rebuffed at every turn as well. It seems like Cato was trying to drive his enemies together. Pompey was one of the richest and most powerful men in Rome at that time, definitely the most famous, and Cato and the Optimates were still determined to get in Pompey's way whenever he wanted to pass laws to aid his veterans, despite how much money Pompey had deposited in the Roman treasury, and regardless of how much glory Pompey had brought to Rome. Cato and the Optimates just did not care and wanted nothing to do with Pompey. He was just a dirty pleb in their eyes, which is crazy because they could have joined forces with Pompey much earlier than they did, and they would have been much more able to oppose Caesar and Crassus whenever they tried to maneuver for more power. But as Cato and the Optimates were battling it out with Caesar and Crassus, Pompey was just doing his own thing, watching everything happen, not taking sides because he didn't really care for either side. The Optimates wanted nothing to do with him, and up until this point, Crassus was Pompey's worst enemy, and Caesar was just Crassus's guy. But for whatever reason, Cato just wanted nothing to do with Pompey. So much so that he would rather see his mortal enemy grow in power than associate himself with Pompey. So when Caesar approached Pompey himself and asked him to meet and talk with Crassus, Pompey was actually willing to listen, especially if it meant that he would be able to pass his measures to aid his troops, who had been waiting for quite a while and were starting to get restless. There was no one else that Pompey could really ally with other than Cato and the Optimates, or Caesar and Crassus and the Populares. And honestly, it makes more sense for Pompey to be on the side of the Populares because Pompey himself had a humble beginning. He was not a patrician. He was not born into the aristocracy. So why he would want to be associated with Cato and the Optimates to begin with, I really don't know. Pompey was a complicated guy. Cato driving Pompey away was like the worst thing that he could have been doing. The more I learn about Cato, the more I don't like him. But anyway, before the meeting that Caesar had organized with Pompey and Crassus that would establish the first triumvirate, Pompey and Crassus absolutely fucking hated each other, like I said before. Ever since a decade earlier, back in 70 BC, when they were both co-consuls with one another, and the two did nothing but argue and fight about absolutely everything, resulting in neither of them getting anything done that they wanted to accomplish. So the fact that either of them were even willing to even contemplate burying the hatchet and joining forces was a testament to how frustrating the Optimates and Cato must have been. It's also a testament of how smooth of a talker that Caesar must have been.
Caesar really was the third man. He wasn't as distinguished as Pompey militarily, and he certainly wasn't as rich as Crassus. But Caesar had that glow, that aura, that charisma that nobody else had.
Mediating between Crassus and Pompey could not have been easy, especially when Caesar was junior to both of them in almost every regard, except maybe for intelligence and ambition. I think Caesar had both of them beat in those categories, but in every other respect, Caesar was the junior partner.
Pompey, thank you for coming.
Why the secrecy? I'm not interested in playing games.
Stop. Please, just hear what I have to say. You two should be the most powerful men in Rome, but you put all of your energy into fighting each other. What if instead you worked for each other?
Why would we?
Back me to become consul, and I'll make sure the Senate works for you. The three of us. We'd be invincible.
Why should I trust you?
I have one child, my daughter. She's everything to me. I offer her to you as your wife. We'd be bonded in blood. Family.
Nobody knows what was said in this famous meeting, and the exact timing of it is impossible to know, because the first triumvirate was a pretty well-kept secret until about January of 59 BC. Some of the ancient historians have suggested that the triumvirates all took a solemn oath to work with each other, but that is almost certainly not true. Romans saw secret oaths as a sinister thing, and I doubt that they would have been all that dramatic and theatrical about it. They probably all shook hands after establishing their arrangement, but I doubt that it was more than that. These were all serious men that were all determined to rule the world in any way that they could, and I doubt that the theatrics behind closed doors was something that they were interested in. These were real men that were not interested in playing around, least of all when they are sitting there talking about business. I think if one of them had said, "Hey, let's take a solemn oath," the other two would have looked at him like they were crazy. But anyway, on to the next part. Caesar's year as consul could be described as busy, sometimes funny, and always very annoying in the eyes of his political enemies.
At the age of 40, Caesar ran for the highest political office in the Roman Republic, consul. With populist appeal and important connections, he won. While consul, he employed strong-arm tactics and threats of violence to push through his legislation. He ignored rules of order and forced bills to benefit his political allies.
The very first law that he passed as consul was that every word that was spoken during official meetings would be meticulously recorded by scribes. And then the transcripts would be read directly to the public in the middle of the forum, so that there were no secrets with the Roman people. And this had a marked effect on the way the senators behaved during public gatherings, as no one wanted to be seen as the asshole in the eyes of the people. This was almost like the same effect that widespread use of cameras has done to society in the modern day. When people know that they are being recorded, everyone starts acting real proper. As I mentioned before, Caesar's fellow consul was Bibulus, a relative of Cato, and Bibulus could not have been more different from Caesar, and not in ways that you would say are a good thing. Caesar was a great public speaker and very charismatic, and Bibulus simply was not. He was the opposite of Caesar in just about every way possible. We don't know too much about what Bibulus looked like, but we know he was said to be short and fat, as opposed to Caesar, who was somewhat tall and thin, at least compared to other Romans.
Pretty speeches like this won't even cook our lunch.
No, speeches do as little work as the Senate.
How dare this arrogant newcomer insult this august body?
August and plump, Bibulus, like your own body. Fat from idle chatter and inactivity.
If I had to guess on their heights, I'd say that Caesar was 5'9" perhaps, and Bibulus was 5'3" or 5'4", and that difference was also reflected in their popularity with the Roman people. Caesar was always trying to get this bill or that bill passed, and often the bills were meant to help the poor, but mostly in ways that would also benefit Caesar and his other triumvirates. But Bibulus never did anything except get in the way of what Caesar and the triumvirates were trying to accomplish. He would end up using every trick in the book to frustrate Caesar's efforts. When Caesar was trying to pass his land bill that would give out a bunch of good land to Pompey's veterans, as well as to poor families of 3 or more to live on and farm with, Bibulus and the Optimates just tried to get in the way and make sure that no new laws were passed during that year, not offering any solutions of their own to solve Rome's many problems. The Optimates did not want anyone to do anything at all to help the poor, especially if the program was going to come at their expense. If the Optimates had their way, no new laws would have ever been passed at all since the goddamn founding of Rome.
It should remain as it was at the founding of the Republic. Why should that change?
Because the Roman people are suffering. Because slaves have taken all the work. Because nobles have taken all the land. And the streets are full of the homeless and the starving.
Most of the aristocracy in Rome were strict traditionalists that thought the world should remain exactly the same as it was during the more glorious past. And that is why Caesar pissed them off so damn much when he wanted to give good arable land to plebeians. He wanted to bring change and help the poorest Romans become productive members of society. How evil of him. The land bill was the first big part of that, and there was quite a big back and forth between Caesar and the Optimates to get the land bill signed into law. At the first meeting for the land bill, Cato ended up trying to ruin the day by playing his signature move, the filibuster, which he used many, many times throughout his tenure.
And we are to obey. There are points aplenty that are wrong with this text.
Caesar, who had seen Cato do this many times in the past, had just had enough, and the land bill was simply too important. So Caesar decided to have Cato carted off to jail while the meeting continued.
A waste of our time, senators.
That's enough, Cato.
Maybe wonder what is this? What is this?
Let us give the honourable senator some time alone to think about the land bill.
But this quickly turned out to be a mistake, and Caesar was forced to let Cato go. Caesar hoped that Cato would use his veto to get himself out of jail, but Cato was enjoying being a martyr way too much to let Caesar off that easy. So Caesar had no choice but to let him go. And by then, after all the chaos that Cato's arrest had caused, there was no way the Senate was going to be able to vote on the land bill that day.
Even Cato was forced to acknowledge that the bill was a good one, but he felt that it was badly timed and claimed that it would be a mistake to bring in any innovation during this year. Having been asked his view, he gave it, and then continued to give it, speaking without interruption as the minutes stretched into hours. It was obvious that he planned once again to keep on talking until the Senate had to end its session for the day, and so prevent a vote from being taken. He had employed the same tactic in the past, and always succeeded. This time, Caesar's temper snapped, and he ordered his attendants to arrest Cato and lead him off to prison. Extreme though this action seems, there was no other way of stopping a member of the House from continuing to speak once he had been asked his opinion, since someone like Cato could not simply be shouted down. It was a sign of Caesar's frustration and rapidly proved to be a mistake. Cato knew how to milk the situation by playing the part of the righteous defender of the Republic who refused to bow to tyranny. In the Senate, at least, there was widespread sympathy for him, even though for a while the debate continued. One senator, Marcus Petreius, the man who had defeated Cataline in battle in 62 BC and had already undergone 30 years of military service, got up and left the House. Caesar demanded to know why he was leaving before the session had ended, and received the tart reply from the grizzled veteran that he would rather be in prison with Cato than here with Caesar. The consul was already realizing that he had misjudged the situation. He is supposed to have hoped that Cato would call upon one of the tribunes of the plebs to veto his arrest. However, the prisoner was enjoying the moment too much to provide Caesar with an easy way out. In the end, the consul had to order his release. The day had been spent without the Senate ever voting on a motion supporting the bill. Cato had won a victory and added once again to his reputation. Yet, like many of the successes of his career, it was a hollow triumph that in the long run made things worse.
Caesar decided to take the matter directly to the people, since the Senate could not be relied upon to take action in the people's name, because they didn't give two shits about the people at all. The legality of Caesar doing this was certainly questionable, but there was precedent for it in the past. During this public gathering, where Caesar was going to put the land bill to the question in front of the people, Bibulus and the Optimates showed up to crash the party like they always did. And things ended up getting pretty violent when Cato started hinting that he was going to try and veto the land bill after it was accepted by the people. There was a somewhat controlled amount of violence, according to Adrian Goldsworthy's book, that I have read like 6 times now. And while some blood was drawn, none of the important players were harmed in the struggle. Caesar likely prepared his partisans ahead of time to make sure that things didn't get too out of control. There was a moment, though, where Bibulus genuinely thought that he was going to be killed by the crowd. So he exposed his neck and dared the crowd to kill him. But his act of defiance and bravery was made into a joke when someone from Caesar's side took a big barrel of literal shit and dumped it all over Bibulus's head. I can only imagine how embarrassing this was for Bibulus. But at the same time, he did kind of bring it onto himself when he told the crowd at an earlier date that no one is going to get their land bill, even if they all want it. When you piss off that many poor people and are directly defiant right in their faces, don't be surprised when one of them decides to start throwing real, actual shit at you. Literally. After that shitty fiasco, Bibulus just kind of went home like a little bitch, and then pretty much never left his house again until the end of his term as consul. And then he probably stayed home after that for a good long while.
Bibulus retired to his house and did not again appear in public as consul for the rest of the year. He busied himself writing scurrilous pamphlets and denunciations of Caesar, Pompey, and their supporters, which he ordered posted up in the forum. Yet he remained out of sight. Soon it was common to speak of the consulship of Julius and Caesar, rather than Bibulus and Caesar. Suetonius repeats verses popular at the time. Not long ago an act was passed during Caesar's year, not that of Bibulus. I don't remember anything done in Bibulus' consulate.
He would still try to frustrate Caesar's efforts, and he would try to declare any day that he could as a sacred day so that Caesar could not have legal meetings and formalize any laws. But these efforts were mostly ignored by Caesar, who, by the halfway point of the year in 59, was firmly in control of Rome's politics and was making a great deal of progress on his and the triumvirate's political goals.
Yet Bibulus was not entirely inactive, and still attempting to block Caesar. The consuls had the task of fixing dates for those festivals that did not have to be celebrated on a certain day. Bibulus chose to place these on days when the popular assemblies were allowed to meet, preventing this from happening. However, his colleague was not obliged to acknowledge this, and Caesar routinely ignored him. And so Bibulus routinely sent messengers to every meeting and assembly held by Caesar to announce that he had seen unfavorable omens, and that therefore business had to be suspended. This practice of watching the skies was hallowed by antiquity, but lacked the force of such an announcement made in person. In this case, it was a sham, and everyone realized this, but archaic ritual could still have an impact in public life. Caesar refused to accept Bibulus' declarations, for there were too many measures that he needed to get through. For all the obstructions, his year of office was crammed with new legislation, the precise chronology of which is uncertain.
He did not always get his way, and there was always resistance to pretty much anything that Caesar tried to accomplish, but more often than not, he ended up getting his way throughout his year as consul.
The triumvirate is so powerful that they gain control of the political apparatus. They're able to almost, in a sense, bestow offices at will. And of course, this is going to put the bit in the bridle on the political freedom of the aristocracy, which it greatly cherished.
I'm not going to get into the specifics of his policies and what he was trying to pass, because this shit is just plain boring for most people, so I'm going to keep the story moving. But if you do think that I should include these super boring details in future videos and end up having 8-hour-long videos, let me know in the comments if that's something that you want. And also let me know if you think it was a good idea to skip the super boring stuff. I need as much feedback as I can get. And feel free to leave me detailed feedback in the Unofficial History Discord or WhatsApp group. On to the next section. Towards the end of Caesar's consulship, and presumably after he got most of his political business done, it was time to solidify his partnership with Rome's most famous and powerful citizen at that time, Pompey Magnus, arguably the biggest and most important piece of the first triumvirate. Caesar's daughter Julia, who I would assume was very beautiful and a lot of fun to talk to, was willing to marry Pompey at Caesar's request. And eventually, the couple got along very well, despite their age difference. Julia had to break off a previous engagement to marry Pompey, but she was pragmatic enough to know how big of a deal it was to be Pompey's wife. And she probably knew how important it was to her father that he be allied with Pompey. So she did her duty to her father, even though I know that many women out there find this whole practice to be deplorable. And so do I, in the modern context. But back then, and at the level that Caesar and Julia were at politically, it does make sense.
Marriages, especially among Roman aristocrats, are not so much love matches between a husband and a wife. It's more as if one family is marrying another family. And the women are simply tokens of the exchange.
From what I have read, Julia ended up being very happy with Pompey for the time that they were together. Pompey enjoyed his young bride very much, and he lavished her with many gifts and vacations and fine living. And he made her his priority the entire time they were together. He would often put off politics and meetings and business for the sake of entertaining his young, beautiful wife.
Pompey was so in love with his teenage bride that he began neglecting politics so he could spend all his time with her. Pompey took his teenage love on constant tours to visit all the most beautiful gardens and parks in Italy.
During the years that Julia and Pompey were married, Caesar would go on his greatest military campaign that we are going to be talking about for probably the next hour or more throughout this video. I am, of course, referring to the Gallic Wars. And Caesar himself got married again as well. He ended up going with Calpurnia, who was related to Lucius Calpurnius Piso Caesonius, who was the consul for 58 BC, the year after Caesar's consulship. And Caesar would stay married to Calpurnia for the remainder of his shortened life. Calpurnia, it turns out, was only about 17 at the time that she married Caesar, and was likely younger than his daughter Julia. I didn't know this because every depiction of Calpurnia that I've ever seen shows her being in her 30s. Or even older, but I guess she was actually an underage girl. But then, pretty much the entire duration of human history, the age of consent was like fucking 15 or something like that. Some civilizations did have some decency in this regard, but Rome was not one of them. Some reports that I've seen online say that girls as young as 12 years old were forced to consummate their marriages back then. So people would not have cared even a little bit about 17-year-old girls getting married to someone in their 40s. It was totally normal back then. Just another typical marriage back then when a guy in his 40s marries a 17-year-old girl. Totally routine. This section is being added last minute because I just found out about this. But apparently, Caesar outright stole 3,000 pounds of gold from the treasury in Rome and replaced all of the gold with gilded bronze. Now, this did not happen when he was dictator. This is long before that. Right now, he was just the consul, just like every other consul that's been for the last who knows how long. So Caesar did not have any special authority that would allow him to do this. How he got away with this, I really have no idea. Because like I said, at this point, he was not the super powerful dictator that he would later become. I would imagine that if he was not the consul at the time, he might have been ran out of Rome by the other patricians just like Cataline was. But just like so many other occasions in Caesar's life, he gambled on the disposition of his enemies, and it paid off big time because he was able to pull off stunts like this.
I am Metellus, the Tribune. The laws prohibit anyone from taking money from the public treasury without proper justification.
And I am Caesar. And there is a time for laws, and a time for arms. The keys to the treasury.
Would you defy the law, Caesar? Would you have it said that Caesar respects not the law?
I am being generous. You and all others who have appeared against me are in my power, to be treated as I please.
I protest in the name of the government.
If you cause any more disturbance, I will have you put to death. And know this, young man. It is harder for me to have to say that than it is to do it.
Another Roman general in the same position might have left the gold where it was because it was supposed to belong to the people and be saved for an emergency. Like most other people in Caesar's position would have never thought to do that. Others might have tried to seize the gold through more legitimate means, and it would have taken them a lot longer. But Caesar always seemed to prefer the high-risk, high-reward option time and time again.
But he worked on the principle that chance would in the long run always favor him. The dice would come up his way whenever it was necessary, whenever it was critical.
And every time he made that gamble, his position would almost always be made stronger. There were only a few times where he gambled and lost, and his wins are far more numerous than his losses.
The defining aspect of Caesar's personality is his willingness to gamble.
I mean, him stealing gold straight out of the Roman treasury without any right to do so, that's the kind of thing that you really do not want to be doing as a modern-day leader.
Caesar, like any Roman commander, is very bold and very aggressive. Particularly to a modern observer, this can often look to the point of extreme rashness, sometimes sheer folly.
But back then, when life was as hard as it was, with everyone scrounging for every grain that they ate, every day was just a struggle to get some bread. You know, I might want my leaders to be taking matters into their own hands as well, especially when many of the things that Caesar did with his money were of a material benefit to so many common people. But that's not to say that he was perfect, or even right, or that he cared about the people all that much when push came to shove. All that I'm saying is that he was much more willing to make a risky move than his contemporaries ever were. And usually when he made these moves, he would use the resulting power, money, and influence that he got for the benefit of the people, which is something that any optimate would never be able to say. But, all right, moving on. Alright, in 58 BC, Caesar's consulship would come to an end, and he would be given a province to govern, as was customary for consuls whose term had just ended. But Caesar, like usual, was not going to do what the Senate and the other patricians wanted for him. At first, the Senate wanted Caesar to take on a single province in an area where he could not do too much military action, which would have been the province of Illyricum. The thinking was, in the Senate, that if they gave Caesar a small province that was out of the way, he would not be able to cause any more problems for the optimates. But Caesar was not just going to take what the Senate was willing to give him right away. He wanted 3 provinces, and he wanted all of the armies within those provinces, and he was not going to take no for an answer.
For Caesar, it was absolutely crucial to get Gaul assigned to him by the Senate as his province. If Caesar was successful in Gaul, he could make a lot of money from the enemies that he captured and sold into slavery and from the booty that he took.
Caesar was initially given 2 provinces, one east of Rome called Illyricum, and the other in northern Italy called Cisalpine Gaul.
And then, through a stroke of luck, and Julius Caesar was one of those people, it wasn't so much that luck came to him, but when luck came along, he was an opportunist. The governor of Transalpine Gaul died.
Transalpine Gaul was added to Caesar's charge. The neighboring Celtic nations were independent from Rome, but far from strangers. Centuries of war and trade had cemented alliances.
I'm sure the other patricians were hopping mad when Caesar wangled his way into controlling not only Illyricum, like they wanted to give him in the beginning, but also Cisalpine Gaul, just north of Italy, as well as Transalpine Gaul, allowing him to mount a full-scale invasion of Gaul using the combined strength of all 3 provinces.
He'd struggled to get to the top of the political arena in Rome, and now he needed to get money and prestige to cement his position as one of the leading men in Rome, if not the greatest man of all. He needed a war. He needed the military glory that would win. He also needed the money.
Caesar's governorship was extremely important for many reasons, but chief among those reasons was political immunity, freedom from being charged with crimes that he may or may not have committed during his consulship, and also for what he planned to do in Gaul during his campaigns.
This is too much power for any man, let alone Caesar. Can we forget how he behaved when he was consul?
In many ways, the governorship was more important than the consulship, as the governorship would allow Caesar to actually get things done to benefit his political career, and perhaps incidentally doing some good for the common Roman man.
Caesar had a number of things that the provincial governorship could do for him. One, the simplest, was that while he was consul, he had done a certain number of acts that might have been called illegal. As long as you were a magistrate, you could not be prosecuted. And so he wanted to be out of Rome as a governor for that reason.
Most importantly, a governorship was a great way to recoup the expense of holding an office. Roman governors got filthy rich on loot and the labor of slaves. For Caesar, that was crucial.
The conquest of Gaul would supply Rome with a mountain of wealth and slaves, and the future Pax Romana would be supplied by Caesar's conquests. Gaul would end up becoming one of Rome's most profitable provinces. But Caesar's enemies, at the same time, just did not see it that way, and they themselves wanted to be the ones to get the glory of conquering the world. So they tried their best to limit Caesar's power whenever they could.
The whole principle of the Roman Republic is that no one individual should gain permanent supreme power. So power is divided.
But Caesar was as resilient as he was clever, and he was not going to be outmaneuvered by other patricians that were mostly just jealous and generally less competent. And the people of Rome likely supported Caesar taking control of 3 provinces because they knew that he would bring back a lot of wealth to Rome, and he would be much more willing to share the spoils of war than someone like Cato would have been. So Caesar got away with breaking tradition for about the 300th time. At least. Oh, and he was 2 years younger than he was supposed to be for being consul the previous year, but something like that was never enough to stop Caesar. When it comes to the Gallic Wars as a whole, the people of Gaul basically would be driven into extinction or assimilation, depending on their luck and location. It was not a pretty process for the Gauls, and millions upon millions of people were born, suffered, and died as slaves to the Romans, living under the tyrannical rule of the Roman Republic and later the Empire. This was the fate of many peoples throughout the Mediterranean where Rome was based. Anyone and anything that was within Rome's sphere of influence was subject to its ruthless might. And Caesar's conquest was arguably the largest and most effective Roman fist to ever punch its way through Gaul.
It's a big mistake to think of Caesar fighting against Gaul. Gaul as a single nation. It wasn't. It was a whole range of different tribes, different peoples, different kingdoms, many of whom spoke the same languages and had similar cultures, but they were not united. So Caesar wasn't matching the might of the Roman Republic against a united Gaul.
And Caesar did it all in about a decade. And the whole time he was doing that, he was also managing his political interests back in Rome by using a flood of letters going back and forth 24/7, 365, as well as writing full-length books about everything he does and sees during his conquest of Gaul. The books are called the Gallic Wars and the Commentaries, and they are both still widely read books to this day. I have a copy of them both on Audible, and I have been listening to them quite a bit. Caesar's version of history is very interesting from what I've seen, but most of the reviews of these books will tell you that everything that he sees is through his own lens, and Caesar is often willing to lie and embellish in order to make himself into the hero. This makes sense, because Caesar's books were written as a piece of propaganda more than anything else. The whole purpose of those books was to be read out loud to people in Rome.
The conspicuous color of the cloak he always wore into battle proclaimed his arrival. The Gauls turned tail, and the cavalry charged them as they fled. massive slaughter followed.
They were more like news reports than they were books. So there were going to be many, many occasions where Caesar would refer to himself in the third person, and he would often omit or brush over things that other historians would have focused on quite a bit.
It's like he sucks you along into his campaign with him. They read for the Romans like an adventure story, a story of exploration, because Romans had not been to northern Gaul. Romans had not been to Britain. So for the Romans in particular, it would have been a very exciting story.
But Caesar did not start doing the Gallic Wars until a little ways into the campaign itself. But I figured I would talk about it at first before we get into what really happened in Gaul. Before we get into the details of Caesar's conquest of Gaul, I'm going to play an excerpt of Adrian Goldsworthy's book about Caesar, like I have done many times throughout the video so far. This section, however, is going to be much longer than the clips I've played up to this point. This is the perfect overview of Caesar's Gallic Wars, and I want to share it with you all before we get started on the details. It will give you an idea of how awesome this book is, and will get you ready to dive into the nitty-gritty of Caesar's campaign in Gaul, and will give you an idea of where Caesar compared to other generals throughout history.
Caesar was 41 when he set out from Rome for his province. He would not return to the city for 9 years. The remainder of his life was dominated by warfare to a degree that it is difficult to exaggerate. From this moment on, there were only 2 years in which he was not involved in major military operations. In 50 BC, this was because Gaul was conquered, and he was busily engaged in settling the region. In 44 BC, he was murdered just days before setting out for grand new campaigns against first Dacia and then Parthia. In most years, he fought at least one, and often several, major battles or sieges. Pliny claimed that altogether Caesar led his army in 50 battles, while Appian says that 30 of these engagements occurred during the campaigns in Gaul. It is impossible to confirm or deny the precision of these numbers, since in any period of history there is rarely agreement as to just what constitutes a battle, and what is merely an engagement or skirmish. The fact remains that these authors reflected the widespread belief that Caesar had fought more often and with more consistent success than any other Roman general. Alexander, with whom he was frequently compared, took part in only 5 pitched battles and 3 major sieges, although he was in many smaller encounters. Hannibal, who was up against a very different opponent, fought more big battles, but probably did not surpass, or perhaps even equal, Caesar's total of major engagements. It was not until the era of Napoleon, with the increased intensity of warfare, that a few army leaders began to see more days of serious combat than Caesar and the other great commanders of the ancient world. The contrast between Caesar's life before and after 58 BC could not be more marked. Up until then, he had spent at the very most some 9 years outside Italy, and perhaps half that time in some sort of military service. This was fairly typical for a Roman senator, if anything perhaps slightly below the average, although not in comparison with men like Cicero, who relied on constant appearances in the courts to keep themselves in the public eye. Once again, it is worth emphasizing that for all his flamboyance, association with dubious characters, and the controversial nature of some of his actions during the consulship, the overall pattern of Caesar's career had been broadly conventional. Having reached the consulship 2 years before the normal age, he was just marginally younger than the average proconsul. Compared to Alexander the Great, Hannibal, or Pompey, his opportunity came very late in life. Alexander was dead by the age of 33, and Hannibal fought his last battle at 45. Napoleon and Wellington were just a year older than Hannibal when they clashed at Waterloo. In contrast, Robert E. Lee was in his 50s when the American Civil War broke out, as was Patton when America entered the Second World War. Neither by Roman nor modern standards could Caesar have been considered elderly in 58 BC, but neither would it have been obvious to any of his contemporaries that he was about to prove himself as one of the greatest commanders of all time. In the past, he had shown talent, courage, and self-confidence during his spells of military service, but plenty of other ambitious men had displayed similar ability. As always in Caesar's story, we need to be very careful not to allow hindsight to impose a sense of inevitability on events. The scale of Caesar's successes in Gaul was startling, even in a Rome so recently dazzled by Pompey's achievements. Yet the balance between success and failure was often narrow, and he might easily have been killed or have died from accident or disease before he could return. That he would eventually come back as a rebel to fight against his former ally and son-in-law Pompey was unlikely to have occurred to anyone. When Caesar went to Gaul, he had plans and ambitions, and doubtless considered many possible outcomes, but in the end he was trusting to fortune for his future.
With the benefit of hindsight, It's easy to underplay how ballsy and daring Caesar's campaign in Gaul was at so many different points throughout the story. That's one of the main points that Dr. Goldsworthy is trying to drive home throughout his book on Caesar. At no point in his story was these events inevitable. Each step took courage and an extremely daring personality. Other generals would have pulled back at so many different points of Caesar's campaign and would have been satisfied with their results. But Caesar always wanted more and was determined to go as far as he had to in order to conquer Gaul and bring glory to Rome, and most importantly, his own name. He could be ruthless and he could be merciful. At all times, he acted in whatever way suited his career and success, at the cost of anyone in his path. You could not say that Caesar was a cruel person or a generous one. He did whatever he felt needed to be done in order to accomplish his goals.
There was nothing cruel or wicked about Caesar. He might seem to us arrogant, autocratic, but that's just being a Roman.
He was the very definition of a resolute, single-minded leader who would stop at nothing to win, who would double down at every turn, regardless of how much human life it would cost. But, most importantly, without the usual issue of being too proud to run away sometimes. He was pragmatic, always. He would just as easily run away as he would attack, and he would feel no shame at either one. Caesar most certainly had an ego, but he was also willing to set it aside if the situation called for it, if he thought doing so would bring him success. If a movie was to be made about him, this would be critical to capture. He was not the traditional model of masculinity, who would always fight till the end, regardless of the cost. Caesar was more realistic.
A realist to his fingertips, not led astray by ideals and ideologies. He didn't mind temporarily groveling.
And was not afraid to turn tail and run if he needed to. Some people might say that that's a bad thing, a cowardly thing, but I say that it's part of what made him great, and it's something that we all can learn from. But without further ado, let's get into the details of how Caesar conquered Gaul and brought Rome its most profitable province that would allow the future Roman Empire to further expand and sustain its massive holdings for centuries to come. This is the beginning of Caesar's Gallic Wars. Sometime in March of 58 BC, Caesar had to quickly leave Rome and head to Gaul because he heard that the Helvetii tribe was going to start migrating into Roman lands. There were a huge number of people in this tribe, and Caesar knew that they would be causing all kinds of ruckus pretty much wherever they went. And Caesar was not about to lose valuable territory to a roving band of barbarians that did not listen to pretty much anyone or anything.
For reasons that are hard to know, maybe environmental, probably because of wars, the northern barbarians were moving south, lock, stock, and barrel, with men, women, and children.
They wanted to go from their homeland of Switzerland to the lands touching the Atlantic in modern-day France, and they wanted to cross through the Roman lands to make their journey. Caesar says that a man named Egregious was the main instigator for the Helvetii tribe wanting to migrate in the first place. He convinced everyone to prepare for the journey years in advance, and when it came time to finally leave, Vercingetorix had his men burn down the homes of the Helvetii tribe so that no one tried to turn back once they had set out on their journey. Some estimates say that the Helvetii was somewhere around 350,000 men, women, and children, all looking to raid and eat their way across France to get to the coast. And their leader, Vercingetorix, or Egregious, however you want to say it, was an ambitious and very busy guy. He comes up right in the beginning of Caesar's commentaries, and he was largely responsible for inciting this huge amount of people to uproot their lives and move west. Vercingetorix would eventually get accused of being a tyrant, and he would end up getting himself killed before the Helvetii would even move out. But either way, with or without Vercingetorix, the Helvetii still wanted to migrate west to the Atlantic, probably because of all of the hopeful ideas that Vercingetorix put into their heads. The grass is always greener on the other side for human beings, no matter where they are or when they might have lived. The Helvetii wanted to negotiate their way through Gaul if possible, but they were happy to force their way through if they encountered any actual determined resistance. There were quite a lot of Helvetii, like I had just said, and anywhere that they went was going to feel the effects of their presence. They would eat whole villages out of food, and they would suck up resources all around them like a plague of locusts, just like any other massive group of traveling people. Everyone has to eat, after all.
Genocide is probably acceptable at this point, and even preferable, because do you really want, how many would it be possibly, 200, 300, 400, 500,000 Germans in Italy after the revolt of Spartacus, after we've seen what slave populations en masse can do to Italy? The better technique is simply to exterminate them.
So Caesar was very eager to oppose their movements, and he was also looking for a casus belli, a reason to go to war.
Casus belli.
Casus fucking belli.
And the Helvetii served as the perfect excuse to kick off his Gallic campaign.
Caesar told them no. They moved further north, where they were going to go through some allies of Caesar's. And of course, these allies were very disturbed. You bring 350,000 people, and there's going to be a little bit of damage done.
The Romans were always very wary of roving groups of Gauls going back many decades, ever since the Cimbrian War from 113 to 101 BC. On top of that, Rome's ally, the Aedui, sent out a formal call for aid from Rome, and Caesar was the one to answer. The Helvetii was going to pass through the Aedui in Roman territory to get where they were going, and they knew what kind of devastation this migration would do to the Aedui's land. So Caesar was on his way to rescue the Aedui and stop the Helvetii. He gathered 4 loyal legions to do the fighting, and the war against the Helvetii would be very much in favor of the Romans.
Now the Helvetii were crossing the river. When they got about 3/4 of their people across, they were amazed to discover that on their rear, here comes Caesar. He had made one of his famous forced marches, had fallen on the rear of the Helvetii, and manages to wipe them all out.
Now I'm going to skip past some of the details because this section is already getting too long. Basically, the fight against the Helvetii involved a lot of bridge destroying and bridge building. There was a lot of skirmishes and standoffs, and a whole bunch of marching sessions that would almost always surprise the Helvetii.
Numbers may have been on the Helveti's side, but in military terms, they were no match.
They don't fight in ordered ranks, they fight in close order, but there isn't really any discipline. They're not a force where the chieftain or the king in command can issue an order and expect everybody to obey it very smoothly, which Caesar can with his disciplined legionaries.
He pops up wherever the Gauls least expect him, and that has always been his method of generalship, is to move at enormous speed. He's a great master of blitzkrieg, and he does it to devastating effect.
The conflict with the Helvetii culminated near the city of Bibracte, and it was a hard-fought battle that ended in Roman victory.
Whereas perhaps other commanders might have been content with delaying or hemming in the Helvetii, Caesar confronts them and inflicts an appalling defeat on them, and then sends them back where they've come from. 5
legions of Romans beat a horde of hundreds of thousands and only lost about 5,000 men in the process.
Caesar claimed to have found records of the Helvetii indicating that 368,000 men, women, and children attempted the migration, and when he sent them back, there were only 110,000 survivors.
They absolutely disappear from the pages of history after losing to Caesar.
In 59 BC, the Senate had named the king Ariovistus as a friend of Rome, which placated him and got him to settle down for a little while Rome dealt with its political issues. Ariovistus would use that time to build up his army and get ready for the campaign to conquer Gaul himself. By 58 BC, he was ready to start making moves, but unfortunately for Ariovistus, Caesar had been resting his army not far away in Bibracte and was just waiting for an excuse to get his troops up and moving again. Caesar had heard of a rumor of a German king who was terrorizing Gaul, and was probably already preparing his strategy before Ariovistus had even made any real moves into Gaul. When he started taking huge chunks of Sequani land and moving large amounts of people and resources across the Rhine, the surrounding tribes started getting real nervous, and none more so than the Sequani. Ariovistus had been taking a lot of hostages to keep the Sequani pacified, and he kept pushing for more and more land to settle his German people on. This was an untenable situation that was basically asking for Roman intervention.
It's a little hard to know what kind of person Ariovistus was. According to Caesar, he is boastful, arrogant, and very, very self-assured. Now, he was invited into that region of Gaul in support of one Gallic tribe that was fighting with another one. So far, so good. You bring in an ally, not a problem. Unfortunately, you bring in an ally who decides, hey, I like it here, I'm going to stay, and by the way, now I'd like you to give me a third of your land. Well, come to think of it, I'd like 2/3 of your land. Well, that's not so fine.
While in Bibracte, a guy named Diviciacus came to Caesar with a bunch of other tribe leaders and begged Caesar to help against Ariovistus. And Caesar was all too eager to take over the situation. He started by sending an envoy to Ariovistus. He told him to stop taking hostages and stop taking land, and that if he complied, Rome would still think of him as a friend, and Caesar would not take any further action against him, which would not have been that bad of a deal for Ariovistus, because he would have gained a whole bunch of land basically for free without having to fight for it at all. But these terms were not acceptable to Ariovistus, and he responded to the Romans by essentially saying, if you guys can conquer where you please, then so can I.
In a sense, Ariovistus has done what Caesar is starting to do. He's moving into Gaul and he's dominating the area, and Caesar doesn't want to let anybody else do that.
He said to Caesar, listen, you are an outsider and you control part of Gaul. I'm an outsider, I control part of Gaul. What's the difference? Well, the difference was this was Caesar and he wasn't going to tolerate it.
Ariovistus then started having his men actively raid the lands that he wanted to take from the Sequani, and he began calling for more migrants to cross the Rhine and join his conquest. This was plenty enough justification for Caesar to start making real moves. He could argue to the Optimates and the people of Rome that it was his duty to intervene on behalf of Rome's allies. Ariovistus had forfeited his friendly status with Rome when he allowed his people to start raiding Sequani territory. So Caesar set out on the march with 6 loyal and experienced legions that would only get stronger as the campaign progressed, which would turn out to be a real problem for Pompey and the Optimates in about a decade's time. If Pompey was smart, he would have been doing the same thing as Caesar for the next decade, instead of resting on his laurels and doting on his teenage wife.
Pompey was so in love with his teenage bride that he began neglecting politics so he could spend all his time with her.
But Pompey thought that he was invincible, and he also thought that Caesar would end up getting himself killed at some point during his campaign. I'm sure he was hoping for that outcome more and more as time went on.
You're waiting for my husband to fail, aren't you? And so are you.
But back to the conquest of Gaul. Ariovistus and Caesar both knew the importance of the city of Vesontio, and both started moving towards securing the city. Caesar got there way before Ariovistus, and the Romans were able to gather their strength for a little while, before getting some rumors that the coming horde of Germans was much more fierce and scary than they initially thought.
They were there waiting for some supplies, and soldiers who were idle have a tendency to talk and to speculate. Well, the Romans had this image of German barbarians as these large, enormous, really ferocious, vicious warriors who could practically kill you just by giving you a dirty look.
Caesar's army becomes very nervous. They hear all sorts of dreadful stories about how ferocious the Germans are as warriors. And Caesar says that the problem starts not with the ordinary soldiers or even with the centurions, but with the aristocrats who followed him from Rome.
This caused a bit of anxiety and stirring within Caesar's legions, and some of the men were having second thoughts about driving so far deep into Gaul.
At this black moment, some of Caesar's officers come to him and they suggest that defeat should be admitted, that they should hack their way back out, try and retreat to the south. Caesar's response to this is that it would be shameful and humiliating, and therefore unthinkable.
Caesar would then announce that he would fight the German horde by himself, and only with his loyal 10th Legion, if that's what he had to do. And because of that, the rest of the legions were shamed into returning to duty.
But eventually, he had to shame them into fighting. He said, listen, we're going to fight these guys. I'm going to fight these guys. If I have to go out there with the 10th Legion alone, I'll do it.
This was smart because it made the 10th Legion fanatically loyal, and it made the rest of the legions want to prove themselves in Caesar's eyes. Though a move like this could have easily backfired if it was done in the wrong way or at the wrong time.
So he ends up turning a dangerous situation and a mutiny into this sudden burst of enthusiasm. And from then on, you never have a problem like this again. People start to realize just how good, how lucky, how skilled Caesar is going to be. And also, he makes sure that he rewards the men who've fought well for him.
Next, Ariovistus would send envoys to ask for a meeting between him and Caesar. Both of them were to come with some cavalry as bodyguards, and they would meet at a place called Vosges. Ariovistus was hoping that Caesar would bring some of his Gallic mercenaries as his bodyguard, because Romans did not usually function as cavalry. But Caesar decided to have a bunch of his most loyal centurions act as bodyguards instead. This was wise, obviously, because Ariovistus was hoping that he would be able to bribe Caesar's bodyguard if they were not loyal Romans. But Caesar was way too smart to make a dumb mistake like that. The meeting between Ariovistus and Caesar, needless to say, did not go very well. No agreements were made of any kind, and it was generally a dick-measuring contest between the two leaders. Ariovistus told Caesar that he could kill him right then and now, and there would be plenty in Rome who would thank him for it. And Caesar likely could not have cared less about that, because he knew that he had 30,000 loyal legionnaires behind him that would make sure that Ariovistus would do no such thing. The meeting broke down pretty quickly, and Caesar had to get up out of there very quick before Ariovistus's men could get a chance at killing him. There was a minor skirmish between both sides of the bodyguards, and both of the leaders dipped out very fast. Not long after, Ariovistus sent another envoy asking for another meeting, but Caesar rightfully suspected a trap, and he sent some of his translators instead. Ariovistus captured those translators and probably tortured them for quite a while, and he even considered burning them alive. After this, Ariovistus began moving his troops around Caesar's position and cut him off from his supply lines through Vesontio, as Caesar's army was positioned a little ways outside of the city. Caesar laid out his troops in a way that suggested that he was willing to give battle, but Ariovistus did not want to. All he did was allow minor cavalry skirmishes while Caesar's troops slowly ran out of supplies. These skirmishes did not go well for Caesar's cavalry because the Germans used a hybrid unit of cavalry and lightly armored men that all marched in one big unit. These made for difficult targets for Caesar's more traditional cavalry, and the Romans were losing the battle of attrition. Something had to be done to break the stalemate. Caesar decided to make a new camp closer to Vesontio, and he did it with a creative maneuver that had the front lines defending the rear lines, while troops built a brand new camp right in the face of Ariovistus's army, which was arrayed on the nearby hill overlooking the area. When Ariovistus realized that Caesar could use his new camp to reconnect his supply lines, Ariovistus had a portion of his army attack the second camp. The fighting was hard, but the Romans eventually won and even took some prisoners. And the prisoners told them that the Germans did not want to fight just yet because their priests had told them to wait until the full moon before they should attack.
The German army of Ariovistus, like every ancient army, had priests and seers and shamans, in this case women, who were believed to have the ability to communicate with the gods. When the time for battle came, then the priests, the seers, the soothsayers would be asked, do the gods say that it's not prohibited for us to fight now?
Weapons, water, the movement of the stars, all may bear messages from the gods. Through their totems, the soothsayers divine that Ariovistus will not win if he fights before the new moon. He must not move until then.
When Caesar heard about this, he had his troops basically force the Germans to give battle. Leave it to the barbarians to give up a strategical advantage just for the sake of religious omens.
Caesar sends his forces right up to the German fortification, threatening them and shaming them, and forcing, finally, against his will, Ariovistus to bring his troops out. when they're going to be fighting with this dread in the back of their minds, we shouldn't be doing this, for the gods have told us not to go against Caesar.
The way the Germans' camp was situated made it so their women and children could see the battle and encourage their men to fight harder for them, and they would beg their men to save them from a horrible fate as Roman slaves. The fighting was incredibly fierce, and both sides took a lot of losses, and neither side could gain the upper hand for quite a while. But eventually, the Roman right side began making progress and started pushing the Germans back, but the Roman left was starting to crumble. The son of the third triumvir, Crassus, was the one who led the charge to reinforce the left line and save the day for the Romans. The German line buckled under the pressure of the Roman army, and their lines broke and started to flee. Everyone in the camp down below started running as well. We don't know how many people died. As the Germans were fleeing through their wagons, thousands died and began to clog up the spaces between the wagons, so much so that no one else could get through. There were so many dead people, and it was so packed that not even the dead could fall over because the crush was just so tight. The slaughter was brutal, and many of the stragglers were taken into slavery. And God only knows what happened to the women that were trying to flee the Romans.
Caesar has no compunction about getting rid of vast numbers of people. So in the battle with Ariovistus, he boasts that he killed 80,000 Germans, including 2 of his wives and 1 of Ariovistus' daughters. The other one he captured.
Unfortunately, this was often the type of result that would happen when people would listen to their priests. Ariovistus had a strategical advantage before this attack, and he could have made use of that to defeat the Romans, but he chose to listen to his priests, and this is the result.
Ancient peoples took these difficult to understand messages from the gods very, very seriously. Caesar knows that if he can force the barbarians into battle when they think the gods are telling them not to fight, that he will have a great psychological advantage.
The survivors of the Suebi army and their families, including Ariovistus himself, began running back across the Rhine into Germany, all while being chased by Publius Crassus and the Roman cavalry. Caesar had 2 strong victories in a single fighting season, and was likely feeling good about himself at this point. He would spend the winter in Cisalpine Gaul, doing his duties as governor of 3 provinces, and his second in command, Titus Labienus, would take command of the troops over the winter in Sequani territory. The Belgae were a coalition of tribes in northern Germany that had heard about the success that Caesar had so far in Gaul, and they were suspicious about what he had in mind for their lands. The Belgae had gone to war with other tribes in Gaul plenty of times in the past, so they were a people who were well accustomed to waging war and living rough. This group was made up of the Remi tribe, the Suessones, the Nervii, the Atrebates, the Bellovaci, the Marini, and the Eburones, and they were led by King Galba of the Suessiones. Labienus would let Caesar know about the gathering enemy, and he would immediately start raising 2 more legions for battle. As soon as the troops were ready, he made a beeline for the Belgae border. Caesar had nearly 50,000 men under his command, 8 legions in total by this time, as well as a bunch of auxiliary troops. This time, Caesar did not even bother with a casus belli, like he did with the Helvetii and the Suebi. He just started off on the warpath without feeling the need to explain himself to anyone, least of all the Senate.
We're not returning to Rome. We're going further north. There's a lot more of Rome out there. It just isn't called Rome yet.
They're almost out, Gary!
We must tell Caesar to retreat. What I gave to Caesar, I will not revoke.
This generated a lot of talk in Rome that Caesar's conquest might not be the best idea for Rome in general, that it was really just a ploy to get Caesar more fame and glory. I suppose that both can be true at the same time. Rome would have invariably benefited from the influx of wealth and slaves, and a lot of people would have gotten very rich off of Caesar's campaign. So it's hard to say that the conquest was not in Rome's best interest. And looking back, conquering the whole damn world would have been in Rome's best interest. Maybe not morally speaking, but economically Historically, conquest was very profitable for the side doing the invading. In the case of Caesar and the Gallic Wars, what's good for Caesar is good for Rome, even if the Optimates did not like it. Caesar used blitzkrieg tactics on the Belgae before they even suspected that he was on the march, and Caesar was able to completely subjugate the Remi tribe that bordered Rome's territory. He beat the Remi so badly that they started swearing up and down that they had never been part of the Belgae coalition, but I'm sure that everyone knew that that was not true. The Remi also gave Caesar a bunch of intel on the tribes that made up the Belgae, and they told him that the other tribes were planning to soon move on the Remi territory so they could fight Caesar. The Romans would have been severely outnumbered by the Belgae, but the Belgae were also a lot slower and more disorganized than the Romans were, so the manpower counted for a lot less. While Caesar continued with his own plans in the Remi territory, he had his old buddy Diviciacus open up a new front on the lands of the Bellovaci tribe, who made up the western part of the Belgae coalition. At the same time, the Belgae army laid siege to Bibrax, about 8 miles from where Caesar was encamped. The people in the town sent word to Caesar for help, but he did not want to fully commit his troops in case it was a trap. But he did still send a large chunk of troops to sneak into Bibrax to help defend the town. And all this time, Caesar had his troops digging ditches and strengthening his position along the Miette River. The Belgae and the Romans would have a large engagement along the Axona River, and the Belgae took a lot of losses in this battle. By this point, King Galba had heard about the Aedui rampaging across their lands to the west, and with Caesar dug in like a tick, Galba decided to withdraw his army and start retreating back into their territory. Most of the Belgae army went home at this point, but they all swore to each other that they would reassemble if the Romans decided to push into their lands again. The Belgae's retreat did not go well, however, and they took a lot of losses as Labienus and 3 legions harassed and chased the fleeing troops. Something like 10,000 Germans died in this retreat. But all in all, this was yet another success for Caesar. The Nervii were part of the Belgae coalition, but they were not so willing to give up and just let Caesar do what he wanted in German lands.
The Nervii were a fierce and warlike people and vowed they would never sue for peace nor accept it on any terms.
Their king, Boduognatus, was the one leading the Nervii. I don't know where he was when King Galba was calling the shots for the entire Belgae coalition, but Boduognatus was ready to cause some trouble for Caesar. And that's one hell of a name, by the way. Boduognatus, that's a lot of syllables, and it sounds like the kind of name that a big, giant Gundabad orc might have, or something like that. It's pretty hardcore, but it's also a tongue twister. I can imagine this guy being a pretty intimidating barbarian warlord, if his name is any indication. And we have no details at all about him or his personality, so he very well might have been a huge badass, or just a regular guy. We don't know. But Caesar got word that Boduognatus and his army were gathering against him, and Caesar had his troops march hard and fast towards the Sabis River in Nervii territory. This time, Boduognatus was not going to make the same mistake that King Galba made and let Caesar dig himself in along the river. That was a recipe for disaster for the Germans. Caesar instead set up camp on a nearby hill and began fortifying that instead. He sent his cavalry across the river to scout the other side, and the river was only 3 feet deep, so it wasn't really hard for the cavalry to cross. But they ran into a small group of Nervii cavalry, and a skirmish broke out. The Romans won the skirmish and pushed back the Nervii cavalry, but they only drove them into the main body of the Nervii army, leading to the Roman cavalry taking a bunch of losses.
I sent my cavalry a little in advance and followed with the rest of my forces. The Nervii had retired into a wood. We began to construct a camp.
The Nervii army broke from cover and started charging towards the Romans, so the cavalry fled back across the river. But the Nervii were on the warpath now. The whole army was charging towards the Roman encampment. Caesar told his troops to spread out in a line and brace for the oncoming charge. The timing was really close because the Nervii made their way across the river very fast, much faster than Caesar expected. So the Romans barely had any time at all to get in formation and prepare for an assault. It was only because of the troops' conditioning and experience that allowed them to get organized quickly enough to make a coherent defensive action.
Suddenly they appeared in full force and swept down on my cavalry. I had everything to do at once. Hoist a flag, form a battle line, instruct the men, and sound the trumpet signal for going into action. My soldiers were so pushed for time They couldn't even take the covers from their shields or put on helmets.
The Roman army was separated into 3 sections because of the large barricades and obstacles that Boduognatus had put on the hill to frustrate the Romans' positioning. Normally, Caesar would have had his men clear the battlefield so they could properly reinforce each other during battle, but they just did not have enough time. Boduognatus was making sure that he pressed all of his advantages, and it was making for a difficult battle for the Romans. Caesar had to go back and forth from group to group to encourage his men to fight harder and make adjustments when necessary. He was running around the battlefield like his ass was on fire, because it almost was at certain points in this battle.
Caesar! Who will fight with me? Who will fight with me?
No one could ever say that Caesar was a cowardly or lazy commander.
I made my way to the front. My coming slowed the enemy's assault. Even some of the Roman soldiers who had fallen down exhausted, bleeding from their wounds, rose and began to fight again, leaning on their shields.
I would call Caesar a very hands-on commander. He was always there. He would rush to whatever area needed his help the most. And in critical battles, you could see him oftentimes on foot. He would tell his officers, dismount, fight on foot, just as your common soldiers have to. And he, with his purple robe, would be there, egging them on, using fiery oratory and fighting if need be. Now, his men loved it. His men would follow him anywhere.
Eventually, the Roman left was able to break the Atrebates warriors that they were fighting and drive them back across the river. The middle section of Caesar's army was fighting the Viromandui, and the right side was fighting against the biggest and largest chunk of the army, the Nervii themselves. When the Atrebates collapsed, the Viromandui also started to give way, and the Roman center was able to push them back across the river as well. But the Roman right side, who was fighting the Nervii main body, was having a very hard time. Most of the centurions and officers on the left side had fallen, and the lines were getting ready to collapse, until Caesar himself picked up a shield and pushed his way to the front lines to bolster the morale of his army and give commands directly to his troops. He had his men organize themselves into a defensive square and demanded that they hold their ground. The middle section of the Roman army, that was led by Labienus, who had just pushed the Viromandui across the river, started making their way towards Caesar and what was left of the Roman forces at their camp. Labienus and his group were approaching from the south. At the same time, the 2 remaining legions that had not been there for the beginning of the battle finally caught up with Caesar as well, and they began making their way towards the Nervii left side. This meant that the Nervii were basically surrounded without even knowing it quite yet. They were making progress against the tired Roman troops that were in front of them, but they did not see the other troops that were fresh and ready behind them on both sides. Once surrounded, the defeat of the Nervii was inevitable, and by the time the fighting was over, only about 500 Germans were left alive.
The Nervii's old men sent envoys to me and surrendered.
Mighty Caesar. Mighty Caesar, we are conquered. Have mercy. Have mercy. Of 60,000 fighting men, only 500 have survived. Of 600 tribal leaders, only 3 are alive. Mercy on us, Caesar.
I will protect you from harm. I will secure the safety of your persons and possessions against your neighbors.
And the Romans took about 5,000 casualties in total. The Nervii would surrender not long after, and Caesar would soon pacify the surrounding tribes that made up the Belgae coalition. Within a couple of months of the battle against the Nervii, Caesar would control the majority of Gaul proper, but the fighting was far from done at this point. Caesar, Crassus, and Pompey had been slowly growing apart leading up to the spring of 56 BC. Caesar had been gone for 2 years, and the unlikely alliance had been strained many times while Caesar was gone. A big part of the reason being that Caesar's changes to the government during his year of consul had been extremely controversial, especially the land bill and the grain dole, which gave land and food to some of Rome's poorest citizens. Measures like this were always controversial in Rome. But because they had been implemented by such a polarizing figure like Caesar, the blowback was even more severe than usual. And it was worse because Caesar could not be there in person to defend his actions. Politicians like the infamous Clodius Pulcher had been making all kinds of chaos in Rome, chiefly because they wanted some of the power that Caesar held. Yes, that is the same Clodius from the Bona scandal. Back then, Caesar still had some uses for Clodius politically, since the Claudian family was so large and influential. But in the time since the Bona scandal, Clodius had become a proper nuisance to Caesar and the Triumvirate. Because of the pressure created by Clodius, Cato, and others, Pompey especially had found himself questioning whether or not his relationship with Caesar was still worth it. He had been nearly convinced by one of his supporters to divorce Julia, but that never came to be. Whether the marriage had been saved by love or political reasons, we do not know for sure. But there was a brief moment where the Triumvirate nearly fell apart. Without Caesar's charisma around, Pompey and Crassus found themselves bickering and pointing fingers at each other during many of the debates and rallies that had been going on throughout the city, as a result of Clodius Pulcher's organizing. There had been riots in the streets, beatings, killings, and mass brawls by the gangs that answered to Clodius. The public was terrified, and the other politicians in Rome were all too fractured and at each other's throats to get together and stop the chaos. Caesar knew that he had to do something to get the Triumvirate back together, because if he did not, he would not have any power to use against his enemies and troublemakers like Clodius. And the longer that he was allowed to terrorize Rome, more and more of Caesar's supporters would leave and go elsewhere. So Caesar did what he did best. He sent out a flood of letters from his base in Cisalpine Gaul, inviting or possibly demanding that Pompey, Crassus, and all of their supporters left Rome and traveled to the city of Lucca so that they could sit down together and talk things out. No less than 120 lictors traveled out of the gates of Rome, and some 200 senators made their way to the conference, plus a whole parade of horses, servants, carriages, family members, and guards. Try to think of the delegation that went north to Winterfell during the first season of Game of Thrones. But anyway, as for the triumvirs themselves, Pompey might have been having some serious doubts, but I think that he knew that there was still plenty to gain through his alliance with Caesar, and figured he had nothing to lose by meeting with him. It's not like Cato or any of the Optimates would suddenly change their mind about Pompey. They hated him just as much now as they did before, and Cato especially did not want to see Pompey succeed any more than he wanted Caesar to succeed. Cato simply hated Pompey a little less than he hated Caesar. As far as Crassus, he was also having some doubts, but not nearly to the degree that Pompey was. I think it would have taken a lot more for Crassus to break ranks with Caesar, but he was definitely having trouble getting along with Pompey. Luckily, Caesar had a knack for convincing Pompey to settle down and be reasonable. It's just a shame that it only ever lasted a short while before Pompey started acting up again. Pompey was a notoriously bad friend, and could not be trusted to come to the aid of his friends unless there was a clear benefit for him doing so. Cicero was famously betrayed by Pompey when Clodius tried to charge Cicero in the courts for executing the Cataline conspirators during his own consulship. Pompey didn't lift a finger to help Cicero, even though the two of them went way back, and Crassus saw the whole thing go down. So things were tense between the triumvirate, and it was time that they all got together to work things out. The Luca Conference itself was a smashing success from Caesar's perspective.
Spain for you, Pompey. Syria for you, Crassus.
Syria.
More triumphs. More trophies. More gold, Crassus.
He doesn't need more gold.
You don't need any more triumphs.
And for you, Caesar?
The extension of my governorship of Gaul. 5 more years. Supported by fresh finance from the Senate.
The stubborn old dogs in the Senate will fight it.
The stubborn old dogs of the Senate will be no match for the three of us.
He was able to not only reaffirm his governorship over 3 provinces, but also get it extended for another 5 years. They agreed on Pompey and Crassus both running for consul together for the second time, which ended up securing valuable commands for the both of them. Spain for Pompey and Syria for Crassus. All 3 of the triumvirates left Lucca feeling like they got a good deal. And I'm sure they were excited to accomplish many of their political goals. Clodius would remain an issue for a while longer, but the triumvirate was nearly unbeatable when they were fully cooperating. And Caesar still had plenty of ideas for his campaigns in Gaul. By 56 BC, Caesar had gained most of control of Gaul, and much of the land was gained through political alliance rather than direct fighting. Caesar's reputation by this point would have been very intimidating to the remaining Gallic tribes. But there was always someone new to fight during antiquity, and there was always a rebellious tribe or belligerent city-state or entire kingdoms that would oppose Rome, no matter how fierce a reputation they had. Romans always had a new enemy to deal with and worry about, often on all sides of their borders, which is why the Roman people were perfectly okay with Caesar actively conquering and subjugating foreign societies. They say the best defense is a good offense, and the Roman public would have a voracious appetite for slaves, gold, food, and any other valuable resources, all of which would have been taken from places like Gaul. So when the Veneti tribe decided that they were going to go back on their treaty with Rome and capture some Roman officers, Caesar wasted no time heading straight for them without even trying to negotiate terms.
The Veneti were very surprised when the Romans suddenly acted as if they owned the place and started treating them like subordinates, like inferiors. They demanded great quantities of grain to supply the Roman legions that were going to be billeted in their area for the foreseeable future. So they rebelled against the Romans and they seized Caesar's officers who'd been sent out to collect the grain supply.
He knew that no one back home would meaningfully oppose him, and he knew the majority of the common people were in support of his actions, because they were going to benefit from the spoils of war as well. This all meant that Caesar essentially had free rein to do whatever he wanted, as long as he was not being cruel for the sake of cruelty alone. He could get away with almost anything as long as he acted like it was the moral thing to do. And the Veneti tribe was next on the target list. The Veneti's plan was that they would capture some Roman officers, and then they were going to posture up with their navy and army in an attempt to get a better bargaining position during negotiations. But when Caesar did not even try to negotiate whatsoever, I'm sure that they started getting real nervous, and they probably started to regret their decision to poke the Roman wolf. For a while, as Caesar marched through Veneti territory with complete impunity, the Veneti simply boarded their boats and avoided battle by sailing from one town to another, as their homes and villages got ransacked by the Romans. So it's not like this was some genius plan. It was only delaying the inevitable. But Caesar was not willing to wait for the Battle of Attrition to force the Veneti off their boats. Instead, he was going to build some boats of his own and destroy the Veneti in the ocean. However, the Roman triremes that Caesar's troops knew how to build were not as tall or sturdy as the boats the Veneti used to sail the Atlantic. The Roman triremes were meant for the Mediterranean, which was a lot calmer and not nearly as terrifying. So the Romans found it damn near impossible to board or ram the Veneti's taller and stronger boats.
The Romans built ships that were suited to Mediterranean warfare. They're oared galleys, where the main motive power comes from rowing, not from sailing. They have rams on the prow of them, and the idea is that you come in and smash the side of the enemy ship and cripple them. The problem is the Gauls have these big merchant-type ships that are very high, very stoutly built. So at first, Caesar finds that his ships go out and they can't do any damage to the Gauls when they ram them. But the Romans improvise, as always.
Because of the ingenuity of one of Caesar's subordinates, Decimus Junius Brutus Albinus, they figured out a way to defeat the Veneti. They used billhooks and ropes to cut the sails of the ships and leave them stranded on the water. This made it so the Romans could board the ships without the Veneti escaping or making the ramps fall away when the Veneti opened their sails. With no sails at all, and with the Roman triremes blocking the paddles, the Veneti were basically sitting ducks for the Romans.
He had to bring hooks on his ships with which to pull down the sails on the opponent, and then have several of the Roman ships gather around them and board them. It shows his adaptability. He's trying to turn a sea battle into something with which the Romans can cope better.
And it was very impressive that they were able to build these boats so damn quickly in the first place. The Romans just showed up and started building boats. They must have been as busy as an anthill on steroids. Everyone doing something all hours of every goddamn day. The endurance of the Roman soldiers really was incredible, and they basically just outworked their enemies to death. They built boats, bridges, camps, ditches, walls, carriages, and anything and everything else that they could possibly need to conquer the majority of Europe in a matter of months. Truly incredible. But anyway, Caesar's gifts for ingenuity and hard work did not, however, translate into a strong sense of mercy when the people he conquered were the ones to start the fight in the first place. Since the Veneti tribe captured Roman officers and instigated the fight with Rome, Caesar saw fit to punish them quite severely in an attempt to quell any future rebellions in this area.
So Caesar wins. But Caesar's quite nervous about rebellion in this area again. So he decides on a particularly harsh punishment for the High Council of the Veneti, their Senate. And he has them all executed. And he slaughters all of these men so that other tribes will be so terrified of opposing Rome that they won't dare to rebel again.
The TLDR of this section is, the Veneti were beaten at their own game, and Caesar was once again victorious. In 55 BC, after the campaign against the Veneti tribe, Caesar would find himself chasing after another horde of German refugees. The Usipetes and Tenchtheres were threatening to cross the Rhine River that acted as the border for Roman territory. These people were rivals of the Suebi, who Caesar defeated before, and they were now fleeing the Suebi, who were looking inward for someone to conquer. The Usipetes and Tenchtheres numbered somewhere in the 400,000s. Some estimates put their number at around 430,000 men, women, and children, which was even bigger than the Helvetii tribe. The Usipetes and Tenchtheres began moving north along the Rhine, fleeing the Suebi and looking for an easier place to cross the river. On the way, they slaughtered the Menapi tribe and stole their boats so they could use them to get across the mighty Rhine River. They began crossing the river in their thousands and spreading out into Roman territory very quickly. Caesar was on the move to stop them, but it would take him some time to get there because he was all the way on the other side of Europe. The Veneti tribe was bordered on the Atlantic, so all of this was happening on the complete opposite side of Gaul. Caesar was rightly concerned about the loyalty of the Gallic tribes that had recently come under Roman control, because as soon as the Germans started crossing the Rhine, the nearby Gallic tribes started sending emissaries, food, weapons, and other resources to aid the invaders. And they were all going to start forming a coalition with the intent of throwing Caesar and the Romans out of Gaul once and for all. One of the first actions that Caesar took was to call a council of nearby tribal leaders, so he could force them to send cavalry and troops to aid him against the German invaders. And this served two purposes. The most obvious reason is to help Caesar fight, but the cavalry would also serve as hostages for the tribes back home. Since the cavalry is usually the most wealthy and respected members of the tribes, they would be reluctant to betray Caesar. The Germans had been using their own cavalry to raid and pillage Roman territory, and when Caesar's army started getting close, they sent emissaries to try and delay the march. But Caesar suspected that they were just trying to delay him, so he kept his army marching while he negotiated with these emissaries. They told Caesar that they would be willing to ally with Rome if they offered suitable land for them to settle on, and that they only invaded because they were fleeing from the Suebi, their mutual enemy. But Caesar was really not interested in taking on 400,000 new settlers who would likely destabilize the local economy and probably cause other issues with the locals. So he kept on marching towards the German army and ignored the pleas of the emissaries, all while sending his cavalry ahead of the main army to skirmish and harass the German horde. Unfortunately for the Roman cavalry, they would end up coming under serious attack by a good chunk of the German army, and two sons from the influential and well-respected Piso family would die during the fighting. And Caesar said that he just could not let their deaths go in his commentaries. Caesar also underreported the casualties that the cavalry took. but this was likely just to make himself and his army look better. Just propaganda. In reality, the cavalry that Caesar sent ahead, some 5,000 troops, probably took a hell of a lot more than just 74 casualties. Caesar was getting his troops ready for an all-out attack when another group of emissaries showed up, asking to renew the treaty and claiming it was a mistake that their troops routed the Roman cavalry and killed 2 important Roman nobles. These emissaries were high-ranking nobles of the Usipetes and Tenchtheres, and because Caesar was no longer in the talking mood, he took the emissaries prisoner and continued to march towards the German army and their encampment. The Germans would have thought that the emissaries were still keeping the Romans busy because they had no clue whatsoever that Caesar and his army were marching directly on the German camp. When the Romans got there, the Germans didn't even try to fight because they were so disorganized. The Romans basically slaughtered everyone they could get their hands on. Every man, woman, and child that came within reach was slaughtered or enslaved. This whole scene was an absolutely horrifying bloodbath, and the sight of it would have absolutely traumatized anyone that has been born in the last 70 years of the modern-day world.
There were appalling atrocities. From his account, it looks as if he killed men, women, and children, though he probably took many of the captives as slaves. So Caesar could be extremely brutal.
Caesar glosses over the details in his commentaries, and that alone is a good sign that the violence there was incredibly brutal and not something that he wanted to advertise to the rest of the Roman public. If it were otherwise, Caesar would have been more outspoken about what happened that day. But his silence on the subject is almost proof that the Romans went way overboard that day. But after the brutal massacre at the German camp, the Roman cavalry would drive the remainder of the Usipetes and Tenchtheres back across the river, where a huge number of the remaining refugees would drown in the crossing. And the German cavalry that was out pillaging the countryside basically just dipped out of there as soon as they found out that their main encampment had been destroyed. The optics of this situation back in Rome were not very good, and Caesar's political enemies were getting louder and louder with their disapproval, and rightfully so.
His men are loyal only to him, not to the Senate. This is dangerous. I move that Caesar be handed over to the Gauls for them to pass judgments.
This meant that Caesar had to do something to give his reputation a boost, and to shut his rivals up, or at least give people a new distraction so they can forget about the horrors that he brought down upon the Usipetes and Tenchtheres.
And there were some Romans who had some very serious questions that they wanted to ask Caesar. Caesar would just assume not have to answer those questions.
So we have a rolling series of reasons or pretexts for going further and further and further into Gaul until he had conquered all of Gaul.
So his plan was to do what no Roman had ever done before: cross the mighty Rhine River and strike into German lands for the very first time in Roman history. The Ubii tribe offered to lend the Romans their ships in exchange for helping them fight the Suebi, Caesar's old enemies. But that was not good enough of a solution in Caesar's mind.
He could have gone by boat. But what is that for Julius Caesar to go by boat, man? Rowboat? You know, you gonna put 8 legions in a rowboat and row across? No, man. They gotta march across. They're gonna be on horseback.
He wanted to get across the river without anyone's help, except his own soldiers. He wanted any victories to be credited only to him and his army. So he told his men to start working on a giant bridge to cross the Rhine, which was an absolute marvel of engineering for its time.
Even centuries later, it would be a very powerful symbol that a Roman army, A, could bridge this wide Rhine River, and B, go into the heartland and have a punitive expedition and show that they were not afraid of German soldiers.
They got the bridge built in just 10 days as well, which is a very impressive achievement.
Crossing the Rhine was a completely new engineering feat as far as its scope. The river is 1,000 feet across, possibly more, 25 to 30 feet deep, with unknown currents. Caesar and his engineers had to come up with a plan for a bridge that would be not only immensely strong, but immensely stable, and be large enough to be able to march a legion across.
Caesar's soldiers drove hundreds of timber pilings into the riverbed. They were driven at an angle so the current reinforced the strength of the bridge. The trestle supported a timber roadway for the legions to cross. It was over 1,100 feet long and water 40 feet deep. The bridge went up in a mere 10 days. The spectacle alone was intimidating.
When the Romans got to the other side of the river, they found that the lands were basically deserted. And Caesar ended up just burning some of the fields and pissing all over the Germans' land for about 18 days until they decided to go back across the Rhine and focus on other things. Basically, this trip was the equivalent of a dog breaking your fence just so he can come into your yard and piss and shit everywhere before leaving. When Caesar crossed back into Gaul, he had his men destroy the bridge that they had just built, and Caesar set his mind to other ways that he can boost his legacy and bring more riches back into Rome. The next step in Caesar's journey is his famous expedition to Britain. He made 2 attempts, and we are going to start with the first one. On the heels of his brief and fruitless invasion of Germany, Caesar decided to give Britain the same kind of treatment.
He had planned on invading England earlier in the season. This foray into Germany, while useful in many respects, had thrown his timetable off, and he was now going to cross the Channel when the weather could be a lot more iffy. Storms could come up, currents could change. It was a lot more difficult to cross than he had initially anticipated.
He knew that there was people on the British Isles, which was then called Albion, because traders had been interacting with Gallic traders for a long time, and Britain was basically the edge of the world from the perspective of the Roman public.
To most Romans, Britain was mysterious. No Roman army had ever been there. It lay on the very edge of the world, a storied land of monsters. Caesar and his soldiers knew better. They knew there was civilization. They also knew there was tin.
It was rumored as a land full of monsters and vast, untouched riches just waiting to be taken, which meant that Caesar conquering Britain, or even just doing some light raiding, would have gone a long way with improving his reputation as a daring commander who was willing to go anywhere for the sake of Rome and the pursuit of glory.
It immediately grabbed people's attentions and enthusiasm in Rome, and people got incredibly excited about this. It was almost like the moon landing in '69. It really was visiting another world, something that was so mysterious and strange, and bringing this within the Roman world and making it accept Roman power.
This, of course, was a weak casus belli, and no one was fooled into thinking that this was a legitimate venture that was done on behalf of Rome. Everyone damn well knew that Caesar was doing what he wanted, and most of Rome was willing to just let him continue, likely because they feared what Caesar would do if they tried to stop him.
Caesar claims that he crossed over to Britain because the British tribes had given military aid to the Gauls who'd fought against him in recent years. We don't know whether that was true or not, but in the end, the reason he went to Britain was not so much military or political or had anything to do with the stability with Gaul. It was to do with public relations back in Rome.
His preparations for crossing the British Channel would take some time, but really not that much time. A few weeks at most. He crossed the River Rhine somewhere between June and August of 55 BC, and he was already landing in Britain for the first time halfway through August. And he was done with the entire British campaign by the end of September. So this is all happening pretty fast, especially by the standards of that time. Back then, military actions were usually measured in terms of months, not weeks. The speed at which Caesar and his troops moved was downright uncanny, and he and his men must have been in the shape of their lives. Caesar would initially send Gaius Volusinus out on a scouting mission to gather whatever intel he could find about the Britons. He would return some 5 days later, without having learned much of anything that was useful, aside from the fact that there were a lot more people than they first suspected, and that there was not any dangerous harpies or flying dragons in the skies. It was just another undeveloped place, just waiting to be conquered by the more advanced Romans. At least, that's likely how they saw Britain. The British people themselves would get the word of the Romans' interest in their island, and they would start to prepare themselves for invasion. Many of the British tribes would provide men and resources for the defense of their island, and they would gather at the cliffs of Dover to be there when Caesar arrived. The excuse that Caesar gave to the people back home was that the Britons had given aid to the enemies of Rome during the campaign to pacify Gaul, and this was enough of a justification in Caesar's eyes to invade the British territory. But like I said before, no one else would have been been buying that bullshit. They knew that Caesar wanted to boost his reputation, and there was just no one back home with enough political power to outright stop Caesar from what he wanted. Not when he was in bed with both Pompey and Crassus with the first triumvirate. Caesar was basically untouchable when all three of them were cooperating. As for the invasion, Caesar would use the same fleet that he built for the campaign against the Veneti, and he would build even more ships to add to his fleet. When he did set sail, the ships that were carrying his cavalry would get separated from the main group, and Caesar would have to land without them.
Caesar set out for Britain. The fleet of warships he'd built to fight the Veneti led the way. 2 legions, about 10,000 men, filled 80 transport ships, and another 18 cavalry transports followed. The sailing was rough, but the first ships reached Britain within 4 hours. Only the cavalry transports were held back by the wind and unable to make the crossing.
Caesar first encountered the cliffs of Dover when he crossed the English Channel, and as Caesar and his men sailed along the coast, they saw the cliffs covered in little blue men who stared menacingly back at the Roman invaders. Caesar sailed up the coast until he found a suitable place to land his ships, somewhere that was not facing the sheer cliffs and made for a more easier disembarkation. The British were prepared for this, and they quickly made to intercept the Romans as soon as they landed. The British cavalry and chariots kept pace with the Roman ships the entire time they sailed the coast, and when the Romans did find a good place to land, there was a moment where Caesar's troops were hesitant to get off their ships and start charging the beach. But a brave standard bearer would shout that he was going to get down and go whether the rest of them came along with him or not, and that if they let the standard fall, they would be the ones who would be shamed forever. This was enough for the troops to disembark the ships and fight the British warriors that were charging down at them. It must have taken immense bravery to do an amphibious invasion on an unknown island that you have next to no intel about and have only ever heard fantastical horror stories about. They would have to wade through waist-high water, all while being shot at over and over again by British defenders. But the Romans still did their duty regardless of the risks. The battle was going badly for a while, until Caesar had his shallower warships getting close so that the archers on the warships could fire back at the British troops trying to press in on the legionnaires who were charging at the beach. The Roman soldiers that were on foot were taking a lot of casualties from the British cavalry that could fight in deep water without getting weighed down. But the intervention of Roman archers made all the difference in the battle. The fighting was brutal, and Caesar had to use rowboats to get troops to the weak points in the Roman line, but they eventually came out on top.
It reminds me a little bit of the landing on D-Day in Normandy. The reason the Allies were successful was because they were able to put people on the beach faster than the Germans could kill them. Frankly, I think that's how Caesar established the beachhead and eventually had what little success he did.
The Romans were able to push the British back out of the water so that the Romans would not have to fight in waist-high water, which would make them a lot more effective. And after that, it was not long before the British troops broke and fled the field. But that was far from the end of the fighting. After the battle was over and the Romans had set up camp, the British had sent envoys over to sue for peace, likely in an attempt to see what the Romans wanted and to bide for time. Caesar agreed to the peace, and he demanded the British hand over some hostages. They did so, but not nearly as many as the Romans asked for. They promised to give more hostages later on. The Roman cavalry that was supposed to catch up with Caesar got hit by a storm and had to turn around, so Caesar was on his own for the foreseeable future. And that same storm would also damage a bunch of Caesar's largest ships that were anchored off the coast of Britain. And now Caesar and his troops could not retreat at all at the same time, meaning whoever got left behind would end up getting slaughtered. So the whole army had to stay together until repairs could be made or reinforcements could get to them. And they also had very limited supplies, and no idea when more would come. So Caesar had no choice but to have at least one legion go out and forage for food, while the other two stayed back to defend the camp. As the first legion was out foraging, they got reports of seeing dust on the horizon, indicating that the British cavalry was on the way to intercept the foraging legion. Caesar saw what the Britons were doing right away, especially when he remembered that they had only given over a handful of hostages. It was all a ploy to draw out troops for the British to ambush. Caesar would try to rescue his legion with 2 cohorts of men, but there would be significant losses for the legion that was out there getting ambushed. The Britons fought in a way that the Romans were not used to as well. They were trained to ride chariots and throw missiles until they ran out of ammo. and then jump off the chariot and fight hand-to-hand for a while until the fighting got too intense, and then they hopped back on the chariot and dipped out of there to regroup and get more ammo. This strategy was very effective and caused the Romans to take a lot of casualties. When the Britons saw Caesar and his 2 cohorts in full battle rattle and in formation, the Britons all retreated and let the remaining Romans go back to their camp. The British cavalry did not want to fight against heavy Roman infantry in a pitched battle without the support of their own infantry. The success of the ambush emboldened the British army, and they decided to make a full assault on the Roman camp. Caesar would sally out of his camp and lay out his troops to meet the British. In this scenario, the Romans were definitely at an advantage. They were in their strongest formations, and they knew defeat meant certain death, so they were as dangerous as they could possibly be. They were like a cornered wolf, while the British could always run away and fight another day. And on top of that, the chariots that proved so useful in the ambush did not really count for jack shit in this kind of battle. The Roman lines were easily able to withstand and defeat the chariots by using their gigantic shields to brace against the chariots and block the missiles that they threw. And the British infantry was not going to fare much better against the heavily armored and heavily trained Roman infantry. The Romans were much better at full-scale battles, and the British were more suited to hit-and-run guerrilla tactics. This meant that the Romans would have a pretty swift victory against the Britons, at least for that day. The British sued for peace the next day, and Caesar had no choice but to go along with it in order to buy time. Later that night, Caesar would have his troops get on their ships and sail back to Gaul. Another storm hit them on the way back, and 2 of the ships got swept off on their own. And when they got off the ships in Morini territory, they got ambushed by Gauls who were looking to get some revenge on Romans who looked like they were easy pickings. Caesar got wind of this and personally led a contingent of cavalry to rescue the 300 stranded troops that were being attacked by Gauls. Caesar was able to save them before they took too many casualties, and this would mark the end of the first British campaign. Hardly a victory to write home about. Caesar would have Labienus winter with the troops in Belgae territory in order to reinforce Roman rule there, and Caesar would use the experience he gained in Britain as the basis for another campaign the next year. The second invasion of Britain was very similar to the first, just a lot bigger in scale. When Caesar tried to land this time, there was no one there to oppose him. The Romans had sent out forward parties to capture some prisoners and find out where the main army was, but there was not very much luck in that regard. So Caesar left 1 legion in his camp and took out the rest of the army to find out where the British army was. Eventually, the Romans did find their target, but they were waiting in a hill fort and would make for a difficult target to defeat. When the 12th Legion got into a testudo position, they were able to make it into the camp and drive out the Britons. But this hardly counted as a victory because the Britons were able to regroup very quickly after leaving the fort just by running into the woods. Caesar had his troops camp out for the night, but they would get hit by a rough storm that night, and many of his boats would get damaged yet again in the storm. Caesar heard about this the next day and immediately left the hill fort and made for their original camp. Around 40 boats had been destroyed this time, and Caesar retreated back to his base so he could focus on getting the ships repaired. He had his troops pull the ships up onto the shore so they could be worked on more easily, and he had the rest of the army build up a wall outside the fort to make sure that the camp was well defended. And he also sent messengers to Labienus to have him start building more ships to help rescue Caesar and the troops that were stranded on Britain. After Caesar got the repairs underway and made sure that the main camp was defended, he set back out with his army to find the Britons yet again. They returned to the same hill fort that they had just stayed in the other night and found it to be full of Britons yet again. Except this time there was a lot more than there was the first time. Their numbers were growing fast as well, and Caesar's were dropping very quickly day by day without any sign of reinforcement, with a very limited amount of supplies as well. The Britons were now being led by a man named Cassivellaunus, a tribal leader who was appointed by the other tribes to drive Caesar out of Britain, and he would have his troops harass Caesar's army as the Romans circled around the hill fort, avoiding a direct confrontation. Caesar's army would sack some villages on the way, and the Britons were harassing them the whole time. The British cavalry and the chariots would lead the Roman cavalry into the woods, and then suddenly turn around and inflict multiple casualties. It was an effective strategy for this kind of engagement, and was the best thing the Britons could do given the circumstances. As I said before, before, the Britons were very good at guerrilla tactics. As the day went on and the night got darker, it seemed like the Britons were going to let the Romans make camp right along the edge of the Thames River. But just as construction of the camp began, the Britons attacked again, and the fighting was brutal for the front line, while they defended the other soldiers in the back while they built up the camp. There were a couple of moments there where the Britons damn near broke through the Roman line, but as soon as they did, the rest of the Roman army would come bearing down on the invaders.
Though surrounded by thousands of natives, my men defended themselves with the utmost bravery for over 4 hours. They killed a number of Britons at the cost of only a few men wounded. As soon as our cavalry came in sight, the enemy threw down their arms and fled, suffering very heavy casualties.
Eventually, the Britons got tired and decided to give it a rest for the night. Cassivellaunus was more clever of an enemy than Caesar probably gave him credit for. The next day, Caesar tried to cross the Thames River, but was harassed yet again by British forces. Once the Romans got across the river, the Britons disappeared as quickly as they came. Guerrilla tactics all the way for the British, and it was smart too. In fact, Cassivellaunus leaned even more in the guerrilla warfare direction when he dismissed all of his foot troops in favor of having a mobile chariot and cavalry army that could move fast and do hit-and-run tactics, because Cassivellaunus knew that he could not beat Caesar in an open battle with foot troops, and this way the British would use up less supplies and could last longer out on the field without the need to resupply. These guys really were ahead of their time, militarily speaking, but Caesar was just a bit more lucky than Cassivellaunus. A rival tribe that Cassivellaunus had made enemies with during previous wars offered to join Caesar, and they sent hostages to prove their loyalty. This tribe, the Trinobantes, were not happy with the guerrilla tactics that Cassivellaunus was using, and they were still mad at Cassivellaunus for killing their leader during an earlier war. And the Trinobantes were second in size and strength compared to Cassivellaunus's tribe, meaning they would be a powerful ally for Caesar during such a desperate time. And the Trinobantes were not the only tribe that offered to join Caesar. Multiple other tribes reached out to offer terms with Caesar. They also offered very important intel, including the location of Cassivellaunus's base. Caesar immediately headed towards Cassivellaunus's capital and put it under siege. Cassivellaunus did not have very many ways to fight back, since he had sent his foot troops back home. So he decided to send word to some tribes down in Kent, close to where Caesar's main base was and where his ships were located, and Cassivellaunus had those tribes try to attack Caesar's base. When this attack failed utterly and completely because of the strength of the defenses at Caesar's camp, Cassivellaunus had no choice but to sue for peace and offer tribute and hostages in order to liberate his capital. Caesar was all too eager to accept, because winter was coming and his troops were already stretched way too thin from the hard fighting without resupply, and Caesar would be able to spin the outcome of this in such a way that made it look like he had a dominant victory, when the truth is so much more complex and mundane. In the end, the invasion of Britain barely achieved much of anything aside from a symbolic victory that allowed Caesar to say that he invaded a place that no Roman had ever set foot before. It would be another 100 years before Britain would see Roman soldiers on its shores yet again, and I'm sure Cassivellaunus was very happy about that. And I'll be happy if I never have to type or say that dude's name ever again so long as I live. I did not spell that name correctly a single time while writing this section, and thank God I have autocorrect, because this script would be a mess without it. But I think that's where I'm going to leave it for this section. In September of 54 BC, Caesar's only child, Julia, who was married to Pompey Magnus, died of childbirth, and the child died with her. Pompey was genuinely and deeply hurt by this loss, and he mourned for months after Julia's death. Not long before this, Caesar's mother also died, Aurelia, and the news of both his daughter and mother's death reached Caesar at the same time in the same letter. They died while he was out on campaign, far away from Rome, and after he had not been in contact with either one of them for a very long time. So this loss would have been very difficult for Caesar to bear, and the loss of Julia would break the last real bond that was holding Caesar and Pompey together.
The baby died a couple of days later. Pompey was distraught, and the loss of his love and of his child from his young wife destroyed his alliance with Caesar. His emotions overcame him, and Pompey broke with Caesar.
For the next half of a year, Caesar would winter his troops and most likely return to Cisalpine Gaul, where he would manage all of his other provinces and other legions. There was no doubt that Caesar was deeply affected by the death of his daughter. It was his only real child, and he loved her very deeply, and her dying at such a young, ripe age would have been devastating. No parent should ever have to bury their child.
Marcus Licinius Crassus, chief financier of Julius Caesar, and probably the closest thing you'll get to an Elon Musk type figure during the late Republic era. Crassus was extremely important to the balance of power between the triumvirate, but in a video about Caesar, he is more of a side character, which is why so many shows and movies just outright remove Crassus from the story. The two biggest examples are the 2002 movie about Caesar and HBO's Rome miniseries. And I do understand why they would make that choice. Narratively speaking, he is one of the least exciting parts of the story. But Crassus was absolutely an important part of the triumvirate and Caesar's rise as a politician. Without Crassus's money, Caesar might never have been able to become Pontifex Maximus, let alone consul, or governor of 3 provinces. Crassus was known as a real estate tycoon, with massive dreams of military success, followed by political offices.
You hold revered name of the Julian clan, sired from the bloodline of Venus, divine mother of Aeneas, forbearer of Romulus, exalted founder of Rome.
I require no lesson in my heritage.
Then perhaps one in mine. I'm descendant from no god, nor man of lofty notes. I'm tolerated within the Senate solely for the wealth I've amassed through labor and dealings those with proper lineage deemed beneath them.
He achieved some of what he wanted to by 53 BC, like becoming consul twice, but he was massively overshadowed by Caesar and his conquest of Gaul, and Pompey had plenty of success during his earlier years, especially in Spain and the eastern territories bordering Parthia. The only real claim to fame that Crassus had was putting down Spartacus and his slave rebellion, but Pompey ruined that by swooping in at the last moment and killing Spartacus for himself.
Pompey.
Praise the gods to find you well, old friend. I feared that Spartacus and his rebels had overrun you before I routed him in the north.
The north? He came upon rebel army attempting to gain the mountain. Dispatch has already been sent to Rome, naming Pompey victor against enemy you could not quell.
You claim false laurels.
Pompey the Great. Great at stealing credit for other men's victories.
Glory is for generals, Crassus, not moneylenders.
Generals? You feed on my glory like a parasite.
This meant that Crassus was eager to go on a military campaign of his own. Parthia was the destination that he ended up deciding on, and boy oh boy, was that a mistake of epic proportions. Rome and Parthia had tensions flaring going back to Pompey's campaigns in the east, back in the mid-60s BC. But no direct wars were fought with Parthia until Crassus landed in Syria in 55 BC and began raising 7 legions of heavy infantry. The Parthians were not to be trifled with, and they knew how serious of a threat that Rome was, so they were getting ready for a tough campaign. Since this video is about Caesar, I will keep this short. Crassus invaded Parthia after his legions were ready, and it did not take long at all before the Romans were desperately trying to retreat. The Parthians had a different way of fighting, unlike the more primitive Gauls and Spaniards that Caesar had been fighting for most of his career. The Parthians preferred to fight on horseback, using bows and arrows as their main weapon. Anyone who plays the Mount and Blade series will know exactly how strong this fighting method can be. The Parthians basically did the exact same thing that us Bannerlord players do. They had a huge army of mounted bowmen and ran circles around the Romans as they closed ranks to cover their flank. The Parthians let the Romans march a long way into their territory before engaging them in battle. So when the Romans realized that they had to retreat, they had an extremely long distance to travel. all while being peppered with thousands upon thousands of arrows, without any real breaks in between. Exhaustion and attrition brought the Romans down, and Crassus was killed in the process, but not in a glorious way at all. He was captured along with thousands of his men. The Parthians wanted to humiliate the Romans for invading their territory, and Crassus had a reputation of being a greedy bastard. So the Parthians, if the stories are to be believed, poured molten gold down into the throat of the Third Triumvirate.
What do you want? Tell me, just please, money, lands. I've got. Please, no, you don't understand. You don't understand. I can do anything you want. Anything.
The scene that you just saw is probably the best thing to come out of the Netflix documentary about Caesar. The actor playing Crassus did a great job of portraying the fear and panic that Crassus must have felt when he realized that no amount of gold or land would save him from the Parthians. After Crassus died, the Parthians had one of the Roman officers dress up like a woman, pretending to be Crassus himself, and paraded him around on the back of a donkey, as the rest of the Roman prisoners were forced to kneel to their glorious leader, Crassus. This was an embarrassment that the Roman population had rarely, if ever, experienced before, and everyone was mortified when the news reached Rome. This event would be the beginning of 250 years of conflict between Rome and Parthia, and Caesar himself would eventually plan to get revenge on the Parthians long after he became dictator of Rome. But his premature death by assassination would cut those plans short. But that's something that we will talk about in the next entry in this video series about Caesar. But for now, the death of Crassus was a wake-up call to Caesar, Pompey, and Rome in general. They realized that they were not invincible, and there would no longer be a balance of power between the triumvirate, leading to even more chaos in the streets of Rome as Caesarian and Pompeian partisans began clashing. Crassus played an important role in keeping Pompey in check, because if he had tried to turn on Caesar and Crassus together, they would just team up against him. But with Crassus gone, there was no one else to step into that role, and as a result, tensions would only get worse from here on out. Because of Caesar being so ambitious and mobile all the time, his armies were spread very thin throughout Gaul. And because of a weak harvest in the area, Caesar had to winter his troops in multiple different locations. A third of the army was close to the German border in Eburones territory. Another third was in Nervii territory, a bit further away from the border. And then the final third was down south in Triverii territory, also close to the German Rhine border. In the northern garrison in Eburones territory, Ambiorix, a tribal leader of the Eburones, was determined to revolt and kick Rome out of their land. But he was a sly dude and very deceptive. As some of the Roman soldiers were out foraging outside of their base in Eburones territory, Ambiorix had a bunch of the foragers killed, and then chased a bunch of them back into their base. When the Romans fought back harder than expected, Ambiorix signaled that he wanted to call a truce and have a meeting. He told the Roman representatives that the only reason he attacked the foragers was because he was under a lot of pressure from the other tribe leaders that wanted to get out from under Rome's chokehold. But Ambiorix swore that he was really loyal to Rome because Caesar had helped him out during an earlier conflict in the past. Obviously, he was not loyal to anyone but himself and his own people, but the Roman representatives were willing to buy the story. Ambiorix told the Romans that there was a huge horde of Germans getting ready to cross the Rhine and wipe everyone out, making it sound like the Germans were just over the next hill and going to be there within days. He claimed that out of loyalty to Caesar, he would be willing to let the Romans leave Eburones territory and join up with one of the other battle groups. The Romans bought this lie hook, line, and sinker,
and went back to their commanders to tell them the whole situation, even though 90% of it was all bullshit. If the Romans did not fall for the bait, Ambiorix would have never gotten them out of their encampment, even if Caesar was hundreds of miles away, and there was never a horde of Germans that were looking to cross the Rhine and kill everyone, at least not at that moment. Quintus Sabinus and Lucius Cotta were the commanders that were in charge, and neither of them was fully in charge. So when the bullshit story was presented, they had to have a council meeting with all the other centurions to decide what to do. Basically, Sabinus thought that Caesar was on his way to Rome, and that they could not handle such a threat on their own, without support. He suggested that they take Ambiorix's offer of safe passage, and pack up and leave. Lucius Cotta thought that they should ignore what Ambiorix said and stay put, which were the orders that Caesar had given them. There was a lot of arguing back and forth, but in the end, Sabinus got his way, and he ordered all 9,000 men to start packing up and getting ready to leave in the morning. Ambiorix got wind of all the commotion, and quickly got his troops into position for an ambush. He waited for the Romans to almost completely leave the base in a single-file column, laden down with more than what they would usually carry from their camp, because they tried to take pretty much everything with them. And Ambiorix ordered his troops to strike all at once. The Romans were bent over a barrel and could not do a goddamn thing about the ambush. Sabinus tried to send word to Ambiorix that he wanted to talk, and it was agreed to, but as they were treating with each other, Ambiorix just kept talking and talking while his men slowly surrounded the few Romans that were defending Sabinus. Then, after the Gauls were all around, they just up and slaughtered Sabinus and his men, unceremoniously. Cotta, who was right all along and should have been the one in command in the beginning, and he should have been more forceful in keeping his men in their base, he was still fighting while Sabinus got surrounded and then slaughtered like a pig. Unfortunately for Cotta, by this point, Gaul's army had a lot of momentum, and they just kind of charged and swarmed Cotta and his men, killing all of them to the last man. There were very few survivors that made it back into the base, and they all ended up killing each other out of despair because they knew that no one was going to be coming for them. Only a small handful of men survived to give word of what happened to Labienus and the other contingent under Quintus Cicero, the brother of the famous Cicero that everyone knows about. Basically, the entire force of 9,000 men was destroyed. At the very least, 7,500 men. The 14th Legion was basically wiped out, and there were only a handful of stragglers that survived, who probably had a hell of a time making it to safety through the Gaul territory that would be in open revolt after the success of the ambush. Not long after, Labienus, who was stationed in Trevorium, also came under attack from a local tribe leader and his supporters named Inducio Maris. The Treverii were either not as motivated or not as skilled as the Eburones and Ambiorix because they did not really make any progress against Labienus and his troops. The only thing that Inducio Maris accomplished was keeping Labienus busy while Ambiorix tried to move on the final Roman base that was located in a place called, get ready for it, Bag-a-Cum. Yes, you heard that right. Bag-a-Cum. The greatest name that there ever was for a city in the entirety of human history. Hands down, bar none. Bag-a-Cum is the best name, period. Ambiorix tried to repeat his first strategy of lying and bluffing his way into getting the Romans to leave their camp, so he could ambush them the same way he did to Cotta and Sabinus in the 14th Legion. But that was not going to work twice in a row. Ambiorix would then lay siege to the city of Bag-a-Cum, which would soon fail when Caesar showed up right on time to lift the siege. Bag-a-Cum would live another day as the city with the greatest name in the history of the entire world. Labienus would handily defeat Inducio Maris and the Treverii, as well as the Senones allies that the Treverii recruited to help them. Inducio Maris would die during an unsuccessful attack, and his relatives would escape across the Rhine. Almost at the same time, Caesar lifted the siege at Bag-a-Cum, the greatest city name of all time, and he would soon drive Ambiorix straight out of Gaul entirely, all the way past the Rhine and well into Germany. Over the next couple of years, Caesar would be on a revenge campaign against anyone who helped the Eburones or Treverii in any way. He was looking for blood to avenge the loss of the 14th Legion, and Caesar would go on to totally wipe out the Eburones tribe entirely, as well as anyone that he perceived as being their ally. When the Senate got wind of what had happened to Cotta and Sabinus and the 14th Legion, Caesar had to publicly swear that he would wipe out everyone responsible, and all of the Belgae tribes, which he would eventually do.
Caesar takes a vow that he won't shave or cut his hair until he has avenged their deaths. Now, Caesar was known very much as a dandy. He was extremely fastidious. He didn't just make sure that he was neatly shaved, neatly barbered, but there were stories that he had all his other bodily hair plucked out because he wanted to look smooth and sleek and shiny. So this gesture was especially strong from someone like that, who was going to say, because my men have suffered, until I have done something about this, then I don't care. As a mark of this, I'm going to allow my appearance to degenerate. So it emphasized to the soldiers just how much they mattered to him.
But there was nothing that Caesar could say that would take away the stain of this defeat. Even if Caesar was not the one to tell Sabinus to have his entire legion leave the fort and get ambushed, it was ultimately Caesar's fault, no matter what way you cut it. He should have had a more clear chain of command, with preferably Lucius Cotta in charge, instead of having two equally ranked patricians who could not countermand each other. That alone is enough to make Caesar culpable. At the very least, he should have left more clear orders for them to follow.
In the commentaries, Caesar places all the blame for the disaster on Sabinus. Cotta is shown arguing sensibly and behaving as a Roman aristocrat should during a crisis. Neither man came from an especially influential family, and therefore Caesar did not have to worry too much about upsetting powerful interests in the Senate. He claims to have reconstructed events from the stories of survivors and interrogation of prisoners captured in later actions. There is nothing inherently implausible about the version given in the commentaries, which has similarities with other military disasters in other periods. It may genuinely have happened that way, but the narrative was obviously intended to soften the impact of the disaster and distance Caesar himself from blame. The account is very detailed, describing the debate between the commanders and the confusion in the column when the ambush was sprung. Apart from Cotta's stirring but futile efforts to hold the men together, there are heroic cameos, such as the centurion who died trying to rescue his son, or the eagle-bearer, this time named, unlike the hero of the landing in Britain, who threw his standard to safety before he was killed himself. The eagle was presumably captured anyway when the last survivors who had taken refuge inside the camp all committed suicide during the night. Caesar tried to shift the blame onto his legate, but few if any of his contemporaries were fooled, and all our sources see this as his defeat. As the proconsul with Imperium, he was responsible for the entire army under his command, hence the conventional opening for any letter from a Roman governor to the Senate. I am well, and so is the army. Both Sabinus and Cotta were his legates, or representatives, chosen by him and acting under his orders. If they held joint command, then it was Caesar's fault for permitting such an untidy situation to exist. Napoleon was later to comment that it was better to have one bad commander than two good ones with shared authority. Sabinus may have been disobeying Caesar's orders when he chose to march out of his camp, but even this suggests that the proconsul had either not made his intentions sufficiently clear, or had failed to accustom his legates to strict obedience. Ultimately, Caesar was responsible, and even if the mistakes had been made by his subordinates, the defeat was still his. A substantial part of his army had been destroyed by one of the least prestigious tribes of Gaul. It was the first time that such a thing had happened, and it challenged the illusion of Roman invincibility created by his constant success up to this point.
The loss of the 14th Legion would go down as the worst defeat in Caesar's military career as a commander. There was definitely much bigger and larger military blunders in Roman history, but because of how successful and clever Caesar usually is, the few losses that he does have seem like they are a lot worse than they really might have been in the grand scheme of things. It was bad enough of a loss that Caesar had to ask his fellow triumvirate, Pompey, to raise 2 more legions for him, while Caesar himself raised another, just to replace the 9,000 men that he lost. But I think that about covers it for this section of the story. At the start of 52 BC, Caesar was back in Rome to square up some business and handle some of the stuff that had been going on, while Caesar's legions were wintering back in Gaul under the command of Labienus.
Rome was in a state of utter chaos. The triumvirate was all but dead. Pompeian and Caesarian partisans were fighting in the streets and causing all kinds of chaos. Caesar was back in Rome mostly to try to calm things down and do what he could in order to mend his relationship with Pompey. At this point, he is feeling a lot of political pressure, and his enemies are starting to talk to each other a lot more than Caesar would like.
There is political turmoil in Rome,
anarchy, rioting. And so in that winter, 53-52, his eye is very firmly focused on Rome, and he announces that Gaul has been pacified partly because he hopes that it's true, and partly because he desperately needs it to be true.
Rome was in political turmoil. Violence had become the norm in politics. There were street gangs fighting each other in political campaigns.
In the mayhem, the Senate building, the very home of Roman government, burns to the ground.
If I talked about every bit of stuff that Caesar was up to while he was back home, we would be here all goddamn day. So I'm going to keep it brief and talk about the important parts. Suffice it to say that Caesar was back home handling some necessary political business, and also probably just to visit because he had been away for so long. This was the first time Caesar had been back in Rome for quite a while, and his mother and daughter were both passed away by this point, and the only close loved one he would have had anymore was his wife Calpurnia, who I am sure that he had grown distant from due to him being away for so long, and also being completely unfaithful whenever he got the chance. So I'm sure that this homecoming was not as happy or bright as it would have been if his daughter Julia was there to greet him. She was so young when she died that I am sure that it was a terrible loss for Caesar, and probably severely affected his mood. And her death also meant that there was really nothing holding him and Pompey together politically, which was one of the only things that kept the Optimates from openly opposing Caesar and his interests. Caesar did make the offer to Pompey that he should marry his niece Octavia, despite her being already married, but Pompey was not interested even in the slightest. And after the devastating loss of 9,000 troops at the hands of Ambiorix and his revolt, Caesar's political stock was at an all-time low.
And like I had said earlier in the previous section about Crassus, Crassus had been killed in a horrific way, if the stories are to be believed.
Allegedly by having molten gold poured down his throat.
What do you want? Tell me, just please. Money. Lands. I've got. Please. No. You don't understand. You don't understand. Do anything you want. Anything.
And then one of the captured soldiers who looked like Crassus was forced to go on a tour around Parthia dressed as a woman, while all the other Roman prisoners were forced to kneel to their so-called imperator. So not only was Caesar coming off of a huge defeat, his biggest financial guarantor was dead, and his legacy was actively being humiliated, while all of Rome looked on in horror. All of this was making Pompey awfully nervous about his partnership with Caesar, and the two of them very clearly began growing apart.
Pompey probably wants to offset the prestige that Caesar's accruing. Pompey at this point for years has been sitting on his laurels. He's been in Rome much of the time, and so he probably wants to hedge his bets at this juncture against Caesar. And he does this by casting about for political alliances with the aristocracy.
But as of right now, Caesar has more problems in Gaul that he still has to deal with. Pompey was taking the position of watch and see, and secretly hoping that Caesar would get himself killed somewhere in Gaul. If that had happened, Pompey would have been on the fast track to be the biggest man in Rome. With Caesar being as big and powerful as he was, even in the wake of the loss of the 14th Legion, Pompey was going to have to prepare himself for the conflict that was inevitably coming. But for now, like I said, Caesar had to head back to Gaul, and Pompey was just playing wait and see. In 52 BC, while Caesar was home visiting, the chief of the Averni tribe, Vercingetorix, which basically means Great Warrior King, was probably the most famous leader in all of Gaul, and France's first national hero.
Vercingetorix had really been pretty brilliant in pulling together a wide range of tribes to fight against the Romans, and he had thought he had a really good chance of winning.
He was coming to power and organizing a mass revolt against Rome. There was a good chance that Vercingetorix knew all about Caesar's political problems back in Rome, and how everyone except the common people were rooting against him. So this was a good time for Vercingetorix to make his move.
Vercingetorix was clearly a man of great significance in his tribe, so I would suspect that Caesar and Vercingetorix would have had personal dealings with each other at some point. And I think it's suggestive that Caesar doesn't mention this, because it suggests that Vercingetorix had indeed pulled the wool over Caesar's eyes.
And this is really the only time that the tribes of Celtic Gaul, the southernmost, the wealthiest, and most politically sophisticated tribes, actually fight against Caesar.
And Vercingetorix also heard about the success that Ambiorix had with destroying the 14th Legion, and this very much emboldened the Gauls and made them want to revolt even more. And the Gauls had felt like they had suffered enough under the brutal, tyrannical rule of the Romans. Caesar moving his troops in and forcing change to Gallic society was not a fun or easy process for the proud Gallic leaders like Vercingetorix.
They enjoyed the perks of being under Roman occupation, but their egos and pride made it very difficult to accept the new status quo without putting up a more serious resistance to the Romans.
The principal downside was that you lost your political independence. And that might not have mattered to some of these elites. The leaders in particular got all sorts of political and material benefits. But as we know from later circumstances in Rome and elsewhere, lots of peoples don't like being ruled by outsiders.
When Caesar got word of the revolt, he quickly sprang into action and headed back towards his legions that were stationed in Gaul. But just as he was leaving Cisalpine Gaul, he got word that a Gallic army was heading towards the city of Narbo, and Caesar kicked into overdrive to get there before the Gauls did. He gathered every Tom, Dick, and Harry that he could find in Cisalpine Gaul, and he managed to march his way through snow-covered mountain passes to reach Narbo before the Gallic army did. When the Gauls heard that Caesar was on his way with what looked like an army, the Gauls turned around and headed home, and Caesar sent out his cavalry to make as much noise and commotion as possible so that the Gauls thought that there really was a full-sized army in the city of Narbo, when it was really just a ragtag group of levies that barely knew how to fight. By this point, the rebellion in Gaul was really starting to ramp up, and Caesar had to move quickly to rejoin his army that was stationed up in northern Gaul. It is rumored that Caesar had to dress up like Gallic citizens in order to make it to his army, but that might not actually be the case.
One of the stories told about Caesar was that to get to a camp of his in Germany, he disguised himself as a Gaul. This is something he never actually recorded in his own commentaries. Perhaps Caesar thought it was undignified to mention this, or perhaps it was just a legend. But the story speaks to the extraordinary lengths Caesar went to. Caesar pushed himself harder in the Gallic War than he ever had in his life before, and was determined to do anything, almost, to win.
But either way, the journey to his army was very scary, but successful. He met up with Labienus and began getting his troops ready to march. The rebellion started in Averni territory and spread out in all directions of the Gallic heartlands. They were inspired by the success of Ambiorix and the death of the 14th Legion, and most of the tribes in Gaul began attacking and destroying Roman assets wherever they could find them. Roman merchants, in particular, were killed by the cartload.
And Vercingetorix adopted a new scorched earth strategy to make sure Caesar and his legions would have to stretch their supply lines to the limit if they wanted to keep their campaign going, which was a weakness that Vercingetorix would be able to exploit later on.
They've realized by this time that actually fighting the Romans in battle is not likely to succeed. Therefore, Vercingetorix says, let's wear Caesar down. What we'll do is starve them. So he orders the tribes whose territory the Romans are marching through to abandon their towns and to burn them down, to destroy all of their food stores that they can't carry off and hide. The problem is that Caesar doesn't stop coming.
Vercingetorix was trying to destroy the logistics of the Roman army. Just feeding these people is an enormous problem. And the farther Caesar goes against the Gauls, the longer his supply lines become, the easier it becomes to cut the supply lines and starve the enemy into submission.
Caesar had his army march extremely quickly, like he often did, and he reclaimed a bunch of territory in only a few weeks. And then he moved his army towards the city of Noviodunum. Vercingetorix tried to stop Caesar out in the field, but outright failed because he could not match Rome's heavy infantry, which was the case just about every single time the Gallic army faced off with the Romans in an open battlefield. Gallic infantry simply did not have the shields, armor, discipline, and stamina like Romans did, and it really shows. And it was no different this time around. Vercingetorix was promptly beaten outside of Noviodunum, and he took a lot more losses than the Romans did during the fighting. Caesar took Noviodunum and then set his eyes on the capital of the Bithynian territory, the city of Avaricum. The Battle of Avaricum was nothing short of miserable for both sides, especially the Romans. Avaricum was very difficult to take because it was surrounded by marshes on all but one side, and the Gauls would always be able to sneak supplies through using the marshes without the besiegers knowing that they were there. So starving the city out was just not an option. And the marshes also meant that the attacking force had no choice but to besiege the front part of the city where the fortifications were strongest. The Romans had set up camp right in front of the city on the only patch of dry land that was there and began building a large earthen ramp along with siege towers. And I also forgot to mention, it was pissing rain pretty much the whole time that this siege was taking place, which I'm sure had a profound effect on the morale of the Roman soldiers. And to make matters worse, little more than halfway through the siege, the Romans ran completely out of food. Like, they had nothing left, and they were living off of their fat stores and their own muscle, and whatever they could find in the woods, which was not very much. It was a bleak situation that was only getting worse by the day. But somehow the Romans managed to hold it together long enough to finish the siege towers and the ramp. As soon as they were done with that, they had no choice but to charge the city and take it. It was either that, or they were going to starve to death, or the army was just going to disband. So the Romans attacked the city while it was pouring rain.
One Gaul stood in front of the gate, throwing tallow and pitch into the fire opposite one of our siege towers. He was pierced on the right side by an arrow from a catapult and fell dead. Another Gaul, standing nearby, stepped across the body and did the same job. When he too was killed in the same way, another man took his place, then a fourth. The post was not abandoned by the defenders until the fire had been put out. The enemy pushed back at every point, and the fighting brought to an end.
The Gauls did not expect the Romans to attack the city during that kind of weather, so they were not as prepared as they could have been, but they still rallied to defend the city. After many hours of fighting in the pissing rain, the Romans finally made it up onto the walls of the city, and the Gauls retreated down into the lower parts of the city where they waited for the Romans to attack them. But that was not what they did. The Romans spread out along the walls until they totally surrounded the Gauls, and they used their pilums to rain down a hail of death on the Gallic warriors waiting down below. The effect that this had was about what you would expect. Many Gauls died during the volley, and the rest scattered out into many buildings inside the city where they would try to hide and fight room by room. The Romans had no mercy in them whatsoever at this point. They were starving and miserable from the rain, and they did not hold back one bit when it came to slaughtering the population of Avaricum. They say 40,000 people were killed by the Romans that day. That's like an entire Eras Tour concert from Taylor Swift being wiped out in a single day.
Can you imagine what a city of 40,000 people put to the sword by the Roman army looks like? There was wholesale, uncontrolled butchery, men, women and children massacred, 40,000 people.
Vercingetorix tried to help the defenders of Avaricum. He sent in troops before the Romans took the city, and his main army was waiting outside the Roman camp pretty much the whole time Avaricum was under siege. But the Romans were simply way too good at defending their camps, and Vercingetorix would have had a hard time forcing the Romans out of their camp to stop the siege, even if most of the soldiers were inside the city doing a lot of fighting. So when it was clear that the city was lost, Vercingetorix began to pull his army back. The Romans were busy eating every single morsel of food that they could find within the city of Avaricum and slaughtering every single person that was there that wasn't Roman, but they were still going to be getting ready to follow after Vercingetorix once they had replenished their supplies and killed every single Gaul within Avaricum. The next step was to take the capital of Averni territory, the city of Gergovia. Caesar marched to Gergovia with around 25,000 troops, while Vercingetorix followed behind in their shadow, unwilling to stand and give battle, but trying to stay close so that they can pick off stragglers and figure out ways to frustrate Roman efforts. as Caesar approached the city with his army. Even though Vercingetorix was literally just shadowing Caesar, he somehow managed to get his army to overtake Caesar's forces at the last minute, and he got to Gergovia first so they could help defend the city. It is not an easy thing to outmarch Julius Caesar, so props to Vercingetorix for that one. It's probably a lot easier to march your ass off when you know that your very lives depend on it. Gergovia itself was high up on a large hill and was a very defensible position, and the Gauls had been stockpiling food in anticipation of Caesar laying siege to the city. If Caesar wanted to win, he would have to cut the Gauls' supply line.
To attempt to take a site as well fortified as Gergovia was obviously a huge gamble, but Caesar was a gambler, and his gambles tended to come off.
His thinking was that he would be able to cut their supply line while having the Aedui maintain a supply line to Caesar's forces, so he could starve out Gergovia. But Vercingetorix was one step ahead of Caesar in this regard. He bribed the Aedui into joining the revolt and turning on Caesar, and he got them to attack and destroy Caesar's supply line, and they also threatened to totally surround Caesar. What he decided to do was leave 2 legions behind to defend the siege position at Gergovia, and then take the other 3 legions and put down the Aedui revolt and reconnect the supply lines. This maneuver was very successful, and when he put down the Aedui, he demanded that they send 10,000 cavalry to help aid with the siege of Gergovia, and likely so that the Romans had a bunch of hostages on hand to ensure the future good behavior of the Aedui. The 2 legions that Caesar left behind at Gergovia were barely hanging on, and had been under severe pressure the whole time Caesar was gone. And Vercingetorix had split his army into a difficult formation for Caesar to deal with. He had 2 lines up front, with the rest in reserve to cover the flank, making it impossible for Caesar to effectively encircle the city.
The weakest point of Gergovia's defenses was on its westerly slopes. He played on Vercingetorix's fears of an attack there, maneuvering horsemen as if to mount an assault. In fact, Caesar intended a direct attack up the stronghold's steepest ramparts.
Essentially, Caesar would have his men storm the walls in a coordinated way, and initially make a lot of progress. But the early success was short-lived, and this battle would prove to be an abject failure in the end. While Caesar's men charged all the way up to the walls of the city, he ended up having his men retreat so that they did not get surrounded by Vercingetorix's reserves while they were trying to storm the city. But only 1 legion had heard Caesar's orders to retreat, the legion that he was with at the time. The other 3 kept on attacking the walls when Vercingetorix came in to relieve the defenders. Many Roman troops were caught with their pants down, and they had to fight desperately to not get surrounded and make it back across the outer wall in front of the city where the rest of the Roman army was, all while being chased and harassed by spearmen and cavalry. Eventually, the Romans had made it back across the barrier wall that the Gauls built, and they just kept on running. But Caesar's other troops that had retreated before when they were supposed to, they all re-engaged the bulk of Vercingetorix's army to cover the retreat of the other half and save Caesar's army from being completely wiped out, or at the very least, having their numbers cut in half. If Caesar's legion did not successfully cover the retreat of the other half of the army, and if they had kept running themselves, Caesar's army might have been routed right then and there. It was a really close thing, but in the end, the Romans held it together and were able to keep their army intact, and they successfully beat the Gauls back. But the siege of Gergovia was pretty much dead in the water right there. Caesar would have us believe that the Romans only took like 700 casualties in this blunder, but I think the true number is a lot higher, and so do a bunch of other historians. And Vercingetorix's army had taken enough losses that he was willing to let the Romans go.
Caesar can never admit to mistakes. Therefore, the fact that there was a defeat at Gergovia has to be blamed on somebody, and Caesar blames it on the insubordination of his own men.
All in all, the Romans lost the battle, and could have potentially lost up to 6,000 men. The Roman defeat would embolden the Gallic revolt, and it would make it easier for Vercingetorix to convince other tribes to join him. And after the Romans lost at Gergovia, the Aedui cavalry that Caesar had returned with him to the siege camp basically just walked off and began attacking the Roman supply chain yet again. Basically, Gergovia was a complete failure, and it really only made things worse for Caesar.
Gergovia is the first open defeat that Caesar suffers, and therefore it shatters the image of invincibility. The news went like wildfire all across Gaul, and just as it must have been very damaging for Caesar, so equally it must have persuaded enormous numbers of tribes who may have been sitting on the fence waiting to see how it would go, to throw their lot in with Vercingetorix.
That's the big problem with the rebellion in 52, is that many, even of the men that Caesar has been very generous to, turn against him. At that point, he has misread the political situation, and it's one of the biggest mistakes he makes.
After he lost at Gergovia, the entirety of Gaul was now united against Caesar. And the whole time Caesar was trying to take the city of Gergovia, Labienus was also fighting and defending Roman territory, and putting down rebellions in northern Gaul. The Parisii were gathering at modern-day Paris, then called Lutetia, and Labienus would take 4 legions to go and fight them. He would take the city of Metlazodum and then move towards Lutetia. The Parisii were not going to allow this, and they took a scorched earth policy to make sure Labienus could not use Lutetia as a base to continue the campaign, and Labienus would have no choice but to turn around. At the same time, the Bellovaci tribe had heard about Caesar's defeat at Gergovia and started an uprising as well, and began moving towards Labienus's position. Labienus was smart enough to know that now was the time to head back and link up with Caesar,
who was already on his way to do the very same thing after the defeat at Gergovia.
Labienus had split his forces into 3 parts while he was getting ready to pull his troops back, and this was enough to convince the Parisii leader to attack Labienus without waiting for the Bellovaci. His name was Camulliganus, and the upcoming battle would end very badly for him. This would slow down how fast the Parisii were gathering, and this would give Labienus some time to get out of there before the Bellovaci tribe showed up as well. It turns out splitting his forces into 3 parts was a good idea because it made it a lot easier to defeat the Parisii, and it allowed each group of the Romans to support each other. Caesar and Labienus would meet up at Agedincum, or better yet, Aged in Cum, while Vercingetorix would rekindle the Aedile revolts and gather even more support to his cause. For real, guys, ancient Gaul has some seriously awesome names for its cities. They really like to use the word cum. It must be like a French thing or something. Anyway, Caesar and Labienus prepared to leave the second greatest named city of all time, Aged in Cum. They moved their combined forces of nearly 50,000 troops across the Senones and Mandubi tribes' territory until they got close to the city of Byzantium. There they would meet up with some German mercenaries that Caesar had hired from the Vangiones tribe. And then the Battle of Vingian would take place. It was a pretty small battle, and the Romans would come out on top. The Gauls lost about 3,000 men, which was not really a huge amount considering the full strength of the Gallic army under Vercingetorix was something like 80,000 strong. At the Battle of the Vingiani, the Gauls had about 15,000 cavalry, and the foot soldiers were further away, not really part of the battle. About 8,000 Roman troops would participate in the battle, and the Gauls initially thought that the Romans were trying to escape across the Vingiani River to head back to Italy. So the Gauls were encouraged to attack right away.
Vercingetorix thought that Caesar was retreating and that the Romans were defeated, and he saw an opportunity to finish them off once and for all, and probably that's what Caesar wanted him to think.
The Romans were simply maneuvering around in order to get good position to fight Vercingetorix, and they had just met up with their German cavalry. They were never actually retreating, and the Germans would prove to be decisive in this battle. And when the Germans broke the Gallic cavalry on the right side, the rest of the Gallic cavalry would flee, despite outnumbering the Romans 2-1. And what's funny is that Vercingetorix had only just acquired those 15,000 cavalry troops, and he made a big deal of making all of them swear an oath that each and every one of them would make at least 2 hard passes at the Romans during their next battle. I guess those oaths really didn't count for much in the end. Maybe that was part of the reason why Vercingetorix decided that he simply could not beat the Romans out in the open. So he decided to recreate as much of the Battle of Gergovia as he could. He turned his whole army around and headed towards the city of Alesia, where the next section of the Gallic Wars will take place. And Caesar eagerly followed behind because I think he had a feeling that he was getting close to putting Vercingetorix and the Gauls down once and for all. This right here is the climax of the Gallic Wars, and this battle would end up being the crown jewel of Caesar's military victories, aside from the Battle of Pharsalus, which we will get to later on. At the Battle of Alesia, the short version is that Vercingetorix holed himself up in the city with all of his men and all of the women and children that had been tagging along with them, as well as all of the locals in the city of Alesia. A whole lot of mouths to feed, and a big chunk of them were non-combatants. Not a good situation to be in for a cornered army. And to make matters worse, he did not have his army set up in a tactically sound way like he did at the Battle of Gergovia. He just brought his whole army inside the city because I think he was afraid that anything left outside would get beaten by the Romans like almost every other open field engagement that the Gauls had with Caesar. So the only hope that Vercingetorix had was to hang out while the Gallic allies came to the rescue. He wanted to do a hammer and anvil kind of move where he would sally out of the city and fight the Romans on one side while the reinforcements came at Caesar from the other side.
If the Gauls can get Caesar in one spot and then crush him in a vice, that's the best way to get rid of him. So both men are gambling.
But I don't think Vercingetorix anticipated that Caesar would build up his defenses as much as he did. But after he was holed up in the city and the Romans had finished surrounding them, there was no going back on his decision to hole up in the city. Before the Romans had surrounded them, Vercingetorix had sent out a bunch of runners to go to different tribes to get help. But it would be a while before anyone would come to their rescue. Vercingetorix had made a bunch of sorties with Caesar's army as they surrounded the city, and he lost every goddamn time he tried. But the fighting was still very hard for Caesar's men until the army had finished building their defenses. Caesar decided to go overboard this time with defenses, and he had his troops build a 10-mile long wall between his army and the city of Alesia, and it went literally all the way around the entire city, except for one little area. It surrounded the Gauls on all sides. It was 16 kilometers long for my metric friends out there. After the wall was built, beating back the Gauls who came out of the city to fight was a cakewalk. But after Caesar got the news that reinforcements were on the way, and a huge number of them at that, he probably got a little bit worried. Fighting the Gauls on one side would be easy, but fighting on two sides would be very difficult. So Caesar decided to double down on his wall idea and have a second wall go all the way around the first wall. And he would have the entirety of his army encamped in between the inner and outer walls. And he would also have redoubt towers to go with the walls.
At Alesia, he constructed the most impressive fortification of his career. He had his engineers design a system of ramparts with towers and palisades that stretched a full 11 miles to completely surround the hill fort.
And multiple rows of ditches in front of both inner and outer walls, with mantlets all over the place and booby traps all over the ditches. These defenses were no joke, and the Gauls would have a very hard time getting through these defenses without having robust siege equipment of their own. And the Gauls were not nearly as good at building stuff like that as the Romans were.
We've got a completed section here of the fortifications that we've just built round Alesia. What we're looking at is a wall and palisade, in front of it ditches, but crucially here where we are now, we're in the anti-personnel zone. Our troops will be up there on those towers, and these defences will be covered with fire, both from javelins, slings, catapults. The men there are in protected positions, they have a clear view, target area. Their enemy is going to be slowed down, crawling, dying, whilst they have a clear line of fire throughout the proceedings.
Back there in the trenches, there were sharpened stakes in place to impale anybody unlucky enough to fall. With typical grisly humor, the soldiers called these gravestones. Then there were these iron spikes, which were called spurs. It's kind of strange because they would absolutely stop a charging horse. There was also the lilies blossoming out there in the mid-ground. They hid pits camouflaged with brush and bristling with more sharpened stakes.
Caesar's strategy of locking themselves into their double-sided fortress, it would keep them safe, but it also meant that Caesar's supply line would be cut as soon as the reinforcements got there. But the Romans would find a way to hang on, mostly by stockpiling as much as they could before the reinforcements got there, and then being very careful with the rations that they had while the siege was playing out. This time, Caesar was not going to have his troops try to assault the city. He had his enemy right where he wanted him, and all he had to do was wait and survive whatever the reinforcement army had in store for him. But he knew that the reinforcement army would not be nearly as strong without their leader there to tell them what to do. And the army on the inside would be weak from hunger and starvation by the time the reinforcements got there. So Caesar liked his odds. even if he was pretty nervous.
Vercingetorix is immured within Alesia, therefore he has no contact with the relief army. Therefore the coordination that he's been able to impose on the rebellion up till now is gone, and it means that command of the relief army is in the hands of people who clearly lack Vercingetorix's abilities and self-discipline.
Now, there were 80,000 soldiers inside the city of Alesia, and probably half as many women, children, and non-combatants, many of the women and children being related to the fighters. The food was not going to last very long, and they really did not have much time to stockpile before the Romans had them surrounded. They had a couple of months' worth of food at most, and by the time a month went by, Caesar's defenses were fully built and ready for action, so there was no chance of the Gauls breaking through and getting more supplies. As the food started getting lower and lower, Vercingetorix held a council, and it was decided that all the non-combatants, women and children too, were all going to be thrown out of the city and sent over to Caesar to be kept as slaves.
The tribe should have been here by now. If they don't come, we'll have to fight on our own.
We don't have enough men.
I say, we give ourselves up and be Roman slaves. If we die, our gods die. At least if we live in slavery, in any state. If we live, we can perform that service to the gods. We can keep them living for our children. You think the gods would want us to keep them alive so they can be worshipped by slaves? If we have nothing left to feed ourselves with, I say we do what our ancestors did. We eat the elderly and the infirm to keep ourselves alive.
We won't eat our own people. There's enough food left for several days. We only feed our men. There's a way we can compromise the Romans, weaken them. I say, we give up our women and children to them. Our rations will keep us alive for several more days. If our women and children become their slaves, the Romans will have to feed them, and that'll deplete their supplies. We must bid farewell to our families. We must do it today. And whatever happens, we must lock the gates behind them forever. Our survival depends upon it. This will be our sacrifice to the gods.
I can only imagine the kind of horror show this must have been. The gut-wrenching pain that these women and children felt by being thrown away by their husbands and fathers, being sent over to the Romans to be made into slaves, which came with some horrible implications for the women and children. The kind of shit that the Roman men would do to their slaves was downright horrible, especially in a wartime situation. But it would only get worse for the women and children as soon as they left the city. Caesar taking in the refugees would have been a kindness, even knowing what kind of horrible treatment they would have been subjected to, because what really happened was even more cruel and cold-hearted. Caesar decided that they were not going to take in the refugees and deplete their own food supply by feeding them.
Caesar, I beg you to reconsider. They'll all die.
I will not starve my own men to keep the enemy alive. Send them back to Alesia.
Go back! Go!
Romans closed their gates and refused to let any of the women and children through.
Caesar himself tells us of how the non-combatants are forced out between the lines. They're thrown onto the Romans' mercy. The Romans show no mercy.
So all the women and children could do was turn back to the Gauls and start begging their husbands and fathers to let them back in. Vercingetorix refused and swore he would never let them back in until the Romans were defeated. That's when the women and children really started to panic. They were caught in no man's land with zero food and a bunch of screaming, terrified children that had no fucking clue what was going on and were totally blameless, by the way. The piece of shit movie called Druids, which is about this subject, decided to try and change the story and say that Vercingetorix had only the adult women and non-combatants leave, but allowed the children to stay and keep being fed.
We cannot survive much longer on the food we have left.
We must send everyone who cannot fight out of Alesia. They might have more chances of survival in the countryside.
Don't send out the children. I'll take care of them.
You're right.
This clip is very frustrating to me because this could not have been further from the truth. The women, children, and the infirm were all sent out of the gates of Alesia, babies and toddlers included. They sat there in no man's land between the Romans and the Gauls, begging for their lives for days and weeks until they inevitably starved to death. The fathers and husbands of the civilians would have had to have looked down on their own flesh and blood as the agony of starvation settled in. Infants screaming and crying because their mothers could no longer nurse them. Little toddlers begging for anything to eat as their little bodies withered away, asking why their father wouldn't help them. If you don't feel anything at all after learning about these atrocities, then you are not a real human being, and you're most likely a danger to the people around you. This is easily one of the darkest moments in the entire story about Julius Caesar, despite the victory at Alesia being one of Caesar's greatest military triumphs. The first version of the script for this section was much too vitriolic and judgmental, but I still feel very strongly that Vercingetorix handled this situation about as poorly as he possibly could have. I do think that he should be given at least a little bit of slack, considering how quickly the situation went downhill for him. While he still had the chance to evacuate the civilians, he probably did not think the Romans would surround the entire city and lock everyone inside, and by the time he realized that this was a possibility, it was already too late. Us armchair generals 2,000 years later would have told Vercingetorix to send every civilian outside of the city the moment the Gallic army arrived at Alesia, to save on supplies and to give the women and children at least a small chance of survival. But that's real easy for me to say in my comfortable office as I write this. Vercingetorix likely was not even thinking about the civilians while he still had the chance to save their lives. And the civilians themselves would have never left their homes unless someone forced them to do so. It's a legitimate tragedy what happened to the women and children at Alesia, and I do think that it damages the heroic image Vercingetorix has been able to capture over the last 2 millennia. So I'm not going to be too harsh on Vercingetorix for this. He tried his best to save his people and preserve their traditional Gallic culture, but the Romans were not going to be denied. And Caesar especially was incredibly determined to bring Gaul into the Roman fold. This meant that Vercingetorix and his warriors would have to die, and to accomplish that, the women and children at Alesia had to starve to death, because it was either that or the Romans themselves would have to starve to death. And let's not act like the Gauls would not have done the same or worse if the roles were reversed. In the time that these great heroes lived, there was very little room for mercy and sentiment. There was a time and place for it, without a doubt, but when the stakes were as high as they were for Caesar and his men, the family of their enemies had very little value. The decision to let children die rather than letting his own soldiers die might sound cruel, but in reality, it's just being pragmatic. If the Gauls really cared about the lives of their families, they would have given themselves up in order to save them, and because of that, Caesar and the Romans are not to blame for the death of the women and children at Alesia. It was either they starve or the Romans starve, and that's not really much of a choice at all. But back to the Battle of Alesia. We got a little sidetracked there for a little while. The siege has been going on for well over a month. Both sides are running very low on food, and they are both just waiting for the reinforcements to get there. The women and children are dead, their screams haunting every single soldier who was there for the rest of their goddamn miserable lives, and the Gallic reinforcements are taking their sweet-ass time getting there, but they eventually do show up. Initially, the reinforcement army set up camp about a mile away from the Romans' camp, and the next day they moved their camp closer to Alesia and began attacking the outer Roman fortifications. At the same time, the Gauls inside Alesia start pouring out to attack the inner walls, and they attacked multiple different spots to make the Romans have to spread out. But the Romans are able to handle the pressure, and they end up fighting the Gauls back on both sides, all while doing more damage to the Gauls than they took themselves. The next night, the Gauls made a nighttime attack that was repelled by Mark Antony and Caius Trebonius when they brought over extra troops from the more remote parts of the base. And then the very next morning, the Gallic relief force withdrew because they thought they might get surrounded by the Romans if they sallied out of their fortifications. The Gauls from Alesia were supposed to have attacked at the same time the relief army did the night before, but they were busy filling in trenches that the Romans built and were not able to make an attack at the same time. After Vercingetorix heard that the relief army had retreated, he did the same with his troops and headed back into the city. A little while later, I'm not sure how long, the Gauls spotted a weak point in the Romans' defenses. In the northern part of the fort, there was a steep hill that could not be included in the walls, so the Romans put a camp there with some troops to guard it, but it was not properly fortified like the rest of the base. Vercingetorix had one of his close relatives lead a force of 60,000 troops to attack this spot. They marched early in the morning and made their attack by noon. At the same time, Vercingetorix used the rest of his troops to attack any other weak spots that he could find. Caesar had Labienus lead 6 cohorts of cavalry to defend the weak point at the northern part of the camp, and then he sent Decimus Brutus with 6 cohorts of cavalry, as well as a further 7 cohorts with Caius Fabius, all of which were sent to defend the inner part of the fortification. Caesar then decided to gather up some troops himself and join the fight directly. He could be heard shouting orders to the troops and picking up stragglers while yelling, "Will you fight for me?"
Caesar! Who will fight with me? Who will fight with me? Will you fight for me? Will you fight for me?
It's even possible that Caesar himself did some actual fighting, but I don't know for sure or to what extent. After Caesar's troops beat back their part of the relief army, he marched over towards Labienus to help him and his troops beat back the 60,000 Gauls that had came out of Alesia. As soon as Labienus and his troops saw that Caesar himself was coming with reinforcements, they all rallied and pushed the Gauls back.
You've beaten these barbarians before! You'll do it again! You're the greatest soldiers in the world! Forever!
He is willing to be there with them fighting. And it is this, he wears a scarlet cloak so that people can see when he's around, so that he inspires them. At the last final throw of the Gauls against the defences, the Roman troops see Caesar coming. They see him riding down between the lines, his red cloak flowing in the breeze, and he tells us a great cheer goes up, and they find renewed vigour. This is the point, it's the inspiration. These troops have been fighting for hours and hours and hours, yet Caesar's own presence there gives them the renewed vigour to throw the Gauls out. And that is the point of victory.
Mark Antony and the Roman cavalry was able to get behind the relief army as they were retreating from the battle, and they absolutely slaughtered the retreating Gauls. Caesar said that the cavalry would have been able to kill the entire relief army if everyone had not been so tired from all the work that they had been doing over the last few days. Caesar would send out the cavalry again that night to mop up the fleeing survivors of the relief army. A lot of Gauls died that day. At this point, Vercingetorix and the Gauls on the inside already damn well knew that they could not overcome the Roman defenses, and it became clear that the Romans would be able to easily outlast the Gauls now that the relief army was basically destroyed. The Romans would be able to easily forage and keep the siege going for a lot longer if they needed to, but that was not necessary because the Gauls knew that they were beaten. The next day, Vercingetorix gathered all of his close lieutenants and told them that it was all over. He said that he should either be killed right now or surrender himself to the Romans. Caesar told the Gauls to hand over their weapons and hand over their chieftains, including Vercingetorix, and there would be no arguing from the Gauls. Most of them just wanted to live and were thoroughly beaten. Vercingetorix surrendered without any trouble, and he begged Caesar to spare his people and take them as slaves instead.
There was a great ceremony where he rides up, lays down his sword, lays down his armor, and then sits there with Caesar while his soldiers march by and lay down their armor. Once the ceremony is over, however, Vercingetorix himself is led away in chains. He's sent back to Rome. He's kept in prison.
This moment where Vercingetorix surrendered would go down as one of the most famous moments in Caesar's life, and would be the subject of many paintings during the Renaissance.
Before you, Vercingetorix, son of Celtil, chieftain of the tribe of the Averni, commander of the rebel stronghold of Alesia, king of all the Gauls. What would you have of him?
But Caesar's time in Gaul was not quite over yet, and there was still some mopping up to do before he could be fully done with Gaul. But there is no doubt that Alesia was the official end of the general revolt in Gaul. But you should know that during the final year of mopping up, Caesar was incredibly harsh to the Gauls, and he killed a lot of people in the interest of putting down the rebellion. The word genocide might seem like it's going overboard, but I really don't think so. He killed a lot of people in Gaul in the last couple years before the Roman Civil War, and I don't want to leave that fact out of the video.
It was a very bloodthirsty, very bloody campaign. Modern estimates seem to suggest it may be as many as 1 in 4 of the population of Gaul dies. If that's not genocide, I don't know what is.
Caesar himself said that he killed around 1 million people during the Gallic Wars, and enslaved just as many. That's 2 million lives being snuffed out, or straight up taken from them in the form of slavery.
I think that Caesar actually gained much more than he thought possible. He was a forward-thinking man, but who would have thought that he would, in addition to the 1 million Gauls that he killed, we estimate, another 1 million was sold into slavery.
That absolutely counts as genocide in my book, and it should for you too. But that doesn't mean that we can't admire Caesar for the good things that he did. But we also can't forget how murderous and cruel he could be either. But at the same time, we really should not be applying modern standards to anyone during this time, including Vercingetorix. Despite my harsh words earlier, you can still admire him as a hero, but I can also choose to not agree with that assessment. Just like you don't have to agree with my opinions on anything. It goes both ways. You can think what you want, and I can think what I want. but we should all agree to stick to only the facts. Life was very different, and the rules were just not the same as they are today.
As for Caesar's plans for what was to come in the aftermath of the Battle of Alesia, it's unclear whether or not Caesar had actually planned on returning to Rome at the head of an army, with a sword in his hand. In fact, it's much more likely that he had no such plans at all, only contingency plans that he did not think he would have to use unless things went really, really bad, which of course they eventually would. But Caesar did not think that that's how things would play out, according to Dr. Goldsworthy, whose book was so extremely essential for the production of this video. The political situation between Caesar, Pompey, Cato, and the rest of the leading patricians back in Rome was steadily getting worse, but it takes time for it to go from resentment to declaring war after the end of the Gallic Wars. The rest of 52 BC, after the Battle of Alesia, all the way up to the end of 50 BC, was pretty calm and boring, at least from Caesar's perspective. However, Rome itself was in damn near chaos throughout this time. I'm not going to get too far into it right now, because this is the point in the story where we will start from in the next entry in this two-part series about Caesar. But for now, I will say that it's probably likely that Caesar was doing some contingency planning for the conflicts to come, but nothing too specific, because at the end of the Battle of Alesia, it is not a foregone conclusion that Caesar's return to Rome will result in violence. It's very likely that Caesar thought that there would be a peaceful solution that could be reached before it would get that far. But I am sure, however, that he was doing plenty of contingency planning and making sure that he was in a good position in case violence did pop off. And I doubt that he expressed any of these plans to anyone except his closest advisors, like Mark Antony, who had become very close to Caesar towards the end of the Gallic Wars. Titus Labienus, Caesar's second-in-command officially, had close ties to Pompey, and Caesar would have been wise to keep him at arm's length, especially with any future plans that he might have had for the civil war that was potentially coming. We always need to be careful with thinking that the civil war was inevitable. It very much was not. Plenty of media and documentaries make this mistake. The misconception that Caesar was planning the civil war years ahead makes him seem extremely cunning and forward-thinking. So I'm sure that Caesar himself would have done everything he could to push the narrative that he was thinking 5 steps ahead. As I've said before in this video, the biggest point that Dr. Adrian Goldsworthy was trying to get through with his book was that the Civil War was absolutely not inevitable. There were plenty of ways that the conflict could have been resolved before anything came to violence, and it would be wrong to think that Caesar was planning a civil war at the end of the Battle of Alesia. This awesome documentary about Caesar that you will have seen clips from throughout this video, Ancient Rome and the Fall of an Empire, falls into the trap of thinking Caesar was a great mastermind with big plans to take over Rome, and they hint that he would have had those plans even before the Battle of Alesia.
You've done it. It's over. This is a great day for us. It's a great day for Rome. All my service to Rome is just beginning. But the war's over.
I doubt that Caesar would have been so cryptic as what you just saw in that scene. As great as this documentary really is, they're making Caesar out to be more of a villain and mastermind than he probably was. I'm sure he had plans on plans, but I don't think that he ever really wanted a full-blown civil war before he was pushed into a corner by the Optimates and their Senatus Consultum Ultimum, their ultimate decree, a few years later.
I propose a formal motion. Unless Gaius Julius Caesar immediately lays down his command, disbands his legions, and returns to Rome for trial, this sacred assembly will declare him a public enemy of the Senate and people of Rome, after which time it will be the duty and the obligation of every Roman to do him harm or to kill him if they are able.
The next clip I'm about to play would make more sense right after the Senate's decree, rather than right after the Battle of Alesia. But documentaries and movies always like to speed things up.
Comrades! You have fought, and you have bled, and you have died for Rome. For the first time, all of Gaul is conquered! But Rome is not a place that loves her soldiers or her people. Because Rome's fortunes are held in the hands of corrupt aristocrats who profess to rule in your name. So, I will use my office. I will restore Rome to the very people that made Rome great. Rome is yours, not theirs. Will you help me restore Rome to its people?
I feel like this is one of the best portrayals of Caesar that we have ever seen in any of the documentaries about Caesar. And this speech in particular, while not chronologically accurate, gives us a pretty good idea of what listening to Caesar's speeches would have been like. Sean Pertwee does a great job as Caesar. The only thing that could make this better is less hair and having everything spoken in the Latin language, and all of us being able to understand it. Then I think we would be about as close as we can get to Caesar's real likeness, without having Stephen Delane play the role, or even better, prime Ed Harris. But we are getting off track, and I think it's time we finally wrap this up. We are ending the story today with the Battle of Alesia won and the whole of Gaul conquered. All major tribes either subjugated or pacified. For real this time, with only a few minor flare-ups for Caesar's men to deal with in the 2 years following Alesia. He would be spending that time consolidating his power, reopening trade routes, establishing long-term garrisons in strategic positions, and all kinds of logistical details that made Romans so goddamn good at maintaining an imperial foothold in regions far away from their power base in Rome. Caesar would have been sending letter after letter back to Rome to try and cool things down between the optimates and his own supporters, while maintaining his power and titles, because Cato and the rest were always putting on political pressure to try and take Caesar down from his pedestal as the most powerful governor in all of Rome, a title that he held for nearly 10 years now.
This is too much power for any man, let alone Caesar. Can we forget how he behaved when he was consul?
Caesar held 3 provinces, 2 more than anyone else, and controlled more armies than anyone else, other than Pompey. But I think Pompey's legions counted for less than what Caesar's men counted for. So the optimates were getting extremely nervous, and therefore more determined to ruin Caesar's career.
Caesar has indeed won great victories for our republic. But these victories come at a price. One that we will pay for with our republic itself. Caesar recruited an army that answers only to himself.
Their dream was to take away Caesar's immunity and drag him through the corrupt and inefficient court system that Rome used to dispense their idea of justice. But that was basically a fate worse than death in the mind of Caesar.
So that none of you rascals can go dragging him through the courts.
We are here to discuss the terms of Caesar's resignation. He could have avoided prosecution by accepting a few years' banishment.
Banishment for what? For fomenting a tyranny, illegal warfare, theft, murder, treason.
Caesar will take all measures required to protect both his interests and those of the Republic.
He would do literally anything to avoid being dragged through the courts, up to and including taking over the entire Roman Republic, something that Pompey thought to be an absolute impossibility. We know this because someone once asked him what he would do if Caesar tried to take the state. Pompey responded famously by saying, "What would I do if my son attacked me with a stick?" And that, dear viewer, is where I am going to leave you for now. We will finish this epic tale in the next entry on the Unofficial History channel. Here we are at the end of this incredibly long video that is really only half of the total project. Julius Caesar's life is so incredibly complex and legendary that it was inevitable that this project would take hundreds of hours of work and research. I also had to deal with a dental issue that delayed the finishing of this video by a significant amount. For a good 4 months, I was unable to record anything due to the ridiculousness of how my voice sounded. But now I'm all fixed up and I can speak somewhat clearly again. Although it probably takes 3 times as long for me to do any recordings because I'm still adjusting to how my voice sounds after the procedure. But now I am able to get things moving again. I have also been playing a little too much of World of Warcraft, which is easily my favorite game of all time, and I've also been busy in my real life with working and trying to make ends meet, which means my production schedule for these videos is not nearly as fast as it could be. However, if you guys decide to show me some support and give my analytics a nice big boost, you can believe that I'll get these moving a lot faster. Making history videos is easily my favorite and most rewarding creative activity that I've ever done in my life, and I have absolutely zero intentions of stopping, regardless of who is or isn't watching. I've got big ambitions for one day making high-quality documentaries about historical subjects, but it will be a very long time until I can learn how to edit on that level, or be able to afford to pay a professional editor to bring my videos to the level that you could call a bona fide documentary. Until then, I'll be doing the best I can to make quality videos that are worthy of my small audience. When it comes to thank yous and credits given for people that have helped me to make this video, there is really only one person to mention, Cindy, who is my first and only patron, and a great friend of mine. She helps with photo editing and helping me figure out answers to obscure and difficult questions that I sometimes get stuck on, as well as gathering footage from documentaries and other sources that I just don't have access to in America. Her support is extremely valuable to me, and I appreciate her a lot. I am, however, hoping that there will one day be more people to thank, because it would make these projects a lot easier to make if I had a group of patrons to confer with when I get stuck or can't find something important to the video. So thank you, Cindy, for all your help, and I hope that more people like her will join my Patreon and help me get these videos out even faster. As for the upload schedule on my channel, next up will be part 2 of Julius Caesar, and after that, I believe I'll be covering Napoleon, or perhaps I'll take on a smaller project to change the pace a little bit. But more than likely, I'll end up having a hard time making a short video and just bite the bullet and get to work on the big project that I really want to talk about, which would be Napoleon or Alexander the Great. One day I am going to finish the script that I started for Winston Churchill, but that will likely be a while. And I have a long list of historical figures that I'm determined to cover eventually, but it will take quite a while, because I think the best that I could do is probably 2 videos a year, at the pace I'm going at right now, and even that would be optimistic. I would need some help with the editing and script writing to get that number up, and I cannot do that until the views start coming in and I start making some money off my work. You can't make money without posting videos, but can't post videos quickly without making money. Until that changes, I'll be chipping away at these videos as much as I can. I know, the massive runtime of my videos is what makes them take so long to make, but I just do not have it within me to make a short 20-minute video. That's nowhere near enough time to give a subject like Julius Caesar the proper justice it deserves. And I don't like the idea of having 30 different videos to cover one subject. I know there are plenty of channels out there that do exactly that, and plenty are successful doing so, but that's just not how my brain is built. And that's not the type of video that I enjoy watching for myself. I prefer multi-hour long documentaries that dive super deep into whatever subject they're talking about. And that's the kind of video that I want to make for my own channel. For some insane reason, many people on YouTube get very turned off by the long runtime.
But I just do not agree with that way of thinking. If the content is high quality, more should always equal better. No one ever said you had to sit there and watch the whole thing in one sitting, and YouTube does a pretty good job of keeping track of where you left off the last time you watched it. So the complaints about runtime don't really make a lot of sense if you ask me. It's like there are some people out there that are actively trying to discourage creators from making more content for you guys to watch. And I don't want to have to spend a whole bunch of time making 30 different thumbnails and video titles when I could put all of that energy into one big video and give you guys even more entertainment. So if you are thinking about leaving a comment giving me shit about how long this video is, I certainly won't stop you or get mad at you for it, but that kind of criticism will likely go in one ear and out the other. This channel was made for long documentary-style videos, and I do not intend on stopping because of a few people with short attention spans. If you can only handle one subject for 20 minutes at a time, you are the one with a bigger problem than me. But still, I appreciate anyone who takes the time to watch my videos, whether it be in small increments or all at once. This is a project that was made for the sake of entertainment and education, and it makes me happy that people enjoy my work. So if you have stuck around this long, I want you to know that I do appreciate you very much, and I look forward to giving you even more to watch in the future. That's about all I've got to say for right now. I look forward to responding to your comments, and I hope that you've enjoyed part 1 of the life of the great Julius Caesar. Stay tuned for the release of part 2, and thank you for watching the Unofficial History channel.